Hello, ladies. It is happy Saturday night. Sorry I was a little late. Learning more and more stuff as we go along. Kay and Shay should be coming up soon. More ladies, I hope, are coming to the stream. Sorry for keeping you waiting. As this time goes on, maybe we can learn more, do more, get more understanding. Learning more and doing more by getting understanding, going on other people's panels to learn. And just to get more understanding on who we are as Black American women, who we are as Black American people. I was doing a stream on Mike TV. You know, I'm on BSIA. We learn a lot from Mouthy. We just learn a lot as we go along. And it seems like the agenda of 2024 is separation, delineation, us learning who we are. A lot of things are a shock. We're learning more and more as we go along. We get more clarity and more understanding. Some of those things are just shocking and surprising, and some of it is downright hurtful. But I will say at the end of the day, the truth may hurt, but it will dang sure set you free. We need to get more understanding in this fight that we're against. And it looks like to me, yes, we are going against the issues of white supremacy, but it looks like when it comes down to it, we're actually fighting ourselves, unfortunately, in this plight that we're going through as Black American women and men. It's a lot that's being uncovered every day. It seems like it's something new. Today we're talking about colorism. I'm still learning how to pull this stuff up. If anybody can drop like any colorism things, I might can pull it up that way, because as of now, if we get someone in the stream and they can drop down like pictures of colorism, I might can pull it up that way, because I haven't figured out how to do it from my my whatchamacallit. I haven't figured out how to do it from my desktop, my computer. So I'm trying to still learn how to do that. It has to be a way that can be done. Again, Shay and Kay should be coming soon. Everybody's still trying to get their nightly relaxation on. It's been a cold few couple of days. My whole thing is colorism and skin bleaching. To me, colorism is one thing. It is a form of separating people by their skin tones, which we're very familiar with in a Black America. And it is a form of mental illness to a degree, in some sense, because no one should be judged or looked at for their skin tone. That is global. But when it comes to Black Americans, that was utilized as a separation, as a divider. Now, when you get into skin bleaching, for me, that is something else. That's self-infliction, that's harm, that is deep detrimental mental illness, because a lot of these people don't happen to be of Black American descendant of United States chattel slavery lineage. They tend to be people from other cultures and countries, predominantly those with heavy melanated skin, like the continent of Africa or the Caribbeans. So when you talk about colorism and skin bleaching, is two separate things. They actually go that extra mile to self-inflict bodily harm by actually going in and removing a layer of their skin with a chemical base. They also take certain things while they're pregnant with children and basically try to lighten the skin of the baby that they're carrying. Their whole format of colorism is not the same as ours. This is something else, which is like a metamorphosis. Like they actually believe in their mind that they're white, or they're achieving the goal of being white by removing a layer of their skin that's very much needed for them to survive, because what they're doing is serious self-infliction and harm. These type of things can lead to cancer. These type of things can lead to liver and kidney or any type of organ failure. What they're doing is serious self-infliction and physical bodily harm. It's not only mental delusion, it's a physical hurt that they're doing. Colorism for us is not that. We're just different skin tones because of the different cultures or the ethnicities that are in us as a group of what happened to us and throughout with us throughout slavery. Hey, Pinky Wells. So it's a little different for us as Black Americans when we talk about colorism. We understand where colorism comes from because we have, like I said, you have white European DNA, you have Indian, you have Asian, all of these different things that comes up in us as a people that gives us the various shades and complexions that we have as a people. With them, I think they're trying to achieve some goal of being white because that's their initial goal. They're trying to take off layers and layers of their skin to make them look white. That's what they think of. When we think about our skin tone and their skin tone, it's very, very different. I'm what I would call a dark skinned woman, but to probably someone who's in the African country or Caribbean countries, they would probably think of me as light skinned, whereas they may think of someone with a more browner skin tone, more on the beige or light brown side. They may think of them as white. They all have their own way of. I can't even understand their way, to be truthfully honest. It's like it can't be something that I can put my finger around because colorism, like I said, for us, we looked at it as house Negro, field Negro. The darker Negroes were outside plowing the fields, probably the males, and the females were in the house cooking. And then you had the lighter skinned slaves that probably worked around or closer to the home. I think Kay was saying something to the fact that a lot of times the darker female was also in the home, but the whole aspect was dark skin outside, field Negro, light skin on the inside, or close to the slave master's quarters. They were, because they couldn't really go out in the sun. I mean, that's why they had slaves. You wanted them to be more heavily melanated so that they can do long tasks for long hours of the day. But there were also not just tasks on the farm, but there were also a lot of stuff that had to be done around the home, around the plantation. So they did separate us a lot of times according to skin tones. And again, the skin tones came into because during that time period, you had a lot of the slave masters, those who owned slave, that interbred. So you got different skin tones. But what Africans and Caribbeans are trying to achieve, that's more mental illness on my portion, because they're removing layers of their skin. They're under a physical, mental weight of delusion. They're severely, severely mentally ill. And again, if anybody can drop down any colorism pictures in the link, I can probably pull it up and show it on my screen. That will help out because I haven't figured out a way to do that. So that would be greatly appreciated if you could do that. I'm going to have to learn how to get people to do that so we can pull it up and show like different slides, because I haven't figured out how to bring it from my email or from my downloads to my stream. So once I get that situated, we'll be cooking. I got to get that together because they got so many different examples and my brain is old. So I'm trying to get one of these kids to help me, but they're very impatient. You know how children are. If you don't catch on to it like that, blah, 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 they be tripping. But in any case, colorism and skin bleaching, not the same thing. This is a way, to me, where Africans and Caribbeans are trying to infiltrate their way and their issues into our cultural concerns. They're really trying to infuse their dysfunctions into our culture. I'm learning that more and more their issues are becoming more prominent at the forefront. Their dysfunctions are becoming more prominent at the forefront of who we are and what we are as Black Americans. They have been given the unction, the opportunity to speak on certain situations that we don't necessarily agree with. Most of it we don't. They have been given the right to be a representation of us and our issues. And I see this a lot of times speaking on the aspect of women when I'm looking at the bad wigs, the skin bleaching. Now, of course, the men in that culture also bleach, but the women do it at an astronomical rate because they said the men like lighter women. They feel that they do this to get a job, all kinds of stuff. But when you look at what they go through, the funny thing about these people who skin bleach, they have a disdain for lighter skinned people, especially lighter skinned people in our community and biracials. The weird part is you're trying to achieve that, but in their disdain and vitriol, they can't stand these same very people. So you see like this vitriol where it goes around, where you can kind of see if you look at it, besides the looking at their skin, looking at their attitudes. People always ask, well, how do you know who is who? I would think that's just my spiritual eye seeing um through different cultures. It's not me. I've never looked at them as us. So it's always, I've always been like how some say, with nosy or curious about other people's culture and how they move. And when you look at them, colorism can definitely lead to bleaching. I don't know. Come in on, tell me what that. What do you mean by that, Kay? How do you mean it can lead to bleaching? You think so? Let's see. I didn't know. I didn't know. You think so, Kay? I dropped the link. Wait a minute. It makes you wonder if it could though. Black Americans, I think if we were about bleaching, we have went through a lot of colorist issues as Black Americans. I think right, Pinky, actually, Pinky. I don't know. Eating dinner should be finished, but okay, wait. Colorism can but colorism will lead to skin. Do you think colorism will? I don't think it will. I think as Black Americans, if we were going to bleach, we would have done that. I don't think that's in our character to do that. You're up, Kay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't think we would lead to skin bleaching. I don't think if we were going to do that, that's something we would have been did with all of the ridicule we went through. It's not like we didn't have the products and the means to do it. I think if Black Americans weren't going to bleach, we would have did it. I do realize that we did certain things with our hair to make it straighter. We did things of that nature, but I've never known Black Americans to go as a collective and find that as a phenomenon to bleach. I don't even see that now. But go ahead, say what you got to say, Kay.
Hold on 1 minute. Okay. Okay, sorry, I just had to put up something on the screen. Yeah, no, I was agreeing with Pinky that when she said that colorism can lead to skin bleaching. I think that's probably what goes on more so in Africa. I don't think that goes on
Mm-hmm.
so much here in the States with Black Americans, but I think that yeah, that definitely that racism slash colorism. Because to me, colorism is racism. I've always like, but
Mm-hmm.
I think yeah, in their society. And I think I want to point out a difference between Black Americans and Africans, and I think this is possibly why skin bleaching does not occur so much over here. I feel
Mm-hmm.
that we as Black Americans have performed a type of skin bleaching, but with
Mm-hmm.
them, um, we have done it differently in a way. We have done it differently than what they have done. With
Mm-hmm.
us, we are on a continent where the majority of people are not Black, right? They're not dark skinned. So
Mm-hmm.
because there's been racism, but it hasn't been such strict racism where there hasn't been interbreeding. And because it's been interbreeding between different people, we have different skin tones. So I feel like when you look at pictures of our people right after slavery ended, we were mostly dark skinned, like very dark skinned,
Mm-hmm.
similar to I'm seeing. And you can see within a generation or two, all of a sudden there's a lot of different skin tones. And that's because
Mm-hmm.
dark skinned Black men started intermingling and interbreeding with light skinned women and mixed race women, particularly when they had money. Okay. And I think that between the dark skinned people and the light skinned, the mixed race people, because you had two groups of people that had melanated skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with dark skinned people with the with the mother load of melanin. So I think what
Mm-hmm.
happened that, with the majority of mixed race people having light skin and the majority of Black people having very dark skin, when there was intermixing, because those two groups both had melanin, it ended up with an explosion of all different kinds of skin tones. And really, that kind of alleviated the need to want to skin bleach. I think a lot of us still had like this desire to want to be white or light skin, but I don't think it was so strong that we would resort to chemical skin bleaching because in a way
Mm-hmm.
we still had access. We were still able to, in a way, um, alter our skin tones through breeding with people that were not Black. And you see that going on. very day, especially with dark skinned black men. They are
Mhm.
notorious for doing that practice, and they've been practicing this. This is nothing new with them mixing with women that are not dark skinned. They have been
Mhm.
since slavery ended, and they would have done it during slavery if they had the power. But they have been doing this since slavery ended, from what I can tell. And to me,
Mhm.
so white men were the ones that planted their white seed within our people. To me,
Mhm.
black are the one that disseminated, that broadcast that white man's seed, right? That's where I see it. That black men pursued women, that were mixed with black, that were lighter skinned, to
Mhm.
procreate with them, that would not be as dark as they are. And because all of us have a European ancestry, but I think if you had gone to Black American people right after slavery ended, you would have found that probably the majority of us, probably like 80% of us, was probably 99% Black with no European admixture. And I think the majority of the European admixture that we have did not come during slavery. I think it came after slavery, and it's because of dark skinned Black men who were 99% Black mixing with light skinned and mixed race women. It goes on to this day.
Mhm. That makes sense.
So, but then
Now,
when you look
Pinky
at
said in
Africa,
the 80s.
Africans being on a continent filled with dark skinned people, they did not
Mhm.
have the option so much to mix with all different kinds of people, right? And even when
Mhm.
you have, like, say, your Arabs, they weren't necessarily mixing with dark skinned people. Not from what I know of Arabs, right?
Mhm.
And and then so I think like with them, when they want to have the option of different kinds of skin tones, they were not able to do that among their own people. So then they started resorting to chemical skin bleaching. And
Mhm.
I feel like now when they look at us and they see all the different skin tones, like say you look at someone like Clyde Drexler to Michael Jordan, right?
Mhm.
And someone like what's her name? Gladys Knight. And then you look at Patti LaBelle, and then you look
Mhm.
at and so on and so forth. And I think that caused them to have a whole different type of jealousy. I think before it was a wanting to be white or wanting to be light skinned like a mixed race person, right? But then
Mhm.
movies, they saw Black American people and see this broad range of all these different skin tones.
With
And
your
I
Lena Horns, your Dorothy Dandridges, all of these light, dark. You just saw women in all different complexions. Yeah.
and then the European runways too. I think the European runways had a heavy impact on African women because I remember, let me tell you an acute memory I have. I was 24 years old. And at this time I used to get, um, I had two magazine subscriptions, one to Ebony and one to Essence, right? So one
Mhm.
time, I can't remember which magazine it was, which issue it was, but this was like in the early '90s, right? And I
Mhm.
got this one, and they had an insert of Brazilian models, Afro Brazilian models, and I
Mhm.
had never heard of Afro Brazilian models, right? Like all the models, because I used to was really into like. I always like to watch stuff about the fashion runways, like when they had the newspaper articles or in the magazines at that time. So this is before they had it on, social media. They didn't have no internet, social media, right? So if you caught any pic, it was always through pictures. You always had to see this stuff through pictures. So I'm reading, and they showed four different Afro Brazilian models, and these girls were beautiful, right? And they weren't like so much like light skin mixed race, like they look, Afrocentric, but they had like that kind of Brazilian mixture the way Black Americans do. So at that time, I said, well, yeah, I've seen women from Black American women and women from the Caribbean, but I had never thought about women from Brazil, right? And I knew they have, Afro people in Brazil. I just had never thought of them as models. Like, right? That was my very first time hearing about it. And at that moment, something occurred in my head, and I said, why don't they ever have African women? And as soon as I asked the question, I knew the answer. I said, because they don't consider African women attractive. I said that because I said, for the first time in my life, I said, hold up. Africa is right across the Mediterranean Sea from Europe.
Mhm.
There's billions, millions, hundreds of millions of African women. And at that time, I didn't know how many, but I knew it was like
Mhm.
millions, right? And I was like, all they have to do is go across the Mediterranean Sea to get dark melanated women. Why do they come all the way to the Americas? And that's when I knew they considered the Black women from the Americas to be more attractive than African women. It was just like, because we're so steeped in racism over here, we know what's going on, right? We know the answer. We ask the question,
Mhm.
we know the answer before we even finish asking the question. So I think that was another thing, is that when African women saw the European runways, they saw that all of those women were coming from the Americas. And again, they were women with different skin tones and different facial features. You know, you have
Mhm.
people like Beverly Peel, and then Tyra Banks and Naomi Campbell, um, to name a few that I can think of. I know Veronica Webb was another one, very popular in the 80s. So I
Now they
think
don't
that,
use Black American women like that at all.
well, think
Now,
about it. It's a
now the
different.
face is all African women, and they try to find them as black as the street.
Well,
So
I'm going to
it's
disagree
like,
with you, because I was thinking at it too, but I think it's not as clear cut as that, because I used to think that. And I'm going to tell you two things that I noticed that are different. Number
go ahead.
one, when you had Black American women that were modeling on the European runways, 70s, 80s, and the 90s, right? Even in the
Mhm.
early 2000s, but let's just say those four, particularly 70s, 80s, and 90s, you had an entire generation, different generation of designers. You had the designers at that time with that were the legendary designers. It was like Karl Lagerfeld, that was one of my favorites, and Bill
Mhm.
Blass, and you know, you know the whole name, Yves Saint Laurent, and um,
Mhm.
um, what's his name? I don't know, so many others. Okay, there was a lot of them, and they have
Mhm.
all passed on now. All those guys have
Mhm.
now passed on. So now there's a whole
Right.
new generation. But you know, when you had those legendary European designers, Black American women were the ones that were dominant on the runways, and now they have passed on. So now you got this other generation.
Which ain't Black Americans. They're Africans and Caribbeans. It's
I
not
don't
us
see so
anymore.
much Caribbeans. It seemed to me that they try to pick Africans, and I can't
Exactly.
even say
Because
Africans. It's always the ones,
Caribbeans were with us to a
right?
degree. They
Exactly.
mixed
So
up.
that's what I
But
mean. They
this
take
one is
Native
Africans.
Americans.
I would say it's Africans. I don't see Black Americans.
But think about it. When they picked us from the Americas, we came from all over the America, North America, South America, the Caribbean islands. But when they
Mhm.
pick women from Africa, I don't see them choosing women from all over Africa. They always go to a certain type from the same region of Africa. So that gives
Yeah,
me
the
the
ones with the
impression
little
that,
tinier features.
well, it gives me the impression that they really don't prefer African women. In a way, they're still saying that they don't prefer African women because they keep picking the same type that look the same way. Like, that's, in a way, in my mind, is kind of disrespectful to African women, because they're still, in a way, shunning them and rejecting them, just like they did when Black American women were popular in the
Do
runway.
you find that they pick the ones that are from Sudanese?
Yeah, usually Sudan and Kenya, that come from the
Hmm.
same ethnic groups.
Hmm. They
So
do.
that, to me, and when you consider all the diversity across Africa, all the different kind of phenotypes, and you know, why would they always pick one type? They always have the same type of dark skin, the same body type, the same short hair.
Yeah, they're the epitome
There's
of
no
being
variation.
really, really dark.
There's no variation
Really,
of
really
it.
dark.
Yeah,
So
and I
what's
didn't notice
strange to
that.
me is why are Africans bleaching with their with what they represent, even though I know it's tribal, but what they represent, what they put out is these really dark women. Sometimes I think they put a little bit of black paint on them. They make them super dark
I agree.
to get one look. But getting back to the subject at hand, if Pinky is saying and you're saying that colorism can lead to skin bleaching in their community, I would have to agree. Now, when
Yeah.
Pinky is saying that in the 80s, our beauty supplies sold a lot, I can't say we were bleaching. I can't agree
No,
with
that it was called skin toning. They had skin,
I
because I
would think
remember
that
I
was
went and got
tone.
some. Right, because they
Yeah,
had two
I
different
don't think
types.
that was bleaching.
They had skin bleaching on the shelves, and they also had something called skin toning. And skin toning was when you wanted to smooth out your skin tone. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember in my early 20s, I had started using it. I stopped using it because it freaked me the fuck out. One day I looked in the mirror and my skin had an orange look. It freaked me out so
Mm-hmm.
bad. I never used that stuff again. And that was skin toning, right? And it was just like to
Mm-hmm.
supposedly to smooth out your skin, but I never touched that stuff again. And I remember one Black American sister that was very dark skinned, and she started using that, right? And it made her skin smooth, but her skin look orange. Her skin went from a deep dark color to like a bright orangey color. I kid you not. And when I saw that happen to my skin, I freaked the F out. I threw that stuff
Mm-hmm.
away and never touched it again. So for Black
Mm-hmm.
American women, it was more skin toning, not skin bleaching, in my opinion.
I would think so because a lot of times we were fighting with, if you think of us being young, a lot of us was fighting with, if you were that teenager who didn't have that perfect skin, a lot of us didn't. You were fighting with acne, dark spots, pimples, stuff like that. So, or maybe you just had just two different shades for whatever reason. I found that we did that to just give us an even tone to make the skin look more smooth. And did some of it have like a slight lightening? Retinol in it, yes, but they go a whole different manner.
No, it's not
They're
the same
talking about,
thing. Like when you go
yeah,
to
it's not.
that shelf had two different products. One
It
says
says
skin tone,
white. They
and
trying,
the other
yeah,
one says skin bleach or
bleaching.
something else.
Yeah, they
But
want to literally be white.
yeah, it was two different things. But skin
Yeah.
toning was very popular, like in the 80s and 90s, from what I remember. And
Hmm.
the other thing I think, like Essence magazine, and you remember what was that Jet magazine, Beauty of the Week? Most of the
Hmm.
time on Essence and Ebony magazine, like Essence magazine will always show a variety of sisters, all different skin tones. That's what I actually love about you being proud to be a black woman. And then what's the name? Jet Beauty of the Week. They always show the variety of women of different skin tones. You know, a lot of definitely brown skin tones. So I think that really
Hmm.
helped a lot of black women to be proud of their skin tones and to love their skin tones. And it
Hmm.
wasn't so much like the images were always, oh no, you have to be very light skinned. Like you saw that in the music videos, but then when you
Yeah.
looked around at other stuff, it wasn't. If you look beyond the music videos, the TV shows, the movies, the magazines, you saw more than that.
You want to know when it started really becoming more profound? Because if you look at it, when the time period we were just talking about, music, and we kind of sway back and forth. When we were having our music as Black Americans, yes, we showcased all women. Of course, light skin does have more privilege in our community as darker skin. Rah rah rah. We get that. That's another subject for another day. But if you notice in the videos from before, our TV shows, they were showcasing all of our dynamics. When you saw a different world, you saw dark skin, light skin,
I
brown
love the
skin.
different world.
When
Yeah,
you
and then
saw
also
in
Martin
Living Color, the same
and
thing.
Living Color, right?
When you saw
And
all
Living
of our
Single with Chris Cool
Living
Latifah,
Single, we
right?
had, and then in our music videos, like, what is it, brownstone, the women were of different hues, dark skin, light skin, brown skin. We were showing all different hues. If you pay attention, when a lot of Caribbeans began to put their footprint, or Africans put their footprint, then it became, you saw all of these other women from non-melanated attributes. Like you did start seeing it when on Living Color, you started seeing the Hispanics coming in, because you saw J-Lo in there, but they still showcased Black Americans, or what we thought were Black. And then you started seeing like our family shows, like Family Matters. You saw the
Yeah, their
Winslows
whole
and
family was
Laura.
dark. Yeah,
Yeah, it was dark. But then when you saw the Cosby Show, he had two darker skinned daughters, two lighter skinned daughters, and a dark skinned son. You saw everybody. But then when you saw um the show with Keenan Ivan Ray Wayans and Tisha Campbell, you saw that he changed the girl from a dark skinned girl to a lighter skinned girl. And that's when you start seeing more Africans and Caribbeans putting in their prospect on what
oh,
light.
that is very
I
interesting,
think
Trina.
they
I
did
didn't
that
know that was
because when
going
it
on.
was us, if you
Hmm.
think of it, once we let them in, our music became degenerate. We no longer had family shows with family values. Everything became ratchet. If you look at it, they were taking over the CBC, NAACP. This stuff looked like it was going on in a gradual change, because as I look at our music if you can, from the 80s and the 90s, look at from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Yes, we have colorism, rightfully so, because we're in America. But then you seen in the 80s and 90s, I saw me as a young Black American girl.
But not
I
only that,
saw
think about the Diana Ross, the Supremes, Nina
mhm,
Simone, Lena Horne. I mean, it was still a variety all the way
a
from, like, if you look
variety.
from the 1920s all the way to the 2020s, you can see in Black American music a variety of
Yes.
skin tones. Yeah.
Good Times. Who did
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see?
yeah. A
Good
variety of
Times.
skin tones. And then
Malona
also what's
was not light.
happening.
She was, what was she? Dark skin, not dark skin, but bright. We had,
Well, you
my
said she
point
was
is, we had
Caribbean, right? Bahamian.
yeah,
What's
but
her name?
she was
Esther
Caribbean. But
Roll.
the point was, Esther Roll was Bohemian. But when you look at the different dynamics on skin tone, it wasn't focusing on solely light skinned women.
No,
You saw
absolutely not.
different movie. It was not focused on that. Did we have, like, you had your Foxy Browns, but we had brown, light, dark. We had every color represented.
Right.
It
But
wasn't
see,
because
Foxy
they came
Brown
here
really
all
didn't
of a sudden it's
represent.
light.
Right. For us, Foxy Brown would not have represented like someone that was light skinned mixed race. Not really.
No, Foxy was just considered a fine looking Foxy behind Black American woman. She was someone that, let's be honest, she wasn't no different than what you could actually see in your community, because there were a lot of women who were brown skin, lighter skin, dark skin. Black American was just showing this and all. And then when you look at Soul Train was a definite um cultural experience with everybody
Oh,
of us. That's
yes.
it.
Soul Train
When you
was
see it, you
awesome.
don't just see
Soul
light
Train
skin.
was
Then after a
awesome.
while, when they started coming in, next thing you know, they started taking out the black girls and putting on these half naked girls who were of lighter hues. And they were
But you
not
didn't
black
know Rosie
American. You can see
O'Donnell.
that the
No, Rosie O'Donnell got
transformation
her
was
start
taking
on Soul
place.
Train. Did you know that?
What did you say?
Rosie O'Donnell got her start on Soul Train, but I think it's like in the later years. And she said
Mm-hmm.
the way she was dancing, what was his name? The guy that ran the show? I can't remember
Don
his name.
Don
Cornelius.
Yes,
Cornelius.
there you go. Thank you, Shay. Don Cornelius said to her, she said this because they had an interview. He said, "But you're a woman. You can't dance like that." So she would come out doing all of these bouncy, sexy moves like you would see in a
Mm-hmm.
strip club. Okay, so he wasn't down with that. And he was with Black American. So it was
Yep.
something new that was occurring at that time. And this was like in the later years. I remember her on an interview. She said that. He told her, "But you're a woman. You can't go out dancing like that." But that's what she did. And that. So you're right. It did change up. And it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
like that before.
It was not. Because they started talking about on this TV show, I mean, on the panel, it's like a lot of degeneracy started coming in.
And I never noticed that until
When
Ty
and
Direct
you look
talked
at the
about that. Remember
colorism
when
was
Ty
more
Direct talked about
profound.
it?
It
Ty
became
Direct
more
was talking about how
profound.
the hedonism came in through Caribbeans. I never knew that.
For them. Because you, Tone Luke, Uncle Luke, whatever the hell his name was, he had to petition the courts to play his filth.
Yeah, I
and they
remember. I
used
remember that.
and they
I
used
remember that.
him, and then it was like all that. Then you got, and we were it was rap, they were saying that rap was brutal and violent. It did not start off like that. It started off as a conscious um
Right.
tool of
Because it was like in the
getting
urban
black.
areas and people were talking about social issues. That's how rap got started.
And then they come in, and next thing you know, everything changed to degeneracy. And look at what is going on now. Most of these celebrities, most of these rappers that are now rapping and doing our music are not Black Americans. They're not Black Americans.
And it's
Majority of them
good
with
to
the
know.
smut are different other cultures, African, Caribbean smut. And you could see when they started coming in, and all of a sudden, we had shows where, like I said, the Cosby Show, Family Matters. We were always in and
We
out
always had,
of,
yeah,
always in
Trina,
different
there
shades
was
and tones.
always a good selection of white American and Black American family shows.
Yes.
That from the 70s, 80s, 90s, those 3 decades, there was always good selection, a whole
Mhm.
selection of every year, a whole selection
We
of
always
good.
had, what was our
Trina,
thing?
I could, when I go in my memory and start saying the names of the shows, I cannot believe how many I remember. Even if
We
they
have
weren't,
a lot of
even if they
shows
weren't
over
like
there.
family oriented, they were
Facts of
still
life.
shows that you could watch with your kids. Like say
Facts
if
of
you was watching
life.
the Rockford Files or
Yep.
Kojak
Different world.
or
What was it?
Starsky and
Different
Hutch.
strokes.
Yeah, you could watch any of those shows and they were still good shows you could
Yep.
sit down and watch with your kids.
Yep. What was the name of it? What's happening?
Yeah.
Even
227. Amen.
the
Love that show.
Jeffersons, two two
Oh, love
seven.
the
The
Jeffersons.
Jeffersons was a spinoff of All in the Family.
Yeah, the Jeffersons and Good Times.
And what was Lionel's wife? Even though Jenny was supposed to be part white, she looked like the very epitome of being a Black American girl. So when you
Yeah.
look at all of our shows and everything that we had, we were always in and out. If we weren't the direct cast, Sanford and Son, we were always on
I
television.
love Sanford and Son. That's one of my all-time favorites. That's like the first show that the first Black show that I
Now
saw.
where are we at? What do they have? Then they brought out reality TV and everything went to shit. And all you see is so-called melanated women cussing and fighting and jumping around, acting like fools. You
Yeah,
don't
I
see
never
those
really
things.
watched the melanated reality TV shows. The only one I really ever got into was The Real Housewives of Atlanta, and I remember the first season. I liked that, but they were doing fighting. It wasn't a whole lot at that time. And then for a couple of years they were off TV, and then they brought them back on. But I
Hmm.
never really had gotten to see the new episodes after that. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, when I would see them, me and my mom watching, I noticed that during that time period, if anybody who has young girls, you notice that the whole violent issues between young Black American girls of melanated girls became very profound. They began
Oh,
fighting,
wow.
stabbing each other up, doing very dastardly deeds to one another.
Wow.
This all led to different things. But getting on the back to the subject of colorism, all of this started coming in, and it started being more escalated as we let these people into our culture because of what
Yeah.
they think of as light
But
skin. If
we have to get out of that. Like that, I think it's great that we're, like I said before, that we're getting away from race and skin color.
Mhm.
We're shifting away from race and skin color and moving towards ethnicity and nation of
Yes,
origin. And I think that is so important because it makes things very clear once we remove the layer of race or skin color and you see these people for who they are. It's great. It
Right.
takes off that whole mask, that whole blanket. It just pulls it off. And it's like the Wizard of Oz when you pull down that curtain and you see who's behind it. It's like it wasn't what you thought, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's
And I'm
not.
gonna give a shout out to Shay and who we got. We got Miss D in the house, and hey Somali, Somali's good to see you, and Pinky Wells. Oh, Pinky was saying some Black Americans do use skin lightening products, and I noticed that in the 1980s, all our beauty supplies sold a lot of different brands. That's interesting,
Mhm.
Pinky. Well, I only remember seeing skin tone and skin lightening products in the drugstores. I really didn't go to the beauty places a lot because, you know, I was raised Orthodox Muslim. So we tend to wear our hair natural. And once in a while we would perm our hair, but that was about it. But we weren't really doing like stuff with makeup and hair
Mhm.
and nails and things like that. So I really wasn't in those places too much. But Pinky, I was curious, where did you live? I mean, what part of the country? Like, you know, the South, the North, the East Coast, the West Coast? I'm curious, like, when you saw this, because I'm wondering if you lived in a major urban area and if there might have been like a lot of Caribbeans, just in case. I'm just wondering because we know there wasn't a lot of Africans in the
Mhm.
1980s. I'm sure that wasn't them.
They are
Yeah.
surrounding us. We are surrounded.
Um,
Somali be stalking us. Hey, Somali, Somali be on us.
oh, Somali said, "Did you hear about the fight between
I
FBA and
saw
Somali?"
it.
No, did you hear about that, Trina?
I saw it on me and Shay was on Mike TV, and they showed it. It looked like some Somalians had called FBA Dreers, and it was two girls, and they got to fighting, and it was in Minnesota. Was it Minnesota or Minneapolis? What was it? What was it? Somali. What does Dreer mean?
I
Because I
think
think
supposed to like
that's
nappy
a
head.
formation. I think
Yeah, I
that's a
think they're
form.
talking about nappy head. Like it's
Yeah,
what is what the East African call all of the other Africans. Like, oh, we have curly wavy hair, and you guys have nappy kinky hair, something like that. So I think it's
that's
an
not Black
like
Americans though. Black Americans have different hair shades, different
yeah.
skin tones.
But that it's not something directed towards Black Americans. It's something that East Africans say. That's an old name that East Africans use for other Africans that have a different hair texture. That has nothing to do with
Oh,
us.
oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
but the two that were fighting, evidently this terminology was used, and it was a Black American.
Right.
Supposedly, because at this present moment, we was just talking. You have to question who's
It
who
could have
now
been
because
Africans, right? It could have been
yeah, because
Africans. We
we
don't
don't
know.
know. They have been infiltrated. Because I just found out, I was like shocked just looking at different people. I didn't know that Jada Pinkett was part Jamaican, part Bajan.
Yeah, I was just about to say that because you mentioned that the last week, and I meant to say something. I couldn't. I'm at my sister's place now, so I'm able to talk a little bit more. I couldn't do it last week, and I was
Mhm.
staying in a hostel, right? So you know, hostel's like a room, and they'll have like two bunk beds, so you share with three other people. But I was there for four
Mhm.
nights, and the first 2 nights I had the room. The first 2 days, the first 2 nights, I had the whole room to myself, so it was awesome. So Saturday night, I was, you know, I went out and did that order. It was raining. I got back, took off my wet clothes, and got, you know, all comfortable participating in the live stream. And then these two girls came in. I said, "Oh crap! Now I can't talk." And you know, so then after that, after I couldn't talk, I was just started falling asleep, and I was listening to you guys. But yeah, that's what happened.
Oh,
But I'm at my sister's place, so now I can talk. God bless. But
oh, okay.
yeah, you mentioned that last week about Jada Pink, and I said, "Oh my God, I had
Yeah,
no idea." So her mom
because I was
told you?
answering the question on because of what she said her grandmom had taught her to do, which was a form of self satisfying herself. And I was like, I don't know too many
I
Black
never heard
American
of that in
grandmoms
my
who do
life.
that. So I was like, me and
Oh,
Shay
I
was
can't.
talking about it.
My
She was
grandma
like,
was religious. She was devout Christian. I can't know.
and me and Shay had got like into a conversation. She said, we as Black Americans, we have, I said, and I get it, we do have our degeneracy, but as a collective, it's like
There ain't no way in hell.
when you look into that culture, they make it as a norm. They make it as a norm. That's my point. It's like normalized, and I don't think we really know how normalized a lot of stuff is because we as Black Americans, we don't sit at our dining room or tables talking about what they're doing, what they don't do. This is the most
Trina,
that
think
I've
about
ever
it.
heard
They
that we
call it
talked about
red
Africans and
table
Caribbean.
talks, right? Red
Yeah,
table. What? I thought the red table was just like a decorative thing, but that may not be the case.
may not be if you think about it because they
It may
sit
be
there and they talk
symbolic, or
about
maybe
us as
something
Black
symbolic.
Americans.
Yeah, I had no
honestly.
idea. That's wild. And you said what's the name? The twins. I see their faces like gosh, man. From Sister, the twins. You said their mother's Caribbean. I didn't know that.
She's Caribbean. The father is white. We have
White
so many,
American.
and then I'm finding out Nia Long is
Nia
not
Long.
necessarily. That's what I'm hearing. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Who
there's so
is
many of
Black
them that
Americans? Will the real Black
there are
Americans please
so
stand up?
Katrina, so many of them have had this ambition. Like they'll be up on those Caribbean islands, right? And
Mhm,
those islands only gonna have so many opportunities, right? It's not that there's
mhm,
no opportunity, but it's an island. There's only gonna be so much. So,
mhm.
in any place in any island, people usually go from the island to the mainland for opportunities. But
Mhm.
I realized this, I was just thinking about this in the past week or so, and I said, Black America, we are the Black Mecca for people of African descent. We
We
are
are
the Mecca.
African
We
and
are the
Caribbean for
Mecca.
everyone.
Yeah.
For everyone of melanated descent, we
The
are.
Indians,
We
the
are.
Arabs,
Yes.
the Asians. Do you know what I was just watching before about a couple of hours before I got on, right?
Mhm.
It just popped up on my screen randomly. I'm like, I don't even know why this popped up. And it was about China. And it was about Chinese students, college students in China. And it was talking about how they're all graduated. Trina, the title literally said, because you know how these people are like hyper, studying and,
Mhm.
and going for the degrees, right? It said that their degrees are literally toilet paper. It said
It's
toilet
nothing.
paper in the
It's
title.
nothing.
I could in the title,
And
Trina.
we go under them under the knife and get medical advice from them. Pinky
No,
said Megan Good, one of her parents is Caribbean, and I know Kerry Washington is also Caribbean.
Caribbean or Park Caribbean. Oh man, that's
Uh,
interesting. Yeah, but I
um,
really feel like we need to get a fine tooth comb and go through every
we
damn
have
one.
to. It's like this is the question: who are you? Because these women are the forefront of speaking our issues as Black American women.
And
They
that has
speak
to
for
stop.
us,
That
and
has
a
to
lot
stop.
of the issues that they're speaking on, we go along with it. But a lot of times, Black American women tend to be actually more traditional, more conservative. These women are very liberal in their thinking when it comes to their sexuality. I'm not saying that we're not a free for all when it comes to our own personal relationships, but if you ask the average Black American woman, even if she's from older to younger, because we're raised under the same context, we don't tend to be as open sexually as a lot of these women are, or as free for all with how we just present ourselves. Are we free the way that we speak as Black
But
women?
Trina, we don't even see white men
Absolutely.
as the same way. We do not. Like we do not instill in our daughters to look at white men. That's something we do not do.
We do not,
My
but they
grandmother,
do.
my
But
mama,
they
my
do. But they
stepmom,
do.
my aunts. No, none of them. I can't think of any of them. None
And
of
they
them.
have gone as
None.
far as to,
Not from New York City to the Alabama. None.
what I've noticed with them, that one woman openly said it. And I say, as Black women, when I hear Black women say, okay, we have other options, if it comes along, then so be it. But in her mind, she still wants to, because this is us as Black American women. Her initial goal, if she does find that true mate, her first goal is Black American men. That's a fact. Now, if someone comes along, then she's more open minded. But they are literally saying, I don't want a Black man. I haven't found any Black women that's bold enough to do that. We usually hustle on the side in silence. I mean,
We'll say
everybody
things
does not
like,
have to know that.
I leave black men alone. We'll say something like, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with black men. They are mess, something like that. But we would not
Yeah,
say so much like, I don't
yeah,
want a black man. Usually,
yeah. They say stuff like
when
they
we're
bring
pushing
in
them
stuff called
away,
bullet
it's because
bags and
of negative behavior we've had
yeah.
from them. It,
That we don't like, and
right.
we'll come back at them. But they'll come up with very, very degenerate terms, over the top. They call them bullet bags, and I'm like, that's not a Black American woman, because at the end of the day, your personal relationship and how you may not get along with the man, as you as a man and a woman, will still not negate the fact that you have sons, brothers, fathers. We
There you
don't
go.
get that deep.
Uncles and nephews and
Yes,
cousins.
we don't get that hateful. I'm not going to sit here and say all of them, but I'm going to. Black men, I've been on panels and they be like, I don't like Trina because she don't like black men. No, I just call out the dumbass niggas. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to call you out, and I let Black women know. You go with the man who is for you, whoever he may be, whether he's Black American, Caribbean, African, Hispanic, whatever fuck. Whoever's better for you, that's who you be led to go with. But in the same token, I've also said, because of what we're finding out with all of the vitriol that's coming, evaluate your relationships carefully. And if you're in a relationship, evaluate that relationship as well. Evaluate your friendships as a Black woman. But I'm not going to sit here and dictate and just put down all Black men. You have to know this for yourself, because as Black American women, if you don't have a high self-esteem and a high regard for yourself, it doesn't matter what color the man is. He's going to take advantage of you. You're going to get to meet the same
Yeah,
energy.
that's the same thing that
You're going to meet
CJG
the
said.
same
She said
energy.
if you don't work on yourself, and she said, well, you step away from one type of dysfunction, and you just want to step into another one. Yeah, because
Yeah.
she has a degree in psychology, and she was saying
Yeah.
that.
That's something I had to take up. It was sociology. And the whole thing that we need to understand too is Black American women tend to stick with her own kind because we're familiar with the
Right.
trauma that we've gone through. We're not most as a collective more willingly to go out here and just try any and everything, much less to big up no white men. I'm not against Black women who go outside their ethnic group or their culture. That's your business. But you do need to know yourself and know your boundaries, your standards, and what you hold up as morale as a Black American woman. I'm concerned about us. But I notice with them, they make that their priority to come here like this white man is a white knight and shining armor, and the white man will save me. And I'm looking at them like, y'all motherfuckers is crazy.
You
And
know
when you
what?
look
There
at
was
their
one.
relationship, it ain't all of that great in their relationships.
Oh,
Wait a
interesting.
minute. You're going to see that they tend to get with men from the quote unquote Caucasoid community that have very racial or very prejudiced viewpoints when it comes to melanated people. And unfortunately, you may see a lot of these women, and you have seen a lot of these women get hurt or worse, deleted from this earth. Because a lot of these women, to me, the only difference with a white woman and these different types of women is one is heavily melanated and one is white, but they all base their relationship and their love on money, on how you say tangibles. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't aim higher to make sure that your mate or your person is taken care of, but it's never a self-satisfaction of that inner growth. They're really attracted to what they can give them, so much so that this woman, who was Caribbean, Jamaican per se, she wrote a letter, and her husband, when they would lay down prostrate, he would call her nigga when they would be having sexual contacts. And I
Yeah.
was like,
Yeah.
Nick, bro, I don't know no Black American woman who gonna lay down with that. I'm pretty sure one of us can name one or two. I'm saying as a collective, they
No,
will
but
take it.
if you find a Black American woman that does that, she's usually in some type of adult entertainment work. You know what I'm saying? She's in a
She
certain type
thrown
of
off in
lifestyle.
the head,
Like
mentally
that's not.
ill, mentally
Yeah.
ill, mentally ill.
Yeah.
That's what I see it as. But this is what I'm seeing the difference with us as we walk along this path. And if we keep going through, oh well, Black people do this too, Black people. I'm talking about as a collective. We know we have our degenerate factors, but this is what will start Black American women too. If you keep comparing the one or two things that we do in our community and we call out and say that's the vast majority of us, no wonder you can't see yourself. Because if you go that deep, you're basically saying that you got to look at how far they go. I don't know Black Americans who are around here doing money rituals, cutting off tits and
No,
coochie.
no, no,
I don't
no.
see us eating no
Yeah.
cats and no.
No, no, no,
I don't see
no.
none of that going on. I don't see us
Katrina,
competing with our
Katrina,
daughter
you
as
know
a
what? That's why
collective
you
either.
hear me speak about that FGM, right? That female genital
Mm-hmm.
mutilation. But that's part of the reason why I go off on it, because I don't want people like that to sit with us. I don't want them. I don't want them amongst us. I don't even want them in my country. I really
Mm-hmm.
think people like that should not even be allowed to leave their own
Jay
country.
is on that. I agree, because this is
But
going
think
to lead
about
to
it. When you
something
think
else.
about, if you're doing that, and then why is it a far stretch that that man did what he did to that girl when they got stuff like that in among their people? It's like, oh, he cut off. But you're a woman and you're saying that you have a right to cut yourself like that. Now you're surprised that this man did this? It's
I'm
too
looking at
much.
the two-way street on it. It's like the women self-mutilate, and then when this
That's what
man
I'm saying.
really cuts it completely off and
Yes.
cut it out, it's like,
Yes, you got it right.
whoa,
That's what I'm
this
saying.
is
Can you
something
you
deep.
make you
So
see how you connect the dots?
yeah, this stuff is deep. So this is a degeneracy that they practice in their country, and a lot of Black Americans don't know that. And we were talking about this with
Exactly.
our Boule group, these Pan Africanists who've allowed all of these things in here. I don't think they foresaw it as being this bad, but now these are the things
Trina,
that
they're
we
ignorant.
have
They
to
didn't even know.
collectively.
They're naive. They didn't even know.
They were, I
Because I was
think,
just thinking about this. You know,
I think they were trying to escape a mentality of no hope because at that particular time with civil rights, slavery, and everything that was going on,
and
I
Jim
can kind of
Crow. Yeah,
understand it with them, yeah, Jim
me
Crow.
too.
But I can't understand now why they do this because now what we have in here, like we were talking
We
about on that
know
panel,
now. We know. We have
we're learning,
knowledge.
and the more we learn, the worse it gets. And that's just the Africans and the
Yeah,
Caribbeans
but you
that are
know
amongst
this. It's
us
just like
because
Black
we're
Americans
closer.
are now
What about
saying,
these other cultures? That's also the problem. All of these
"What
other
about what?
cultures from Indian, you got people from India who do their skin
Throwing
bleaching stuff. You
acid on
got people
people."
who are
Oh
Arabic.
my
Yeah,
gosh.
doing all kinds of, and these people tend to gravitate to Black Americans in our community, and the most vulnerable are Black American women and children and elderly and men. But I'm talking about Black American women. We're vulnerable. These groups merge, come into to our communities, and feel like they have a right to speak on our behalf, or a right to just bombard us and invade our spaces. We are being not invaded just as a country, but invaded as a culture on our right to speak. We are being
Our communities.
yeah,
So it's not just the
yeah,
country, it's the community. But
the
did you hear
community.
that thing with that Nikki Haley? I saw this clip. I said, "You got to be fucking kidding me. This girl is even worse than Vivek Ramaswamy." Oh my gosh. Did you see that clip when she said, America is not a racist country. America has never been a racist country. Did you guys hear that? Anybody? Did you see
Yeah, I
that?
heard
I
it.
saw it
I
last
don't
couple
think
of
she knew
days.
what to say out of her damn mouth. She and then she said on some other thing
What
where
do you
she
say
was
when
saying
you know that you
racism.
don't have a snowball cash in jail? It's like she knows
Yeah,
damn well she doesn't have a chance in hell with him. When I heard
that's
that,
the
I said,
thing with
"Okay,
her
she
when
knows
she
she has
said
no
that. When
chance in
she
hell
said
with him."
it, then a white man came and corrected her. But then she said on another
Oh, really?
format that, yeah, then she said on another format, I think that was like a trick question. And she said beforehand that racism, how racism existed with her, but it's like they want to deny that racism is any type of effect on us. But then the white man came up and said, no, America actually went, and he broke it down. Like she could have, I don't know what these people, these immigrants, when it comes to us, they have, it's nothing against white supremacy, and this government is a not against immigrants. They're against us. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
in mindset, it's like Ty was saying, and his channel is on Twitter, Hudson Glenn. Their whole concept
Trina, I can't hear you. I
is
think you cut
victim
out.
only when it's necessary. They want to play victim only when it's necessary. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, they play victim when it's necessary. They're playing two sides of the fence. They want to
Yeah,
appease
but
white
that's just like,
supremacy,
you remember
then they
that
want to play
African
victim.
girl, after they struck down, the Supreme Court last summer struck down using race in college admissions, and then they interviewed
Mhm.
that Nigerian girl, and so she's going to say, "Oh, I'm from Nigeria. I'm African American. My plight as a black woman. If she has a plight, why did she say a plight as a Nigerian woman? Notice she didn't say that.
Because
But any
nobody
other
gives
time,
a dang about no one from the continent, so they use black as a
right?"
cloak
But it was
to
interesting that she
guard
said,
them.
"I'm Nigerian." Then she also said, "I am
Hmm.
African American." And then she says, "Oh, my plight as a black woman." Now that's interesting. You look at the other Nigerian girl who was sitting in the baseball cap in the car with our rope braids, our American baseball cap, our
Hmm.
American collegiate hoodie. And she's
Hmm.
sitting up there talking about, like, how she's African and like she has a privilege over black Americans, right? So she's making a separation. She's being divisive, right? She's dividing Africans and black Americans. But then you see this other African woman who's just as Nigerian, is also in college, saying something the opposite. Now that they struck down race and she can't use race to get into college, now she wants to talk about her plight as a black woman. And
Yep.
I'm sitting up here
Well, wait,
thinking,
what did you just say? She said she was black, she was
she said
African,
that
she was
she said, "I'm
Nigerian.
Nigerian." Okay, that the one on that news interview said, "I am Nigerian. I am African American. My plight as a black woman." She doesn't have a plight. When African women
Now
come
listen
here,
to all
they
of the terms
have
she used. Wait a minute.
privileges.
Wait. She used African,
Yes.
African American, black, and
No, no,
Nigerian.
Nigerian,
But
African
notice,
American, and
so
black
where do
woman.
we fit in? If we call Africans Caribbeans and everybody melanated, what do we call them?
Black.
Black. What do we also call ourselves?
Black.
African. We
Yeah,
call
African
ourselves
American.
black.
Yeah.
So what is our actual term? We have to claim America, but this woman gets to claim all of those identity, and she's not none. She's just a
She's
Nigerian
just Nigerian
citizen
and
in
African.
America. But
Right.
because this Pan African bullshit has now pulled them into us as a culture, and we on this kumbaya religious bullshit,
No, no,
we have
no, no.
erased ourselves. You see how many identities she have? So where
Right.
do you fit in as a black American? We erased
But
ourselves.
you know, this
The
is why I
Pan
said
African Boule erased Black American identity.
yes.
And
I
we do
say
it
that
every day when we call them
we're
black
black.
and we call ourselves African. We're
Right.
not African
We're
and they're not
black and
black.
we're black and they're African. And that has been so clear. Like once I said that, that has created such clarity for me. It's like, you know, when the waters are muddied and you say, no, we don't want muddy waters, we want clear waters. When the waters are clear, you simply say, I am black and they are African. And it's that simple. Black is not African, African is not black. I am black and they are African. That's it.
Facts. But we don't do that. And I
Well,
see it
we
on our
got to do it. We
spaces
have to
all the
preach it.
time. And then we get mad. Why they always in our spaces? Because you call them black. Why they don't know they African? Because you call yourself African. And
Because
they
think about it,
literally
Trina.
compliment. So
We've
it's
been here
like,
for
yo,
400
you
years.
molly whopping and bitch slapping yourself all at the same time. It's like crazy. You're beating yourself. You have to drop them out of blackness and you have to drop off African and you have to, as an American, as the only American, black Americans, you're not from no Africa, claim your ancestry and your land. You are American. You are the only true American. Until we get that, we're going to have this problem. These people coming over here to eat. And that's what they have been doing. But go ahead. Go ahead, Kay.
No, they're not coming to eat. They're coming to devour. There's a
You
difference.
know,
These people, because
devour.
that's why you said they're like scavengers. They're coming here to devour, not eat. People that come to eat will sit down and share a meal with you. People that come and devour, trying to take everything you have and
Well,
keep it
that's
for
what they do.
themselves.
They devouring. They coming and
Yeah,
they serious. They coming with a big appetite, and they eating up the plate and trying to eat us with it.
yeah, they're doing the same thing in Europe. And Europe is like, y'all got to go.
Shay, where did you fall at? Cause Shay, where you at? Shay got quiet. She let my food digest. Shay, money.
Yeah, because you know, I started thinking about it. Like when you
I'm
consider
here.
that we've been here for 400 years, it's like, yeah, African woman or a Caribbean woman can't get on a plane and a plane ticket and fly over here 400 years later and then say, oh, I'm the same as you. Like that's crazy as
Yep.
fuck.
And we allowed it. I'm just saying. I'm not sure, but we did allow it. We allow it every time we call them black. We allow it every time we put them in our spaces. We allow it every time we elevate them. It's time to start tearing it down and showing a difference. What I'm seeing as black Americans, but us as black women, is call out the degeneracy. Let it be super known. That is not me. Don't call that woman me. That's an African. That's a Caribbean. If you're not sure, let it be known it ain't Black American. We have to become very, very petty, strategic, and we
Oh,
have to sound
Trina,
it out
you
at every
remember?
cost.
You remember? I don't think it was a couple of years ago. Remember that album cover? And it was very vile. And this white man, Cynthia G did a video about it. This white man went the fuck off. They had it on the buses. This ad. Remember that album cover? And it was showing women in degenerate bending over with their vaginal parts showing.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember that? Who was that? Who was that? Because he had a female artist do it, but she was a lesbian, very kind of butch, sort of, you know, like masculine, and he had her do it as an artist. But it was a male rapper. I can't remember who his name was. I don't know. Does anybody remember who that was? Wait, let me check the comment section. Maybe somebody
Well,
remember
do
who
you
that
know
was.
the congresswoman who was show twerking for votes? That wasn't no Black American woman, but that went down as that. Remember, she was twerking for votes, and she won too. Democrat. Anybody know who she is? The chick who was twerking for votes. And Miss D said, in Europe, they don't have us. We need to stop them from calling themselves black and stop them from hiding behind us. Exactly. That's the goal.
Yeah.
That's the goal. Stop hiding under the cloak of blackness so they can do degenerate bullshit. See, when they do good stuff, then they want to say they're Nigerian. When they do fucked up and fuckery, they want to say that they're black.
Uh-huh.
And technically, because they come from and derive from the continent of Africa, they get to claim all of those identities. And where are we? Somewhere I saw that African American was copyrighted too. So
Oh, I
people
saw that.
can look that
That
up.
was you talking about. Yeah, that whole thing. What's her name? Claudine Gay. She plagiarized a Black American woman. She plagiarized her work. And I said, this is, and I want to point this out because I was just thinking about this the past couple of weeks or so. And Jara, right, on BSIA's channel, and
Mm-hmm.
he talks about like, oh, I think you Black Americans are jealous. I said, yeah, you hear that as a common thing with people, and it explicitly comes from people from third world country. BSIA is 100% right. He said, look, you don't hear people from first world country disrespecting Black Americans, calling us lazy, talking about we're jealous of them. He said, every time you hear that talk, it comes out of the mouths of third world people. I'm like, that is the damn truth. And so when I started thinking about it, he was talking about, oh, I think you guys are jealous of them. They're successful and all this other stuff. I said, you know what? Karma is real. At the time that all you different third world people are claiming that Black Americans are jealous of you, now what is coming is like this age of revelation, right? Cynthia G talked about this. She said there's an age of reckoning, but before the age of reckoning comes the age of revelation. And just like when you read the Bible, right, and God tells you, look, there's an age of reckoning that's about to come, a punishment that's about to come. But I'm sending prophets to you, and I'm sending holy books to you to tell you what is right, so you would do what's right, so you can avert this. But if you don't do what's right, the reckoning is going to come, right? But from first, there's an age of revelation. So
Yeah.
when you look at this age of revelation, all of a sudden there's this revelation that these people got cheating rings. The Chinese got cheating rings, and the Africans are doing fake degrees, and the Caribbeans are doing fake certificates, and they go into fake schools. And then here comes Claudine Gay, like, oh my gosh, who would have expected that? Here's someone that's from a third world country that is one
Haitian.
of these comes from, yeah, for one of these groups of people that want to talk about Black Americans are lazy, Black
Mm-hmm.
Americans are jealous of them. And then it's like, oh my gosh, she becomes the so-called president of Harvard University, only to 6 months later, to be just blown completely out of that position. Like they literally dropped a bomb on her and just
Mm-hmm.
boosted her out of that position. And I said, yep, that didn't, and come to
Pay
find
close
out,
attention
she
to what may be happening to
plagiarized,
John
she
Pierre.
plagiarized a Black American woman. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Pay attention to who next gonna fall, like the John Pierres. All of these women gonna fall out of position. Remember when I was
Oh,
saying
it's not
to
these women. It's all these third world people that got into these political positions.
period.
Because
Mm-hmm.
BSIA, he was saying, well, these third worlders, they've done really a good job of getting in politics. And I'm like, no, they haven't. All these third world people that are in politics, they're criticizing the fuck out of them. They haven't done well
Yes,
at
they
all.
are. They
Like,
doing hard. In some
no,
sense, I'm glad that they are there,
great.
so that all of their bullshit can come to them like karma in the ass. So it's not us. When you get the how you say Joy Reeds, who are the ones on the newscast, and all of these people, they have been given the responsibility to take charge. And look at America. All third rollers running America, and look what's happening. Look
Oh
at
my
it.
gosh, it's so
You
true.
give them the wheel, and they running this shit clean off the road. This is third world leadership with a fewer old delusional religious coons saying, "Lord help him." No, ain't no
Remember that.
Lord helping. He about to let y'all see this what you did. So in some sense, it's time for us to look at it and say, is this what we want as Americans? Because there is no Africa. That's not our country. There is no Pan-Africanism. So now when you let these third worlders run your country, look at what's happening. And then the how you say the Ellis Islanders, as they sitting back screaming like banshees, like, oh shit, but they wanted them here. But Black Americans wanted to find this camaraderie. So it's like we're all reaping what we
But we
sow. But
saw,
look at how they run this country. They run it just like how they would run it. A third world mishap, disaster. They can't run shit. And white America's learning the hard way, and Black Americans are learning you have to engage in how you run and how you govern your home. You have to get up and constantly be on a fight. It's unfortunate, but white supremacy or whatever supremacy gonna come at us is always gonna be there until we stand together as a collective, know who we are, know our history, and fight against it. We cannot sit back lackadaisical and sit back and have this camaraderie to everybody.
mm-hmm.
We know our degeneracy, but we can't make no comparison to us to them either. We're not the same. We're not the same. Again, they're not black. Hashtag take back black. Look at Glenn Hudson on Twitter. That's what Ty's supposed to do. And we're not African. Stop this whole African shit. African was named by what's his name? Carl Linnaeus.
Mm-hmm.
one step above a primate. I'm not trying to be no goddamn chimpanzee or
Yeah, I
no
saw that
monkey. I'm not
BSIA
that.
did a live stream about that. I
I'm
didn't
not
catch it,
that.
but I saw the title.
Hmm. And we need to look more into it. Don't take everything that everybody says at face value. Study to show yourself approved. You need to read for yourself.
Right.
That's just not a biblical context. That's just life in and of itself. You need to always, before you sign the dotted line, you need to read the fine print. None of these immigrants did that. They just signed because they figured they was getting a better deal. I swear it's an immigrant handbook because when we was on Mike TV, they all said the same thing. The Cuban, Puerto Rican, whatever the hell he was, because they change up they ethnic group like they
They
change their
do.
blood.
They do.
We the only that's another way you can figure out who they are because they constantly changing their ethnic group. I'm like, I can't believe this shit. It's like they fucking chameleons.
So
But
what happened on Mike TV? What did they say?
he was basically giving a story, and they always use an example like why they run from their countries is the same as how we migrate from the south to
That's a
the north.
fucking
No,
goddamn
hell
joke.
no, that's
But
not the same thing. And
that's a
they will try to convince you this, and I was just like cutting them off. I'm like, no, you gonna shut that shit down. We're not trying to
thank
hear
you.
that. That's
Thank
not
you.
the same thing. Y'all leave y'all whole country. Leave your grandma with the hut burning on top of her. Leave your mama. Leave your sister. Forget you had any kids. When we go
Yeah.
back and forth, we go and see our grandmom and our aunts. And no, that's not true. I said,
And not
how the
only
hell you
that,
gonna tell me what's true in my household? This is your
yeah,
problem.
shut the
They
fuck
want
up.
to literally tell you
Trina,
what's true
we
because
have
of their
family
tribal bullshit.
reunions every year. Black America. Yes, we do go back down and spend time with our
Yeah,
grandmothers. Yes, we do. As a matter of
my
fact,
grandma
they did
came up
studies
here.
about it, Trina. I read this in anthropology, cultural anthropology. They said Black American children see their extended family so many more times than white American children. So this
Facts.
has been studied. So let that funky ass sit right there and try to tell us no, we don't. Yes, the fuck we do. Now, if your grandma is down in Alabama, Mississippi, and you up in New York City or Detroit, and you see your grandma every year or so many other years, then how are you seeing her? Because she ain't coming up way up there. You going down there. Your family's taking you down there to see your grandma. That's your home, where all your family is. Like these people full of shit. And see, when they try to say like, oh, us moving from the deep south to the north, no bullshitter. When we was in the deep south, it was mostly like fields and
Mhm.
sharecropping and leftover plantation. You know, that's that era.
Look what
So
Miss D
when you
said. Now
wanted to
the
go to the jobs,
NAACP
you
is
had to
saying
go
the
to the
same
jobs
thing.
in the big cities. The big cities were all up north. That's the same
Hmm.
as in every country in the world. People move from the countryside to go to the big city for the jobs. And so for him to make a comparison, the comparison should have been, oh, like Black Americans moved from the deep south rural areas to the up north where all the cities and industry was. Oh, we did the same thing. We moved from the rural areas of Cuba and we went to the big cities of Cuba, like Havana. Like
They trying to say
dumb,
that.
dumb as fuck.
Now look at what
Third
she's
world
saying.
dumb
He's saying
as
right here.
hell.
Now the NAACP saying the same thing. Who's in charge of the NAACP? Immigrants, melanated immigrants. See how they're trying to basically stem their story. They're trying to find a way into
It's
our ethnic group. They're trying to literally with their degeneracy replace you the way that they talk, the way that they
but
move,
see,
just
it's
dumb
the
stuff
way
that
it's
they do.
because it's like BSI say, because we have 400 years of history. We are the real Americans, right? So they
Hmm.
try to make it sound like they're the same as us. Oh, you did this. You migrated from here to there. Oh, you
Hmm.
migrated across the United States. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is our country. Oh my God.
You move from one side to the other. So he was like,
And
it is
then
the
you
same
say
thing. I
the
said,
same
you're
thing
not
to these
gonna tell,
dummies. Oh, didn't
and
you migrate in your own countries? They
don't
migrated.
let them tell you about your country. That's what I saw a lot of times with those New York immigrants as well. They're trying to tell you what you are, what you do, what you don't do. And I'm like, you damn
How you
sucker. I
gonna
guess
come
they
over here
bully. You can't tell me
400
nothing
years
about my culture.
later?
You don't even know about
Four
your own
five
culture.
hundred years after this country is established, and they're gonna tell you what, motherfucker, you ain't been here the last 400, 500 years. Shut the
They
fuck
will
up.
try to get as bold as to tell you
Oh,
what you do
see,
and what you don't
I'm
do. We
about to get
literally
really
got to an
foul mouth
argument
when I
like
think about these people. I need to
you
stop.
start to foam at the mouth. So we're gonna cool down.
Thank
But
you. There you go,
she
Trina.
literally
I'm gonna
he
turn it to
literally tried to
Cujo.
say that you
Trina, you
don't
remember Cujo from the 1980s?
Yup, you start getting riled up. When we was on the panel, he was literally saying, "No, you don't." I mean, getting loud. I said, "Who the hell are you getting loud with?" You know, my voice is carried.
Hmm.
I'm like, "No." My grandmother came to the north. When she got tired, we took her back home, and she went to the south. We see our people. We all over, and that's when Shay said, "The South ain't just ours. The whole of America's ours. What the hell are y'all talking about?
Miss
We
D
just
said, "How you gonna migrate in the same
like you
country, right,
fucking
Miss
nuts."
D?" I want to hear those Cubans say that they migrated from the fields, the sugarcane fields in Cuba and the tobacco fields to the big city of Havana. Get the fuck out of here. They dumb as hell. Yeah,
Yeah,
how
they
you gonna
dumb as
migrate
hell.
in your same in
How
the
you gonna
same
migrate
country?
in the same country? Like what? And they was like, no, it ain't the same. I was like, dude, shut up. Use something else. We're not gonna
Oh,
allow that.
Lynn's in the
Well,
house.
well,
Hey, Lynn.
and then he started to say like it was hard and they were killing us. I said, okay, well, I'm not trying to hear all of that. Everybody getting killed. What are you fighting for now? Like
And
black
thank you.
Americans
See,
over here having a
Lynn said
picnic.
something really profound. There have always been black people in the North, like Megan's family, Mouthy Megan. Her
Mm-hmm.
family has always, there's always, because that's where slavery started. It started in the 13 colonies. The 13 colonies ain't in the South, except for the one in South Carolina, right? But there was like Virginia, New York, whatever else the other areas were. Sorry, I'm not familiar. But the 13 colonies, they were not in Texas and Alabama and Mississippi. They was up north. So
Mm-hmm.
there, and they have, so there's also burial grounds. There's burial grounds that go all the way back
We are
to
all over
the
this country.
1600s, right?
Our blood and our bones of our ancestors, fertilizers. I don't mean to put it, is literally imprinted, embedded, rooted, all in this country. We're all over the United States of America. And some have even gone out to, like they say, Canada, Nova Scotia, the Bahamas. I think BSIA is doing something that we're everywhere, but we're all over America. We are seated and embedded in America. But the audacity, the unmitigated gall that they have to tell us what we do in our own country, that's their emboldenedness. And then he wants to give this sad sap story. I don't care if they're from um, Hispanic cultures,
The what
African
story?
cultures,
What did you call it, Trina? The what story?
it's like their immigrant playbook. We had to
Oh,
leave
gotcha.
because America made us poor and they're killing us and we're fighting civil war. I said, so wait a minute, y'all fighting yourselves? No, 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 it's not that simple. I said, are you fighting
That's what a
yourself?
civil war is.
That's what a civil war is. So you beating the hell out of yourself. Well, I said, I'm not trying to hear how y'all killing each other off. You can easily stop that if you
The
want to. Stop
cartels,
taking
the
the money. I said,
gangs,
so
the
yeah, I
crooked
said,
cops,
so
the corrupt
so
politicians.
your whole concept is to then come here to America where your enemy is stronger. No, no, no. To get more, I said, so you're gonna come where the enemy is stronger. So you're gonna come somewhere where your enemy is even stronger, which is America. But yet this same enemy is the one that's got you folding up your grandma and beating the hell out of your brother-in-law because this is civil, because y'all could be family members. And then you're going to come here and then say, feed me, Mr. White Man. I want a better life. But yet he killing out your whole village. Make it make sense. He couldn't, because that's the lie they've been using on us. I don't have no more heart fucking strings for y'all killing each other. I don't give a damn.
No.
Long as you're
And
not
not
killing
only,
me, I'm done with that. They're liars, scammers, and
I
cheaters.
agree. I
And
agree,
we
Trina.
have to
And
get off
I
that
think
religious
one
trope,
good
that
thing
Pan
about,
Africanism trope. All of them has been using it long enough. Take the heartstring and tell them to shove it up their ass. We're not doing that bullshit no more. Because if they were caring and concerning, you wouldn't leave your grandma or your children in the hut to burn the fuck up. You would be over there fighting. Because there's no way that I'm going to leave my mama, who's not able to fight for herself, and just say, oh, I'm going to go over here and make a better life, and I'll send you some money. Hopefully your black ass will be there, your melanated ass will be there, whatever. And I'll send you a few, how you say, Western Union or cash apps. That's not the way you fight. I said, so y'all really don't fight. Who say we don't fight? I said, but you over here, you can't be fighting. If you over here and your grandmama's being the fire, and you know your family the flow up, it's just this the stuff that they tried to play. Now that shit is over with. Now they're trying to change the narratives. Here's the thing. If Trump gets in the office, because I know some black people get in the world, oh my God, not Trump the devil. Shut the fuck. You done elected the devil, the senile devil. He's in office now. Neither sides are for us, but we need them borders closed. And we need to delineate immediately. And black people need to not just be praying, but you need to read the literature. I mean, God did give you 2 eyes and a friggin' brain. Read who you voting for. Participate in your politics and your policies, and let's stop being so kumbaya and being sympathetic to other people's issues. We have our own problems. We don't have no time to be empathetic. Some people say, well, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. No, I'm sorry, BITCH, you can't do it this time, because you done fucking walked and chewed gum to the point that the gum done wore out and you don't walk clean off the road. Now you need to just concentrate on your own. We cannot concentrate on these people. I don't mean no harm, and it may sound mean. I don't give a damn. about none of them. If you came here into the devil's playground, into the devil's boiling pot, I don't think they're safe here. I heard Trump said that the future belongs to the Hispanics. I didn't hear him say they groups. I heard him say Hispanics.
That's the
You
truth.
done
That's the
came in
truth.
the devil's playground. They always act like something that they not. We know what they are: the biggest liars, stealers, killers, scammers, degenerates on the globe. This is the belly of the beast. None of y'all melanated asses can be traced. I know we can walk differently because America has changed forever. It's not the same. Get over it. So if you feel like everything is different, America don't feel the same. Wake the fuck up. It's gone. America as we know it is gone. And it has changed for the worse. And it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. But it's not going to get no better us looking at people in their skin tones, getting all in their empathizing with their situations. They don't give a damn. I don't give a damn because it don't make no sense to me why you will run to the very place where your enemy has power, but yet these same people you said is the ones that's devouring your land and doing you dirty. So what I think is they the sellouts.
Right. That
That's
makes
why they're
sense.
here. They the sellouts. They sold their people out for that Judas Silver. Now they over here trying to collect and trying to get us. And that's what Mike TV had up there as well. If you look at it, some people go in there, make sure y'all support Mouthy Megan, BSIA, Mike TV, everybody. Look and see what people are doing. Don't just go on the panels to get drama. Get on there to learn and see what's going on, to see if we on the same in the same book. Ain't everybody gonna be on the same page. Shit. Black Americans have volumes, but we need to be a part of the same story. We need to be going in the same direction. We may be coming from different directions, but at the end of the day, we need to meet up at the same goal. This beast has many arms, but they were literally on a panel, Africans, talking about how they can abstract uranium and mercury from our bodies while we alive and how to breed us. Africans, thousands of them. Look at
Thousands?
my TV, thousands of them on this panel. This is what they were talking about on the Twitter space. I said, well, I shit.
I
You want
told
to
you. I told you. This is
so,
why.
so when
This
they
is
be
why
like, they
training.
innocent, no the fuck they ain't. If another black
That's right.
American come and tell me they family oriented, I swear I want to take off my UGG shoe and slap the
Trina,
shit.
Avatar was talking about that, how the Africans will come into you. This is why I say Africans lie a lot. Like I say, it's not a statement that I want to make about any group of people in this world. But if people keep showing you that same type of behavior, what are you going to do? Stick your head in the ground and just pretend like you don't see it? They keep, I keep seeing them lie, and it just is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Flower Tower said, look, they will come to social media and go into Black American social media spaces and talk all of that garbage about how they're family oriented. Now, I completely dispelled it because I said, how are they family disoriented? And AIDS was running rampant across Africa in the 1980s. AIDS was
Wow.
running rampant
Oh my
across
God.
Africa. That's not family oriented people. They're lying. That I'm sorry, but
Or
that
people
proves
who have
so
a
much.
high rate
It was
of not
it
knowing
straight.
who
It
the
wasn't
father
even
of the
HIV.
child is.
Straight up AIDS was wiping Africans out in the 1980s, all through the continent. Okay, and they were tracing it to their sexual behavior. So miss me with that family oriented BS. And then now they talk about African women and paternity fraud. I never heard of paternity fraud until the last few months. I'm like, what the hell is paternity fraud? They talking about these women, and they're not talking about just a matter of a woman who may be single and she may have different partners, and she don't know who the father is, but she's saying, oh yeah, sure, for sure it's you, and knowing that she was with another guy but don't want to talk about the other guy she was with, so she's trying to pass it off as one guy. Then that's not what they're talking about. When they're talking about African women paternity fraud, they're talking about because Africans are very traditional, in terms of following their African traditions, right? I'm not talking about traditional mom, dad
Okay.
marriage. I'm talking about they follow their African tradition. Their African traditions that they tend to be married off early. And as a result, these African women are married. They have husbands. And what they mean by paternity fraud is that these women are passing off babies as their husband's baby, and it's not their husband's baby. They're
Mm-hmm.
having multiple children, and these children are not the children of the men with whom they're married. That's what they're talking about
Right.
paternity fraud in African women, because African women are overwhelmingly married. That's what they're talking about. So she said, look, they come
Wow,
over to
that's true.
your right. That's what they mean by paternity fraud, because that's why it was so confusing to me. I didn't get what they were saying. It took me a while to piece it together, and I said, "Oh, what they mean by paternity fraud?
Can I
African
bring
women
up
are
something real
married."
quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What you saying with the paternity fraud? Don't they have where you have the FGM, right? Which is the removal of the, the
Right.
piece. So it's supposed to stop them from being wandering, right? Because a lot of these cultures, because of their quote unquote Muslim, and now they're infiltrating with the Christianity thing over there, but they're supposed to be Muslim, right? And they supposed to be subjugated to maybe 3 or 4 women to a husband, depending on his wealth. So evidently, this removal of that phallus is not working because
No, no,
they
no. Most African women don't have that, as far as I know, and it doesn't have anything. Like you have some that are Muslim and some that are practice African tribal religions, like old African religions. But apparently, this was a practice that was going on in Africa way before Islam, before Christianity. I think even before Judaism. So this something's been going on a very long time there. But no, most African women don't have that operation. So I guess that's nothing to do with it. But what I was getting at is that Flower Tower was just saying that they come
oh,
into our
Islam
Black
is not
American
Islam
spaces
as well. Okay.
on social media, and they'll talk about how they have how they have you know, these traditional families and all this other two-parent homes and all this other garbage. But she said all you have to do is go to the African side of social media, and these same African people are talking about how their African parents are abusive. Their African parents will put pepper on their private areas when they were kids to punish them. Who put peppers on a private area of a child? Trina, you can't make this stuff up. And you saw that newspaper
Mm.
article. I think who showed that? I don't know if it was Mousy Megan or who. This African woman here in the United States, this happened in the past 6 months, got arrested for child abuse because she put ginger up the anus of her son who was 6 years old.
Mm.
Can you imagine
Ew.
that? And he's got to go to school, sit at a desk.
Mm.
There's no way that child could have sat at that desk. And they arrested her. Demon, just a damn demon.
So just imagine the abuse and everything that we're gonna get here, and because they're under the name of black, now all of a sudden we're gonna be called all kinds of the crazy moms. I was hearing this guy. Now this is one that I heard. We're gonna get back to the color of the aspect of colorism. Well, he's in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia to be exact, and he is a part of the LGBT, or well, he's a part of the community, the alphabet community. So these women are now having making agreements with these men who want children, right? Who are of the community, LGBT, whatever. And
Wait, start over. So there's an African man that's part of the GLBT
no, no,
community.
no, no. He is, I don't know if he's black or he's melanated. I will say that he's a part of the LGBT, the alphabet community. That's what I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
say.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that they're making agreements with black women, melanated looking women, to have children. They draw plans, the horse. And then these women clearly will do, she gets impregnated, she has the child, and then leads to another part of the United
Trina, you're
States.
breaking up. Trina, you're breaking up. You got to
Oh,
repeat
okay.
that.
All right. So these women are having melanated men by men are a part of the alphabet community. Did y'all hear me?
You're kind
Can
of
you hear
cutting out a little bit. I can mostly hear you, but it's like
me?
25% is kind of cutting out. Can you hear me,
Yeah, can
Trina?
you
You're still going in and out.
hear me?
Yeah, it's kind of
Is
boring
that
a
you
little.
going now? Hear
Is it
me?
me?
Wait a minute.
It's,
It might
can you
be.
guys hear Trina clearly? Can you guys? Because it sounds like she's boring a little bit and
I'm
going in and
here.
out to me.
Can anybody hear me? And can y'all hear
I
us
can hear
both?
you.
All right,
I
okay.
can hear
So,
you. You
all right,
started
so
breaking up a little, but a little.
can y'all hear me more now?
Yeah, you sound fine.
All right, so this man was saying he's a community, and there are men that's
You break
melanated
a
that want
little.
maybe UK, so position have children. Oh, these black women, because he called them black, then
This is
they
in the UK, Trina.
draw up contracts. Oh, this is here in America,
Oh shit.
Atlanta,
Okay.
Georgia. So then
Okay.
he says they get pregnant with these children, then negate on the contract to another part of the state. And these with trying
Trina, I still can't
type
hear what you're
of
saying. You're go.
paternity.
You.
So you got it, what I said?
No, no,
No,
no.
And
You
these
still.
men are now,
these men are
I'm still
now,
breaking out.
Yeah. You
and
still
that's
breaking
all I
down.
Okay.
heard.
These men are now trying to find ways to get custody of these children.
Uh huh.
You
So what
follow?
the women broke the so did they have an official legal contract with these women?
Well, the legal contract is null and void because
Why?
none of that matters until because unless it's done and drawn up by like an attorney or unless the
That's what
child
I mean.
is
So they never had a legal contract with these women.
right. It's not a real legal contract. It's null and void when you get to the courts because until you do that paternity, they can't have no proof. So my point was, as I went into this, can y'all hear me good? What
Yes,
Black
I can hear you
American
Fine.
better.
women, what Black American women that you know of that actively participate as a collective with trying to have children by men who are part of that community? I'm not saying it does happen, and then run off with the child and not let him be involved. This sounds like stuff that they do in their culture, and they do it easily. Most Black women want the child to
The
be
father to be
involved,
involved in the
right?
child.
But you just said it. They have a high rate of
Because we
maternity
have enough
fraud,
of that fatherless homes.
right? So this makes sense.
What is
What would be
maternity
their
fraud?
reason for having paternity
Trina,
fraud?
Trina,
Is
stop. No, no, I know paternity fraud. You said maternity fraud. Did you mean to say paternity fraud, Trina?
paternity fraud.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
paternity fraud. So when you're looking at this, that type of behavior that I'm hearing, I don't know of Black American women. I'm not saying we have anything against men who are gay or whatever, but that's not something that we usually practice
If
in.
you have something against gay men, you're not going to conceive a child with a gay man openly. Like, you're not going to go
Right.
to that's gay and make that choice. Like, no, you're not
And
going
then
to do
I don't see us as being that funky as to then get pregnant and run to another state. We
no.
usually grounded in the state that we're in as Black Americans, the state that some of us usually are in. That's where we come from. So why would I then haul ass with a baby and not have you be a part of this child's life? When
You would
that's
do
one of the main things as the
that.
collective Black American women want. We want the father to be involved.
Right.
That sounds like people who are in this feminine movement, along with the Caucasoid sister, and have a lot of her same viewpoints, aka African and Caribbean women.
Trina, that sounds like what you call it, anchor babies. That those are
Yeah,
foreign. That I think they're tricking these men and have these men believe that they're Black American women, and they're not.
facts.
I think that's what's
And
going on.
and
This
then
is
when
a
he said these women nowadays, I would not want to leave them with children. I'm like, when has it ever been a real problem to leave Black American children with Black women? We haven't gone so far off the deep end that we're not good mothers. But when you look at mothering skills, let's look at their mothering skills that they have in their country, and let's look at their mothering skills that they have in other countries, and let's start doing a comparison. Because I guarantee you, I don't think their mothering skills are worth shit.
mm,
When you will leave children at orphanages, when
yes.
you would leave them by themselves at 15. I mean, they tend to be a little bit more laxed. We have been fed this constant lie and diets like they're these ultimate family oriented traditional mothers. But what I'm looking at when you see these tribal wars and how they
Yeah.
just come
I
at, well, I don't think they're even like that as this traditional family that they troped us out to believe. Just
hmm
saying. But I don't know Black American women who are going out here as a collective. This is becoming a trend. Oh, let's just screw some gay men and then trick them up and then take the babies and get what the fuck? We not. I don't see us as doing it.
I wouldn't see a reason for doing that. That makes no sense.
It does not. Yeah, Black American women have taken care of everyone's children. They still want to. I've seen more degeneracy with these women since they've come here from these different countries than more than we've seen by ourselves. I saw a quote unquote African woman stomp out this African baby when the parents went off to
Mm.
work. And this was in the country. The baby didn't die, but the way she beat that poor little baby, it was pathetic. Of course, it was in her own country, but I've seen how they are.
Wow.
Just saying. Just saying. And this baby was every bit of like 1 or 2 years. The way that she beat this baby, it was by the grace of God, this poor child, was fine after all of this. But she was. But it's just the idea, like I was saying, as Black Americans, we always, and I was talking to Shay about this, we tend to look at the degeneracy in ourselves. Yes, let us continue to correct that.
Your
Correct
body
it.
is
Do not
here.
uphold it. But we cannot compare ourselves to them.
No,
This
I agree.
their way of thinking and their way of doing things is totally different from ours. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They having it, and I'm not saying that don't happen. That could happen where two people are mutual friends, but I don't see us going out here to purposely set. He's saying it like they set these men up, and then they move to another state, and either they don't want them involved or they try to get them to get a bag. That's not some degenerate behavior. That we don't do that. We don't do that bullshit. That's what I'm just saying. Continue, ladies.
Hmm. No, about that. It's too much. That's it. So you saying that they make these arrangements, man? How would they make these arrangements on Craigslist? And
It looks like they come together and they draw up a plan because
wow,
there are guys from what this dude was saying. He's a part of that community who don't want children, and how they get the children. Look, that's their business how they do that. But the woman eventually winds up pregnant. Then she negates or forfeits on the deal for him to be the. Then she leaves with this baby, and then he either is forced to either find in her to get some type of paternal rights, or she then gets him and basically gets child support, and he's in this endless weave of child support where and he doesn't get to see this child. It's like a drama. That's not what Black American women. I don't
I,
believe that's what we do.
I,
And it runs to another state. That
I heard
sounds
that.
like them all the way.
Yeah, like when they have those brides, those foreign brides, and they bring them over here. Then these women get pregnant. They'll then after they get the green card, they'll run away with the child that they had with the man. I've heard of that.
Yeah. So doesn't that so that sounds like them when you look at it, they're in the United States. I don't have to stay. That's 50 states. So she run to another state.
Yeah, because it's like to them, it's like they basically have 50 countries in one country. So that's a huge
Right.
privilege. The third largest country in the world. They can't do that anywhere else.
So when you said they do that in the UK, that goes to show you there's a pattern here. This is them.
That's how you see who they are. Right, exactly. That's how you
Right.
identify who they
Start
are.
drawing patterns to see
That's what the police call it. MO, modus operandi, how they operate.
right. And it's like with this, you hear Black American men or men of you. They're Black American men, our name is being dragged like how saying drag for filth. And this is not even us, and we're not calling it out. Instead, we be like, well, we do no, stop saying, well, we have our we know we have our degeneracy. Let's keep in mind this is our country. Judgment begins at home, correction begins at home. But these heifers are coming over here, these people are coming over here with their degenerate shit, and it falls under the cloak of blackness. That's why we say hashtag black. Stop calling them black, because you give them a covering to do that degenerate bullshit. That's why they want to hold on to black, because they can piss and shit and do all kinds of unseemly stuff. They can go around and have no home training. The moment we delineate and they have to hold their own nuts or hold their own boobs and hold their own degeneracy on them, then the world can. The world, I think, already knows who they are. They was waiting for Black
Yeah, I
Americans,
agree.
because I noticed
But
in these
Trina,
other
that's why
countries they don't want them there.
that look, for now on, all of y'all gonna have to come through the visa system. That's what England's saying, because England's like, we know who they are. Just like I told you about that African guy who was pretending like he was a Black American, because Flower Tower had the video, right? And I didn't catch it until like 9 months later. I caught the video 9 months later. I just happened casually rewatching it, and I said, wait, and there was a Black American guy down in the video said, uh, this guy is not Black American. And I said, why would he say that? And I went back and I listened and everything, paid attention. I said, oh my gosh, he's right. And that guy was pretending he was a Black American. He was in Italy, and he said he had a U.S. accent, right? He
Mhm.
was in Italy, about to sit down and eat his food, and an Italian woman walked up to him and said, "Are you Nigerian?" And he was taken aback. And she said, because Nigerians always look like they're up to no good. So he was talking like he was defending Nigerians. And he said, like he was offended that she would say something like he's Black American, and he's offended that she would say something like that about another group of, so-called Black people. But if you really listen, you're like, hold up. This guy just said, well, in America, we don't know we don't know where we're from. I said, no Black America would ever say we don't know where we're from. We would tell you exactly where we're from. We're from Alabama. We're from Detroit. We're from Chicago. So that was the first one. Then he said, oh, well, I took a DNA test and it said that I was Nigerian. We would say, I took a DNA test and it showed that I was part Nigerian. We wouldn't say, I took a DNA test and it showed that I was Nigerian. If you take a DNA test and it says you're not, it's because you're Nigerian. Both of your parents are Nigerian. Black Americans don't have Nigerian parents. So
No, we don't.
they know who they are. They know who they are. You're right. They do.
They do. They know exactly who they are, and they've been perpetual. They said that when they go to these other countries, they get a raw deal coming from a third world country. Whatever reason, I don't know. It could be because they're coming from a third world country. Could be because they saw the degeneracy. I think all cultures have that, but the key point is that this particular culture, these particular ones from the continent, from the islands, have made it their conscious decision that instead of working alongside us, they're going to work to demise us and to
Mm,
abolish us. They have made their choice. And some
right.
will say not all of us. No, as a collective they made their choice.
I
They
agree.
made their choice that they're going to
Because
side
at that
with
age
the
of
very oppressors that they claim
right,
that do them dirty. What were you
Trina,
saying?
you said that's what that Asian man told your son. He said to you, to that African. Yeah, he told your son. He said that same thing, right? Like, it's too late. When you came here, you should have, had created, like, fostered bonds with Black American people. But no, you decided to work against them. Now it's too late for you to, to change up. You
Yep.
say
So
the
they
African.
figured they're gonna take over the space. This is their reign. This is what you say they're reckoning. They've now showed us their hand because we can't say not all. They have literally politically taken over our political forum, speaking for us, speaking against us with reparations. They have taken over our colleges, made it a feudal place to learn. It is basically trash. They have taken up our neighborhoods, communities. They go in places and act very degenerate and use our name. So they have given you an example. So we can no longer go by not all, no, all of them. As a collective, this is what they've done, whether they're from the continent or from the Caribbeans. They have showed their hand and they do not work alongside of. They've aligned themselves with white supremacy. Now they, as we know, when white supremacists are done with their tools, we know what they do with them. But they have shown us. So to sit here and make this excuse, the Boule and Pan Africanism has shown us what they are about too. They're all anti-black. So we have seen their collective hand. I'm not talking about the individual, but their collective hand as African and Caribbeans. They show that they do not align with us, and they do align full-fledged, without a shadow of a doubt, with white supremacy, or how you say the powers that be. They have aligned with the system and they're actively throttling towards us. You've seen it. You see it in every move and every chance they get. So we don't have no camaraderie with nobody, but how you would say the God that you may worship if you believe in him, and we have to do this ourselves. There's no more, oh, let's allied. They have, no one has shown where they are allied with us at all in any way, fashion, or form. And I don't believe that these people who run from their responsibility and accountability of their country can ever be true allies with us if they'll backstab the very people that they come from, will deny their very lineage. They're mentally ill, like I was saying with this whole colorism thing. Colorism and this skin bleaching. The thing about colorism, it's not going to lead to organ failure or skin cancer or any type of physical ailments or disease. You just are the color that you are. With this thing that how you say bleaching does, it will lead to physical, mental, and spiritual destruction, because they will have a physical reaction that will last a lifetime, whether it tears up their epidermis or whatever their skin is made of and causes them to get skin cancer, or it devours the very organs that's in their system, or when they take those pills to bleach the baby, it's going to lead to some physical everlasting harm. I would hope that they would get them out of here. They don't have to go home, but they got to get the hell out of here, because I wouldn't want to pay that medical bill for no mental illness. Their initial goal, I guess, is to be white. I don't know. They don't look either one. They look like a severely burned victim with a delusion that has gone to their head. They don't even see the melanin in their skin as being light. They're not light. Like I saw on my TV where they showed the girl and she was like, "You're yellow." The thing on her head was yellow. Her skin wasn't yellow. It was very, very bronze and brown, but evidently to her she was light, because maybe she was more of a deeper dark, closer to like a dark black. I don't know. She probably was closer to black than what she would be to bronze. So they probably are very, very heavily melanated. But in any case, skin bleaching is mental illness. Colorism is a mechanism of control and division that has happened with us as Black Americans to separate this group from that group. But even with all of that being said, it doesn't really grow or format in our community like it should. They're escalating it because two black people who of a darker hue having a light skinned child will not have a hate for that child, or vice versa. We can't predict what color and what skin tones we come out as Black American people because we're just that diverse. That's why I say black is not a skin tone. Black is not a color. Black is an ethnicity. And it's a separation of white and black. And
Like
America
Tiger,
is a white and black
black
country.
is an ethno
Period.
now. Yeah, black is an ethno now.
Yes. This has been going on for years. I'm happy more Black Americans are seeing. Wait a minute. I'm happy more Black Americans are seeing it too. First mistake, letting the African American able to put in use on us. Second, words calling Obama. Yeah, when we call him black, he's not black. He's African and
Well,
he's white.
Barack would be what you call an African biracial.
Yes, but he's not a Black American. It's a lot that we're learning. I think when I initially found out, because a lot of us had procreated there in our communities, we just saw them the same because we was looking at skin tone. We didn't think about culture. We didn't think about ethnicity. We didn't think about
Yeah,
lineage.
we just thought about skin color and race.
We just thought about skin color and race because they had us all chucked up with this idea and falsity of race. Race doesn't exist, but prejudice does. And the system of white supremacy does fight against us. And as you can clearly see, they're using melanated people to come against us. And I feel like Africans and Caribbeans, all of them have sided with with this system because they have to, because they choose to. Now, I believe many of them, like I said, when they chose their side, they're probably the traitors of the communities that they left, trying to play victim, because they come here with a vitriol and disdain that's nothing like I've ever seen. And even if the ones do that are there do come over and they may be nice at some point, I think they all have that capability, because we also like to say, well, the Africans on the continent are no, I think they're all pretty much the same. And if given the opportunity,
Well, they're
when it
like that
comes to
before they
them,
come over
they'll
here.
turn the same way.
Right.
Huh?
Because they're like that before they come over here, right? Because
Exactly.
another thing, what I noticed is that what I said, there's what I call the silent Africans, and before I used to think of them as the good Africans, like they're not the ones that
Mm-hmm.
say disrespectful things to Black Americans, right? But I said I never understood, if you're a good person, why would you sit there and hear your African people say disrespectful, derogatory things about Black Americans, and you know it's wrong? Like, why would you speak out against that? Why would you say anything? And I noticed they'll just be silent and say nothing. And when I started
Right.
really thinking about it, I said, you know what it is? I think like they don't agree with it. They know it's wrong, but they'll be quiet because they feel like it's like, oh well, those Africans are tearing down Black Americans who have an elevated position over Africans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they feel like, well, if they can tear them down, that still is going to benefit me, even though I don't agree with what they do. It still could
Mm-hmm.
benefit me, and I think that's why they'll be quiet, because it's like they're letting those Africans do the dirty work, and they'll just like
Yes,
sit there
they're
like
all
they're
in
innocent.
agreement.
It's like, but you're not innocent. The very fact that you see that's wrong and you won't say or do anything shows that you're just like that person. Now I'm beginning to see them. I don't see them as good Africans anymore.
No,
I call
I
them
don't see none
silent
of them.
Africans, but I see that they are the same as the ones that are not right.
Quiet will cry about. Wait a minute, but the what Africans who are quiet, but the Africans who are quiet will cry about Tariq. Oh,
There
and
you
I
go.
feel like
That's exactly what they do.
yep, and I feel like when you do this, they don't realize that we are being watched. The Black Americans are constantly being watched. They're being watched to see their performance, and I've learned this from a Caucasoid from before.
Mhm.
Everyone knows that we had no vitriol or no disdain towards anyone from the continent or the Caribbean. No, towards no one. But out of all of these groups, Africans and Caribbeans got the closest. And I've always talked to this guy, and he is Italian.
They have the greatest animosity and vitriol.
Hmm.
Well,
He said,
Africans do.
he said he's Italian. He said, "Let me let you know something. If someone considers you your own, their own, and it's a family member, especially if it's a family member, and you backstab a family member, if I want you to understand something in the community of being Italians, being Italianos, and being Caucasoid, being a part of that white community, if you backstab them, they're going to use you."
Right.
But in the
That makes
end, he
sense.
wants you to know one thing. He said, "Let me let you know one thing. The moment you go against the very people that stand with you and consider you family, We're going to use you. But he said, as sure as everything is over, we're going to make sure you rush with that cement boot. You not going to live.
Wow.
Understand where I'm coming from?
Right, because they say you can't be trusted. You already show
Mhm.
yourself to be a
Gotcha. They already shows their fate.
treasonous beast, a creature.
Mhm.
You're not even
If you
human.
will do that to people who are there for you, who did nothing to you, what you think you got over here? The moment you have served your papers, that's why they call it break it. However, they decide to delete you, that's going to be your end. Africa, the continent, the soil, the minerals is rich.
Hmm.
The people are not. The people are expendable. I just watched a video where they were talking about how they get rid of certain. I was like, oh my gosh, these people were literally, this was years ago in the 70s and 80s. Well, how do you feel? Well, if we get rid of some, and I'm saying to myself, they acting like these not living human beings.
Wow.
And all the while, we got these same third world that's on a panel of thousands. That's what Mike had pulled up. Y'all got to look at it, Mike TV, talking about how to extract something from us. And I'm like saying to myself, here you are now, weapon the floor first, loincloths. Your country is down to shit. Everybody going over there eating. They don't even care about y'all as quote unquote human beings. And you're talking about how to do stuff. And they say we're not good. Do stuff to us as Black Americans. No, this is a collective. They made their choice. But know
Mhm.
this. I will not be crying and sending no $2 to feed nobody with no flies in their nose and no bellies out. I feel for their children, but I feel for mine more. I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done.
because you know
Deal with
what?
them on an
All these
individual
people,
basis,
they were
but you better be
children.
careful.
These people were all children once upon a time, and this is how they grew up to be. So this is very disturbing.
Yes.
They were all
And they're
innocent
on a whole
children, and this
panel
is
talking about this. A whole panel here in the US on Twitter, wherever, talking about this. I don't hear Black Americans saying stuff like that about them. So that's what I'm
yeah.
saying. Choose them as
And
your
it's really
mate, as your
crazy that
friend
they would
on an
talk like that
individual
in
basis and
America
watch the
on an
bag.
American platform, as if we don't have the
Yes.
FBI, the CIA, and it's NSA and Interpol. Like, oh my God,
I'm
they're not
surprised
watching.
I'm not sure if they involved, but he's like, and that's when Mike had did his panel today and said, but you want to think that all of them, like he said, this is what they're talking about. We have crossed the lines of, oh, well, I don't blame Africans. No, these
Oh, I
motherfuckers are
do.
talking about doing bodily harm now.
Because they talk, because they, you know why I blame Africans? Because I started listening to what Africans were saying, how Africans did Africans. When I
Mm-hmm.
realized how Africans did Africans, this was when I was in my teens, when I was reading books. And I said, oh my God, this is not like what my parents think. My parents got a fantasy in their head. I was blown away, shocked to my core when I read about
Mm-hmm.
the things that Africans did to Africans. Because I said, I thought only white people did this because, it was slavery. I had no idea that people did. I was so shocked by what I was reading. And that's when any delusions I had went away. Any illusions I had went away when I was in my teens and I read them books and I said, "Oh no, these people are not who we think they are." When I realized that Africans would do that sort of stuff to other Africans, that was it for me. That was it.
Mm-hmm. I said, I say, like I said, if how you get along with them in already established relationships, watch your back. You need to evaluate your friendships. I'm not saying to break them off. Get along with them on an individual basis like anybody else. But it looks like we have no friends. And if you're not befriending to them on a relationship with them, I would say I would negate that. I would not. I'm talking about already established relationships, where you have children, you're married, you have friendships. But if you don't have those things going on, I would say it's nothing to be missed. Move on. Do not establish that, and ask people who they are. Ask to see their family. Be careful how you're going around by yourself as Black American women. For them to say that, or we can harvest it and how to breed it. What kind of shit? So that makes me know that white Americans or America got that slavery shit from them, because they was talking about harvesting and breeding, and I'm like, this sounds familiar. And these are melanated people who sold us out. So anybody want to tell you, oh no, they stole us? No, they sold us. They
Yeah,
sold us. They were literally on that panel. You ain't gonna sit here and have me thinking any otherwise. I'm not saying go around here and to hurt anybody, but defend yourself. We have no friends, and these people from this continent, these melanated people, all of them on there, even ones who didn't get along, they get along enough to come up against us.
right.
Here's the
And see,
thing:
that's
they
when
don't
they
get
try to
along
tell
with
you
each
that.
other, but they get along to come up against you and I. And you
When they
still
try to
got
tell
black
you that,
people who are oblivious to this.
they try to tell you that They try to tell you that they're not the same. They are the same. They're
Mm-hmm.
all the same.
They're all the same, and they're
They've
scamming
been there
the
for thousands
degeneracy.
of years. How are they not all the same? Yes, they are all the same.
Mm-hmm. With their degeneracy, different tribes, and they'll come against each other, but they all make the conscious decision. Oh well, as long as it ain't me, what can we do to get the Black Americans? This is what they do.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, Black Americans said, oh, well, these melanated people deserve to come just as well as the non-melanated people. And this is what they do to repay you. So I say, we're done. Get
I
along
agree.
with them on an individual basis. They're no better if in fact they're worse than white people. You
I
got to
agree.
watch for that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And like I said, skin bleaching is a chemical mechanism that they utilize that's going to lead to their ultimate painful demise, because this practice that they're doing has major side effects, no different than they're putting on fake asses, fake tits, vaginas,
You remember?
lips. All of these things are going to lead to a very, very,
You
you're
heard
going
about
to
that
see
sister?
bags
That one
walking
woman.
around. That's what I say.
She went and
What you
got
say?
those injections. That woman. She went and got those illegal injections in her rear end, and then
Mm-hmm.
she ended up having to get her limbs amputated. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was she Black American?
No.
She wasn't.
No, I don't think these women, none of them are like black. They're all like between the African and Caribbean descent, getting asses. I found out the ones who get in the ass are Caribbeans.
Oh wow.
So they do that strip tease stuff. And the asses are looking worse and worse. They look like something out of cartoon, like off of the Bugs Life. Look like big fake bugs like asses. It don't even look like something that's natural. When you look online, who is it? Nicki Minaj. It's a Caribbean. Look at all these women who are doing it on the show. They're Caribbean. I think I've seen K Michelle.
Oh, what's her name? The Cardi B.
Caribbean or
Hmm.
Hispanic. K Michelle, I think, got it, and that heifer learned the hard way. She got that shit out her ass.
She got sick, right?
Got very sick. She got lupus
Was she
from that
Black
shit.
American?
I'm not sure, but I think she is. But you'll get one or two, but one or two is not a collective.
Hmm.
And K Michelle is a celebrity. I don't think
Yeah,
she
another thing. I don't know too many Black Americans going to be like, let me go fly down to a third world country and get some
to
kind of
go get no
invasive
ass.
observation.
She
Most
gonna
of us
stay
be
somewhere in
freaked
the
out.
states.
Yeah.
We usually stay in the states. You ain't gonna jack my ass up in some other country. We kind of more leery. So you can see that all of these different changes they're making, they're trying to, and who does this? Caucasoid women, but they're here. Everybody's trying to get
Mm-hmm.
that Black American
Yeah.
booty. I don't see African women. They might do it, but not really. They may, but African women, Black American women don't do it like that. You got a flat ass, you got a flat ass. They may get that mommy makeover if they have that husband who can pay for it to tone that stomach after they don't worked out. Africans, I put a question mark because most of them got big butts, so I don't see adding on to it. So they may, but the ones that I looked at, they were Caribbean. I was like, and they all in that Atlanta area. And what's going on in Atlanta?
Africans get their butts done.
They probably do. So I was
Mm-hmm.
wondering if
Yeah,
they
but
did.
what is going on? What's going on in Atlanta? You said what is?
I don't think
Atlanta
it's
is basically been
necessary, but
infiltrated by Africans and Caribbeans. They down there in Hotlanta, but now they done made a Smutlanta. Came from Texas. They came from Texas and went to Atlanta. And who's in Texas? Nigerians, different ones. And they come to Atlanta, New York, Chicago. They come to Atlanta. Ty was saying it. They coming with their degeneracy. Then you got some Black Americans who are coming to escape the city's coming there, and they meeting, and all of these energies are being brewed in this nasty, funky bowl of degeneracy. So all of the true Atlanteans, they took off and went to the other rural areas. Like, this shit ain't Atlanta. I'm out of this bitch. And then you got some Indians and some Arabs. They coming too, and it's like all of the niggas down here. Let's find them, and they done ran, and the Africans and Caribbeans came. So a lot of these people, they thinking they getting with Black Americans. You ain't getting with Keisha. You getting with Bafisha.
No, Bafunga.
You getting with Mafunga, Bafisha. And you thinking that's why they keep complaining about they wigs funky, they ass stink. I'm like, that ain't no Black. That's what y'all them niggas be fucking with them damn Africans. Because your grandma been putting on a wig all her life. All of a sudden, she don't know how to put her wig on. Bitch, please. You fucking with one of them Africans or Caribbean. You wonder why you smelling mushrooms and ash and tainted. That's who you muffin with. You muffin with one of them. That's why I said a lot of you black men, y'all done got hit up by the curbs. They don't ask no question. They just pierce it, and then they be like, damn, these black women acting crazy. It ain't no black women, fool. If I said to you as black American women, check your pH and go to your doctor. They running out of penicillin if you got a black man and your husband. Preachers are wandering. Watch your crotch. Because our men are, look, some people, not my man, listen. If your girl spitting wrong, he done went in one of them directions, then people carrying some stuff. They hygiene is not like ours. I'm not being mean. I'm just being real. Ain't no more of this, no more. Them wigs hitch up to the side. I don't know no black Americans who wear no funky wig. Oh, we've been known how to wash our ass and wash our hair for over 500 years. We've been taking care of the slaves and ourselves. All of a sudden, your motherfucking ass don't know how to line up a wig and wash your ass. That's not a black American woman. That's why I kept wondering, well, why he keep talking about we ball on the edge and we stinking? What the hell? Then it hit me. He doing them. Busy accusing us. Y'all be screwing these African, and no, you be doing them. He done screwed the world, literally. He doing them. Because how you going to know her wig stinking, her ass stinking unless you been there? That's just facts. You've been hit with the fufu and the curry seasoning. The goat. Now you talking about it's us. No, you don't know what you're doing. You need to ask before you just pull out your pipe and get to swinging it. Then want to talk about they don't know how to do. You ain't been dealing with no black. I don't know where black women are. I think God had us cloak. We're under sabbatical, and I pray He keep us hidden. But in the meantime,
I think you need to have another. I think you need to have a little live stream about that sabbatical because I've been thinking about that. I think it's a great point, and I think what it is like we're seeing how things are getting crazy in this country, right? How things are just getting out of whack, and it's making us pull back. And I think it is like we're going into a type of hibernation.
I think for black Americans, we have taken that break. Black American women. Because it's like they keep hiding out. Where the black women? And I think we've taken off because we have been bombarded. We've been talking this same conversation since the 80s. We're tired of talking. Like R. Kelly said, when a woman's fed up, ain't nothing you can do about it. I think they in vans, traveling by themselves, going on sabbaticals. I see them. They left. God has them covered. That's the way I believe. Black American women said, fuck this bullshit. I'm out. She's tired of the shit. We're not talking in the same way. We don't talk the same way. We don't move the same way. We have a love in us for our culture and our community and our men. But at some point in time, He knows when we tired of talking. You've been making money on bashing us, so you go ahead and keep bashing. But that ain't going to get you no crotch and it ain't going to get you no kids. All it's going to do is push women who truly wanted to be with you and love you farther away. And they're going to say the hell with you. You're going to die the fuck out and be degenerate with these hoes that you picked up. You got your Jezebels and you got your Delilahs. There you go. You and her can perish. Because it ain't no way you don't know what you got.
I just saw another video yesterday. They was talking the same thing about how there's a lot of black men in the nursing homes and they ain't got nobody to them. They said they're mostly between the ages of 45 and 65. They said they've been running the street and they never settled down and they just played good women that they had. And now they had kids and they didn't do nothing for their kids and now they're sitting there. They said, look, we will call when this person passes away. We will call the list of their family, right? And say they call his son and say, well, your dad passed away. You need to come and pick up his stuff. And he said, well, hey, this guy never did anything for me. Why should I come pick up his stuff? No, you throw his stuff away. So that tells you.
And they're seeing a lot more of that. And I'm just disappointed in black American men who participate in the nonsense because I know who are the black American men and they do participate. Most of them in the manosphere and the red pill are African and Caribbean. Which I think about that too, because they got the nerve to be over here talking about us as black American women. Like a woman was on one of the panels. She said, yeah, that's strange. I forgot what I was on. She said, strange that you make that anomaly. I think it was Lady Boulay. She said, because someone referred me to his podcast, and this was an African trying to separate black American women from black American men. So we have white men, Asian men, I don't know who, it's the powers that be, but these powers right here, and I say this because this is an Asian platform and white also designated, and you have Africans and Caribbeans and all these other groups are against us. Most people know that we don't veer outside of our ethnic group as a collective. Black American women will either stay clear to herself, or she'll deal with the men that's in her community because that's what she knows. And they'll basically say, we don't go outside like that. We don't. Are we doing it more? A little bit more. But as stuff gets more crazy, black women will tighten up. And I don't even know if they're going to go out that far, because the more degeneracy we see, the more black women be like, I don't want to be bothered with none of these people. I don't know these people. I'm cool. I'm out. And they won't be bothered with none of them.
True.
That's
Yeah,
us. I
especially
don't
that
know
part.
no Arabs. I don't know no Indians. And then you see more degenerate shit. Social media started, because we still ain't got it right when it comes to the white man. We still hear the conversation our mother said, be careful now, because you know when he get upset, he'll take out the whole house and then take himself out too. And everybody like, huh? You don't want to go. He can't take no pressure. So you hear these conversations and black women like, oh, so money don't pull us to them. We look at the long term of just living. You know, a lot of us,
Yeah,
all of us have different needs. You know, if I'm gonna get it, yeah, I want the nice purse, the nice house, this, that, and the other. But as a collective, we ain't willing to die for it and sacrifice our souls for it as black women. We ain't that deep. But when you coming from a place of third world degeneracy, you do whatever. You do whatever, however, whenever, whatever they say. We haven't reached that point like that. And the most of us who may have, they must have been in a bad situation, like they were on drugs, they're mentally ill. But black American women have been here for over 500 years. We haven't buckled to that yet. We have worked in the finest homes, cleaning their drawers, cleaning their furniture, taking money, getting the best vacation. We worked around them. So anything that white America and their deity have, and we saw, we haven't been impressed by it like that. I don't see that. Because if we was, we could have been as black American women,
no,
you
Trina,
know,
you're
with
right.
white men.
Because let me tell you, three experiences I've had, and this is all with Asian women. And the first one I was in my 20s in New York City, right? And I was in Manhattan, so I was in the Soho area. So if you notice the Soho area, that's where all the lofts are. Okay, so whenever you hear anything about lofts, guys, the lofts came the origin of lofts is in New York City. And what it is, they used to have those factory buildings, and they would have those big loft elevators to move like big product up and down the building, up and in the building. So they have these big open warehouses. So back in the 1980s, a lot of these buildings down in that area were abandoned. So a lot of artists started going into these places and using them as their art studios, live space, stuff like that. Now those places are astronomically expensive, like millions of dollars now, right? So anyway, I was walking down the street, one of the side streets. It was like cobblestone streets, so it's a nice area called Soho, and there was an Asian American woman. She was talking to someone, some friend of hers, right? And she had two young kids under the age of 10, a girl and a boy, an attractive, young looking Asian woman, right? And so I knew, like, okay, she was standing next to a office and most likely she lived there. So I'm just walking down the street, enjoying myself down the sidewalk and smiling, having a good time. And this woman, her friend had left, and then she stopped and she sat at like she was on a platform, right, with this bar, like with a raised what do you call it, like when you're on a patio and they have the bars, the little fence. So she stood there and she watched me smiling, like she wanted me to acknowledge her, like I was supposed to be like, oh wow, she lives here, she lives in the lofts. And I remember I just kept smiling, like politely, like I wasn't really paying attention, and like I was lost in my own world. I just kept on walking by, and I was like, why would this woman think I would be impressed? I'm from New York City. This is my country. Why would she think I would be impressed? And there were black people that were living up in the lofts before they became high end real estate. The black people
Right.
living all over the city, all up in these buildings. Like, it was really kind of like she wanted me to be impressed with her. And I'm like, what are you thinking? Who do you think I am? And I had
We American.
another similar experience. I was on Park Avenue, right? And this I was doing Uber, like the Uber Eats in New York City. And so I was always like delivering all over the city, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then sometimes I'd be on Park Avenue, Fifth Avenue. So that's like up there with the upscale, like the most expensive real estate. So one time I went up in one of the buildings off of Park Avenue to make a delivery. So I knock on the door to give the person the food, and this young Asian woman opened the door, and she had this funny look on her face, like I don't know how to describe it, but it was like showing off, like she was gloating while she was looking at me, like, look at me, I'm living here on Park Avenue. And let me tell you something, this is the first Asian I ever seen living on Park Avenue, right? It's usually just all white. And
Mhm.
I'm thinking again, like, girlfriend, my people been up in this building. Who do you think was the maids in these buildings and the servants in these buildings? And like, we were here like 100 years before or more before you even got here. Like, you look at these people, you're like, they uh, 50 years ago they would not even rent it to you. They would not even allowed you to be in this building unless you
That,
were in some capacity as a servant or a maid. Like you could tell it's the ones that just got here, like the
mhm,
newer immigrants, because the older Asian immigrants, they know the deal, so you can tell who's the newer one. And then in San Francisco I had an experience, and this one infuriated me. I was walking through this nice upscale neighborhood. They had a little laundromat, so I put my clothes in the laundry, and I was staying at a hostel in this nice. I'm sorry, I have stayed at this hostel,
mhm,
and sorry, they had laundry facilities, but they were like during the daytime the maintenance people use the laundry facility to do all of the linens for the hostel, right? So I
mhm,
said, okay, well, I got to go do my laundry now. So I found a little laundromat down the street. So I put my clothes in the laundromat. I was like, oh, let me walk through this neighborhood. I've never seen this neighborhood before in San Francisco. So I'm walking through it, and it was like a predominantly white neighborhood. And you could tell because you know how they don't be outside in their neighborhoods, no matter how nice they are, right? It'd be like
mhm,
ghost. So I'm walking down the street. Then there was this Asian woman. I think she was Filipino. Had a little boy that's like 3 years old. She stood there staring at me with her mouth open, like she was shocked to see a black person walking through the neighborhood. Like, what was I doing walking through the neighborhood? It infuriated the fuck out of me, right? And that's kind of like the first time I had the experience. So I didn't react, but I was like, over the years when I thought about it, I was like, I swear, if something like that happened again, I will walk up on that bitch and I will curse her the fuck out. Like, you don't want to curse in front of little kids, but I was just so disgusted. I'm like, I know my American history, and they tell you about the history of San Francisco, and they would not allow Asians to live in those neighborhoods. They got this stuff up in the library, the articles, the newspaper articles, where they were like, they were banned. They did not allow them to live in these neighborhoods, and they had like,
mhm,
oh, we built this new housing division out of such and such an area. No Asiatics and no Africans. This was the advertisement. This was the fucking advertisement in the newspaper. So it's
mhm.
like, you see the stuff where they seem to think that you should be impressed with them living in certain areas, and it's like we were here before these areas were even built, and when they were built, we were the ones that were in these homes, and they think that you should be impressed to see them there. I'm like, why would I be impressed to see you there when I know that they forbid you to even come into the country, and once you were here, they forbid you to even live in these areas, and if you were in the areas, you had to be a maid just like me.
Mhm. But this is the solidityness that they have that I'm seeing.
Right.
And a lot of us, we weren't worried about them. We were not thinking about them. We had no vitriol towards them. This is why it's like taking us out of our character, because
I feel
this is
that.
just the Asian group. So we can recognize them. You can recognize all other groups because they have a certain look and a skin tone. But when it comes to them, they have took their time. This is what I'm seeing, to study. Like they said, you hear them say, well, second generation pretty soon will be merged with you, it'll be no difference. They taking it about the way they look. And one of the guys brought up the example, well, look at the Russians or whoever, and they all came here as different groups, and now look at them, they're one. But that's not true, they're not one.
They're
And
not.
number two, you can't compare yourself as a third world country to a first world country, because
I,
white people are not tribal, and neither are black people. These
right.
people are trying to find a link.
And Russia is like what, a second world country at least.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're still white, and they're still trying to find a link as Africans and Caribbeans
But you know what is interesting, Trina? I was just thinking about
to
this
follow,
today.
to get
If you
into our groups. Go ahead.
look, right, they all maintain their separate ethnicity. We
Hmm.
can call them Americans. They do not blend together. I have never known them to blend together to this day. You rarely meet someone that is Asian that says, I'm half Chinese and half Japanese. Like, rarely. Like, no, they have two Asian parents. They will sooner have one Asian parent and a white parent before they will have
two different Asian parents of two different Asian ethnicities. Like you usually don't see that. They maintain their different ethnicities. You see that with the Hispanics. You don't see the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans mixing too much. Puerto Ricans are Puerto Ricans, Mexicans are Mexicans. You don't see any overlap. And you see
Mhm.
that the Arabs and the Indians, they all tend to have their own ethnic groups, and they maintain their ethnic groups no matter how long they've been here. They maintain their ethnic groups. And
Mhm.
African Americans, to me, they don't want to maintain their ethnicity. I think they only want to do it when they go home to their native countries. But in the West, they do not want to be. They want to be in a generic blackness. They want to be able to step away from their African and their Caribbean ethnicities and just be a generic blackness on the Black American people. But they don't want
Facts.
on the Black American people. They actually want, positions of power. They want to feel that they can be something, that they can have some kind of political or social power in this country that they don't have in their native countries.
Yes, definitely. And I guess I don't know what, I don't even know mentally how they see themselves as gaining that. I don't see how they see themselves. I don't know. These people are delusional
Hmm.
when you think about it. Because you coming from a failed, this is their mindset. You coming from a place of failure, right? You coming to the very people that you say colonized you. And now you're gonna come into their home and try to overthrow them or fight against. I don't understand them. That's what my point is. This is how
Like,
you know they're mentally deranged.
just like this whole thing of them going after black people by going after affirmative action, right? Because a lot of people, even though it was the white man that was behind that, he used an Asian woman. And when I went online, there was a whole lot of Asian people that were support of it. And there wasn't just Asian people, it was other people as well, even white Americans, right? But now that the Supreme Court said, okay, you can't use race, struck it down. You can't use race in college-based admissions. So the very next day, Trina, I read this. I was on the internet. The very next day, they filed a lawsuit. I think it's supposed to be going to the Supreme Court against legacy-based admissions, and that's them going after white America. So first they went after Black American. This is why I said no, these people really covet what white Americans have. Their vitriol and animosity is really against white Americans. They really want to take what white American people have, but they try to use Black American people as a guinea pig, as an experiment. They feel like if they can come for us, then they can come for white America. And I remember the first time I said this, and it was me, you, and Ty Direct on the panel. And Ty Direct said, if you think they're going after white people, you're stupid. And I didn't say anything to him because I said, no, I already knew they're going to go after legacy based admissions because they're jealous of white people. They're jealous of Black American people when it comes to affirmative action. They're jealous of white American people when it comes to legacy based admissions. And as soon as the Supreme Court struck that down, the very next day they filed a lawsuit against legacy based admissions. I called it. I called it amongst me. I told Ty Direct, I said this on the panel, and Ty Direct tried to make it sound like I was stupid. I know what I'm talking about. And what happens? The exact same thing that I said would happen.
Hmm. They did exactly what you said they was gonna do.
Yeah,
I
they.
was trying
I
to show
said
that screen, but it
they.
won't
I
do.
said they're coming after black people, and I said next they're gonna try to come after white people
Hmm.
because that's where the jealousy is. The thing is that they want to try to make North America, the continent of North America, they want it to be like a replica of the continent of South America. Because we look at the continent of South America, most of those people are like mixed race, right? So when you look at North America, say United States and Canada, you still have distinctive groups of people: Native Americans, White Americans, Black Americans, right? Those three
Hmm.
groups of people never really blended together in a large mixed race group, like say in the Hispanic countries. Like that really didn't happen. These groups are very still distinctive monoracial groups, and
Hmm.
they don't like it. So you got all these different people. When these people flee their countries from around the world, they want to feel that there's some place they can go that is for them. That, oh, this country, this is supposed to be for everybody in the world. This country is supposed to be about immigrants. Country is supposed to be about diversity. This
Not
country is
on
supposed to
our
be
land. That's a
equality for
damn
all.
lie.
Go ahead, Shay. Go ahead, Shay.
I said that's not on land, our land. That's a damn lie. And we have a lot of islands too.
But
and a
Trick,
Hmm.
lot of it
Trick,
is sinking.
you see what I mean, right? About how they have this, they want America to be an international zone for all the people of the world, especially people that run away from their poor third world countries. They want to feel like this is their country too, that they can claim this country as theirs, right? But the only reason why they're here is because of white American, Black American people. Period. Black American people kicking down the gates of immigration and saying that it shouldn't just be for white people, and then white people haven't actually followed through by creating laws and policies that said, okay, yes, we are going to open the door and let different kinds of people to come in, right? But they want to act like they can come here and claim that this is their country. Well, I'm an immigrant and America belongs to immigrants. America is for immigrants. And it's a bullshit lie. But what happens is that when they're here, they have to deal with the reality of Black Americans and white Americans and Native American people, particularly white Americans and Black Americans, because America is associated with Black Americans and white American people, and they hate that. What they want to do is tear down Black American, white Americans, so that if you can get Black American, white American, those two groups of people to breed out and to mix, then there's just no more distinctive American groups of people, because you are destroying the two groups of people that represent American ethnicities, because these other
Hmm.
people, American ethnicity, they're ethnic groups are native to countries outside the United States. So they feel like they can't really be American as long as we exist. So they try to come after certain things that benefit us if it
Hmm.
doesn't benefit them.
But anything that we do as Black Americans, if they would have thought about it and just leave us alone as Africans and Caribbeans, we had no disdain for them. We had no disdain for
No,
anything. You would have benefited. You would have rose because we didn't feel that they were any different. We wanted this stuff and we
but
needed
Trina,
this
they
stuff.
did rise. I feel like that's where their arrogance comes from. They did rise. They benefited
Right?
tremendously off of us.
Yeah, but it's only a short fall. It's during a time that
Yeah, but I
you will
think they're
never probably
short
be able to
sighted. They
come
don't
here
look far into
again.
the future.
Yeah, you will not be able to come here in mass again. I can guarantee they're gonna get rid of. They're not getting rid of all immigrants, but they damn sure gonna get rid of a lot. And they usually start with the last ones that come, and they're gonna be the first ones to leave. That's a fact. We know what to do.
First comments that I put on BSIA's channel, and this was on his old channel. This is before I started doing the live streams, and I said, "Did you know?" Because he was talking about Black Americans kneeling for immigrants, and I said, "Did you
Hmm.
know that?" That I read a newspaper article, and it said that the people who get deported the most are, they said, Black immigrants, okay, but they're not Black, so it's African and Caribbeans. The people who get deported the most were Africans and Caribbeans, and then they show that there was these people, Black people. I'm assuming they were Black Americans that were fighting to help keep so-called Black immigrants in the country. Because all the names that I read look like American names. They could have been Caribbean too. I don't know, but these were people that were like activists and lawyers, and they were fighting because they said the people who get deported first and the most are uh, African and Caribbeans. So that's
Hmm.
already been going on.
That's already been going on. So, what was your point to come against us? Because now, when it's all said and done, I don't see Black Americans as saying, "Oh, let's jump up." That's not gonna happen. You
Well, you
showed
saw
your
what happened with the
hand.
Haitians, right? You saw what happened
Yeah,
with the
we
Haitians,
didn't jump up. We just was like, "Oh,
right?
okay."
I remember years ago when I first came across Black YouTube, and I came across this comment with this Black American woman who was a nurse in New York City in the 1980s, and she was talking about Haitian nurses and how they would try to railroad Black American women after their nursing jobs. I was so shocked because I had never heard of Black people railroading other Black people out of a job. So this is when I thought of us all as Black, right? I was shocked. I had never heard of this. And I was like, what the fuck? I heard of it with white people. I heard of it with Mexicans, but I didn't think it never crossed my mind that another Black person, melanated person, would try to railroad another melanated person out of a job. And she said that's what was going on. And it's like, hold up, these people couldn't get into this country without us. They couldn't even get citizenship. They couldn't even get this job, couldn't get the education. Now they got all of this and they trying to railroad us out of a job where we helped them. I couldn't believe it. It just blew my mind. So fast forward when they talk about those Haitians down at the borders, right? And I was reading the comments, and there was a lot of Black Americans who were saying, somebody was narrating. I can't remember who I saw, but they were saying like, "Oh yeah, I know a lot of Black Americans are saying that they're not going to take any kind of stand on this because they're talking about how they have a lot of problems out of Haitian immigrants." I didn't know that Black Americans had problems out of Haitian immigrants until I read that comment when those Haitians were down at the border.
So
Hmm.
Black Americans didn't stand for that. So yeah, I think that this is gonna become widespread now.
Hmm. That's what I see it as. I don't see Black Americans standing. They have already showed themselves on how they are to us. A lot of us have not figured it out yet because a lot of Black Americans are not on these spaces, or when they're on these spaces, they may be surfing for different things because everybody don't look up the same content. But as they realize that they have already had an agenda, or whenever they had this agenda that popped in their mind, I think it popped in more so when we started talking about reparations. That was the end all that be all that changed our relationships as Black Americans, Africans, and Caribbeans forever. Um, and now
Right. And the hip hop
we're
thing.
done.
Those two
Yeah.
things. Yeah. And
So
them
that
trying to
being
claim
said,
that they
now we
created
have
hip
to
hop.
reevaluate how we. It's like now we have, and it kind of was good because it sparked us to look at everybody differently.
Right. That's right.
You know, where we had to step in and say, not everybody is our friend, and we can't go by skin tone. We're still learning because some of us still don't get it out of force of habit. We call every and anybody who looks like us, oh, you Black. We go by what they look like. But
But
now,
you
like
know,
it's
yeah,
like now Martin Luther King's words are coming. You can't judge a person by their skin tone, but you have to judge them by the contents of their character.
right.
You have to start looking at their character. And these people who are not our kinfolk are showing us who they are, and it's time for us to believe it. You know, yes, again, we have our degeneracies, we have stuff that we got to work on, but we're in our home. We're not spreading this filth and this disdain all over the globe. And I don't like the way that they've cloaked themselves in blackness. Now, this can be a double-edged sword. One, it gives us recognition to start calling this shit out. Can't be merciful no more. You have to be petty. You have to be real. You have to be on point. Call this stuff out. We not taking that shit no more. Number two, the world gonna hear what we saying because they always listen to us. Like BSI said, no offense, they don't listen to them. This is the most attention that they got, whether it's negative attention, positive attention. This is the most attention that they've got as us as Black Americans. Well, you woke us up. You have us. You have a lot of us waking up more, and when more of us wake up, that's gonna be a bad problem that you incur. As we do this, the world will begin to see, oh, there is a difference. Now, this can play as a double sword. As the way that they're acting now, nobody knows who's who. But when we start making that separation as Black Americans, that doesn't mean that you don't still take down your guard, especially as Black American women. Because when we make those separations, and they will be some, as supplies and demand go, they can't get them bleaching creams because you have to keep up with their work. You're going to have some detrimental, crazy stuff happening because they're going to try to keep up with that daily regimen because they got to keep up with that. Them wigs going to begin to rot off because they can't get them. They going to look like speckled hyenas. And right now, they kind of merge in. But what happens when everybody figure out who's who? Because right now, yes, they cloak themselves and do all kinds of degenerate stuff, but kind of in a sense, pay attention to where I'm going. They kind of was like, I still say call it out, but when the differences are made, then their cover will be blown, but we will also not have, how you would say, a cloak and dagger as well. Because right about now, people who may be coming at us, they actually probably get no, because they go right into it because they have a need to be a part of, to be white, to fit in. You follow what I'm saying? Did you follow where I just went with that?
Yeah, because
So
they're saying they need to be. They're in line with white supremacists. So when these
right,
white supremacists
and
target,
and right now, a lot of people don't know who's who, according to them. I don't know. Maybe people do know. Maybe we didn't know. But either way, when the cloak is removed, that means everybody will be seen for who they are, and we won't have. Do you get it? We won't have that camouflage either. They're using us as the camouflage, but in the same token, they kind of like blotted us out too. You
well, this
understand
was
what I'm saying?
you were mentioning it earlier. Yeah, you were mentioning earlier about how they have certain how they're bringing a lot of behaviors and
Mhm.
attitudes about certain things into Black American culture, and trying to pass and mix it in with our culture, pass it off as our culture. For instance,
Mhm.
I was watching Flower Tower, and she was talking about this Sephora commercial. And this Sephora commercial, there's a dark skinned melanated young woman, talking about how when she was talking about so-called black girl blues, right? She had the black girl blues, and when she was growing up, her aunties told her she was too dark and that she needs to lighten her skin. And
Mhm.
so Flower Tower got into her thing and said, hold up, that's not no black girl blues. Black girls do not have the experience that our aunts and our grandmothers and the women in our family are talking about. You too dark, you need to lighten your skin. She said that's an African girl thing. That's an African
Mhm.
girl's blue. Do not say that's black.
That is. I'm glad she's starting to figure it out too.
Yeah.
Because yes, we do have colorism, but we do not practice it. They don't practice colorism. They practice something else. That's what they're practicing is mental illness, self-infliction of due harm that's going to affect them for the rest of their life. They going to have issues like we've never seen before. I've never known colorism to cause you to have skin cancer and organ failure. They're going to have extreme issues, and they bleach their children by taking pills.
And that's
So these
horrible.
people do not suffer. That's not colorism. It's a distinct difference. They're not black. We're not African. They are just another group of people from the continent. We're not African. They are African. They are Caribbean. You cannot take on all of their issues and pile it on your back and be this like Jesus priest and carry their cross because they're weighing you down with their bullshit. You have to know who you are as Black American women, and you have to teach your children and tell your community that these people, like what I was saying, the degeneracy of them, their tribalistic behavior is coming out. And I saw it on that space. And it's like we argue back and forth, but I think we really need to tally up and rise up as a people to
What did you
correct
see on that
themselves.
space with regards to tribalism? What did you see on the
Well,
space?
when they were all literally sitting there, and for the first time, when we want to argue, oh, and Pan Africanists with their dumbasses want to sit there and argue, we were stolen. No, I heard them say, well, how do we harvest it? Yes, Black people are bad, but
Well,
they're
Trina,
good.
you're being Trina, you're borging a little bit.
Like when they were sitting on Mike TV space,
Okay.
and he pulled them up on the Twitter space, and they were basically saying, and I'm pretty sure they were not all from the same country, tribes, whatever, but they were all in agreement on how they would come together and trick us into getting the uranium and mercury out of our blood and how to produce us and sell us.
Wait,
To me,
you borged again.
I borged
Trina,
again.
say that. Trina, repeat it because you borged. Yeah. You
So
said
they
that
were
that
literally
they said they're
sitting
going to come
there,
together and trick us and seduce us.
trick us, seduce us, say whatever, like we were donating. This is what they were saying, to sell our blood and to produce us so that they can use us for production. Then they were talking about, is this why you think they were enslaved? And they were like, yeah. Listening to them gave me a small picture of how a bunch of these mafungas probably were around with their funky loin skirts on, loincloths on, trying to figure out how to sell us when we were in particular tribes, just hypothetically speaking.
Well, Trina, you know
They
something I was
didn't
thinking
think
about?
of us as human.
I meant to mention this earlier. And when I first heard this, it's probably back in 2014, and I heard this from this guy named what's his name? Yazi. I can't remember his name right now, but yeah. But anyway, he was saying he was talking about how there was 64,000 Black American women missing in the United States of America, and I was shocked. I had no idea. I was just shocked. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
so naturally, I assume that that's black on black crime, right? Now I'm sitting up here
Mm-hmm.
thinking, if these men, African men, over there doing these rituals, and they usually do this
Right.
for women and girls, and you imagine them coming to this country, black women would have been sitting ducks. Black women and girls, we would have been sitting ducks. We would, because we
Facts.
had no idea these people do it. We want to be on some pro Africa, pro Africanism, pro black,
Mm-hmm.
real
Stop
black,
that
and everything.
pro-African shit.
killing. We would
Yes.
have been sitting ducks. And now when I'm thinking about these 64,000 black women are missing, I'm like, they're missing for what? How did 64,000 black women, and when did black women start becoming missing? Because now I'm sitting up here wondering, like, did sisters start coming up missing when there started being Africans that started coming over here? When did this start?
I think some of us, that's why I wanted to know about this black female femicide, is because I think some of it is them, but I'm not going to negate the fact that some of it may be us because some of us may have been in relationships with them. Not in a strong magnitude, but nonetheless, because a lot of us may or may not know, I'm hoping that it's not as many but of us, but I think it's primarily them because they do this in their culture at an astronomical rate. But they will use their women or their men to grab up us as women. That's why they were saying we had issues here in Philly where you had to watch out for, in Philadelphia, where you had to watch out for them white vans and those black trucks pulling up on you and then grabbing women. But the key point is we have different ethnic groups of Africans and Caribbeans, and by them cosplaying so much, maybe I'm not for nobody getting harmed, but I'm just gonna tell it like it is because they be populating our area. They may not know, these men may know their particular women. Maybe they grabbing them.
I see. And they put it under black, but it's really
Yes, because I
right.
think if it was a lot of Black American women like that, being how we are as Black Americans, we would have been on sound the alarm.
Yeah, I was
That's the
thinking,
way I
I thought
feel.
that was so weird, Trina, when I
Yeah,
said
because I'm
64,000.
just thinking because look at how we act with Breonna Taylor.
Right.
Too many of us missing like that. I would hope that we would sound an alarm, but they know that Black women are not protected and disrespected. Um, we still have a close knit in our community though. And
But
I
you
think
know,
that's
when
something
Trump
that we
was in
need to
office,
look
he
up.
put
I
a
think that's
ban
something we
on
need to look up
Nigeria.
to see how many Black American women are missing. I do think we need to look and see, make that separation within ourselves. Maybe we can make that a project. How many Black American women who descend from United States chattel slavery and do a tally up on that and then get the numbers. We can do that somehow, some way as Black American women to figure out our own. I don't
Hmm.
want no African or Caribbean. I want Black American. But I think it's them because when you look at this, they have a high femicide rate in their own countries and cultures that they come from. And they also took their same energy to the UK and everywhere else they go. They don't just, they do it here and they do it everywhere they go. And then when these women get here, it may cost them their green card or their freedom, and all of a sudden they acting like they so independent. This is not how they act in their own home countries. So
That's
these men
true.
are not used to the pushback. They go off. And
Right.
when they
That
go
makes sense.
off, you see what happens.
But remember, I said earlier about this country has a lot of islands, and now I don't know if you've heard, New York is sinking too.
What?
Oh, my sister told me
And you
that.
got
One of
to
my
remember,
sisters,
there's
she said that
210.
years ago.
Yeah, but
She
they're
says,
really saying it now.
Saying what? That's New
It's
York is sinking
sinking.
because of all of them damn people.
That's but there's more people. 210 countries, and they steady
Count
flying
them
them
in.
in, and they're coming in. Yeah, but it's not only New York. It's not only New York.
Wow.
wait, Trina. Okay, hold the shit. You said you were saying about the islands. So what are you saying? The islands are sinking?
Yes, we have a
Oh,
lot of
because of the wait,
islands.
hold it, Trina. Is it that the war? Is it? I'll be Shay. Is it that because New York City makes sense because it's got so many high-rise buildings, right? It's a whole lot of weight. But the islands, is it that they're sinking or is that the waters are rising? Because they say all over the world the waters are rising.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it could be both.
Yeah. So you think? Oh, that's right. That's what they talk about. How a lot of people from these poor countries are either going to be refugees. They call them environmental refugees. That's a new name they came up
Hmm.
with because they're going to have to flee their countries
Mm.
because of environmental issues.
Could be. She said a lot of them are probably missing these women because a lot of African men are here in the US. And then Pinky was saying I lived around Nigerians and a few Africans from other countries, and a lot of what I know today I don't know then. I didn't know then, and I'm probably like, yeah, you're probably lucky to be alive. I don't know.
Damn, that's
I
crazy.
would just say watch your back. Watch your back. But I think they're getting their own because we don't, they all say the same thing. It's harder, it's not easy to get alongside and get on the good graces. I learned this from Arabic, Hispanic, Asians. Black American women are very hard to approach.
They,
We're not rude. We'll say hello. We'll say goodbye. But them
Trina, they say we're masculine. Black American women keep the masculinity. Yeah.
keep it.
It's probably more to your
Probably your
benefit than you
protection
realize.
right about
Because them
now.
old black women got bad attitude
And I used
and
to
then
say, yeah,
loud
but now
and then
I'm thinking
masculine.
about it, you'll be
Keep that
masculine.
shit. Keep it.
Yep.
Keep it. Is your
You can
protection.
be
That's your
feminine in
your
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 own
your your
energy when you
honor.
get around. Be feminine in your own energy when
When
you're
you
relaxed
be
and you get
feminine,
around your own
when you're
people.
in the sanctuary of your home and you're around the people that love you and care for you. But when you step outside the door, be masculine, be loud, have a
Yep.
bad stank ass attitude because that is a repellent to all these
Butch
other
that shit the hell up.
demons out here.
Butch it up. That's what I'm saying. Let them wonder. Well, damn, I don't want that one. Don't go out there looking weak. And go and make sure you puck it up too. Puck it
And you
up
get
in your
mad, curse
pocket
them the
or
fuck
wherever
out. Yeah.
else.
And you get mad at them, curse them the fuck out. They'll make them
Yep.
go.
Be careful with your little ass, 2K, because you tiny. Don't get too much. Watch your surroundings. Don't try not to go to many places by yourself. Park as close to where you need to go to get in and out of your vehicle. Watch your
Trina,
surroundings at all time.
that's right.
America has changed.
Trina, let me tell you something about the grace of God. I haven't gotten this far because I was dumb. I be thinking about that stuff all the time.
You because she's so
Oh,
damn little. Laughing when Kay said what she was. I'm like, your little ass Santa, but they always say I'm big. Well, I'm a thick girl, but I'm short. But look, I will look. I'm gonna tear you down. You not get me like that. But as black women, we have a feminine nature. They call us masculine because of your mouth. Keep your mouth, but also know when to speak and when not to speak. Always had and wonder. But yeah,
agreed.
you do need
Yeah.
to get that masculine
You need
energy
to know
back up
when to mouth off and when to be quiet. That's what's gonna keep. That's
and
gonna
make
help you
sure you are
survive.
secured at all times. I don't care where you got to keep it at. Keep it in every offices of your being. Be creative. Let them regret that they ever grab your ass. And hopefully, yes, I said it. They grabbing the cosplayer and not the original. I hope they getting the copy and not the original. You came here to portray me. Hey, maybe the Lord sent the cloak. You wanted to cover and basically cover my identity. I hope they grabbing you versus me and my daughters. I'm sorry. I don't give a damn. May it be you and not me. So in the interim, until this all diffuses, because this is going to get worse versus better, you're going to have to switch it up, change up your hair. Maybe we shouldn't show our hair as much.
Yeah,
Cover it up.
I
They
would
don't
like.
know. Go out there. I don't know. We have to figure something out. But we don't. They make up. But after a while, I'm telling you, the cloak gonna come down because food and other things are not gonna be the only thing that's missing coming across there. And bleaching takes a lot to keep up with. So eventually, we will look very different. They will look like hyenas and baboons, and we gonna look like we've been looking. And then they continue gonna be seen, and you gonna have to during this time get yourself together to protect yourself because that's when you gonna really see we don't look alike. That's all of that makeup and that cosplaying and that bleaching and them ass is gonna start falling, them skin's gonna start splotching, the hair and the wig gonna have to eventually come off because you can't wear that tatted cat for long. It's gonna have to come off your head.
Another thing, Trina, is those dark knuckles. People
Them
have to.
dark knuckles gonna show like a goddamn gorilla. They gonna look like Tarzan's chick. Them knees, them toes, everything gonna start looking. And it ain't gonna be nothing to cover it up. I'm not being funny. I'm being real. When they say stuff is running out, it ain't just food. Everything is. Certain things ain't gonna be coming over here. Get your cleaning supplies because I wouldn't be surprised if them heifers try to get in bleach and ammonia at the same time. That's gonna take them out of here because you never should mix them two together. I'm just saying they gonna do whatever it takes to keep that skin. And we gonna start hearing stories about that. Next, you know, we
I
talked
was
about
stupid
that.
enough one time to mix ammonia and bleach when I was
Oh, I
cleaning my
think all of
clothes.
us did that as a
It
kid.
gave
Boy,
me. I got chemical poisoning in my
you did
lungs,
too?
my throat. Yep, I got
You
chemical
did too?
poison.
Oh my
It took
God.
a few days for me to get rid of it, but yeah,
Yeah.
I got chemical poison. It was like I was kept gagging, like I was about to vomit. That lasted for a few
Yes.
days. Yep, I
Yes.
learned the hard way. Never
I
again.
did too. You learn. But this is they will do and try anything. They will put stuff
But
on they.
that's like when people have an addiction to alcohol and then they start drinking mouthwash or they start drinking other kind of stuff like turpentine. Crazy, just to get alcohol.
They do, and they said they go through any means to make sure they skin bleach. Like one girl, I wish I could have had it come up. One girl, the stuff was smoking in the jar and blew the top off, and she still waited until it cooled down to put it on her skin. What kind of shit?
That's
That's
insane.
what I said, and this was in
It sounds like she should have been
Jamaica.
put in an insane asylum to do that.
Yeah, I said, oh hell no, this is not no colorism. This is mental madness. And then you got to understand they're mentally deranged because this is like a form of, I like the cosplaying, but it's delusion because you're going to run into schizophrenia. Because how do you go about pretending constantly being something that you're not? Eventually you have to stop pretending. I mean, we do it as kids, but then after a while you have to come back to reality. And they have left all of their cultural um lineage and all of who they are, all of their self-worth. They have none. That's why they want to constantly come at you and make you feel like, but you can't sit in my shoes. My ancestors ain't having it. That blood and them bones run too deep. They'll take you out of here first. They better go up to Lake Lanier and find out. Lake Lanier, they done took out 700 plus people. Our ancestors still racking them up. They letting it be known, you're not going to step in this bloodline. That'll be your last step. When we're standing up, we're not just standing up for us as Black Americans. We're standing up for the atrocities and to avenge and to get reparations and to get acknowledgement for what you did to our ancestors. And you trying to step into that? Go ahead. We're not the only ones here. Our ancestors are saying, stand up, know who you are. So you figure you coming as a tether and you gonna step in to be me? They still roam this earth. Their blood and their bones and their soul is still not at rest with the nonsense that you did, what this country did. You should have read the fine print. But they are so savage and tribal in their mentality, not just them, but all of them, that they don't care. You can't care when you left your very existence behind you and then you run to your enemy. What kind of fuckery is that? You gonna run to the very people who in self-inflict pain on you, kill out your whole people, delete out your people. That's what I'm saying. And then you gonna try to find camaraderie with them. Who is the fucking nut? Us or them? You gonna go to the devil and say, "Give me a hug"?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they do it. Look at them. You can tell who they are. I forgive you. The devil done killed your whole goddamn family. You gonna say, "I forgive you"? Okay. That's why you seen it. Botham. What's his name? Botham John. I said, yep, they do exact. The devil burn your ass the fuck up, and then you gonna come to him. That's okay. You don't have to give me no water. I'll just give you a hug. What the hell? That's a hell of abuse. You will actually come and kill your demise. You actually come and kiss the one who had put you under demise. We haven't done that. Then they try to tell you trying to be white. You trying to be no. We are who we are.
No, they're trying to be white and they're just
They
jealous
are.
because they see that you have an association with, Caucasian culture, whatever. It's a natural, organic association that will occur over time because this is the environment you've been in. And that's what they want. They want that association. They don't want to be associated with Africa. They want your position that you are Black Americans associated with the most powerful, white, wealthy white country in the world, third largest country in the world. And they want that association. They want you to be associated with Africa and they be associated with white people.
That's what it looks like. And it looks like that's what our ancestors did, knowingly or unknowingly, however they did it. This is a mess. And now we're left with holding the bag to fix this bullshit. Now we got a bunch of confused, delusional Africans, Caribbeans, the whole world calling themselves Black. I done seen an India from India talking about I'm a
I
Black
saw that.
nigga. I said, what the
I'm a
hell?
nigga. I'm a nigga.
Yeah, I
It
said,
was
I
so
can't.
funny. I couldn't even be insulted of it. It was just like, oh,
I
it was
just shook
just
my
funny.
head. I said, I can't do this. I can't do this. And I did have an Indian from India, East Asia. What do you call him? Asian. He did tell me, we're Black. I said, when did that happen? I was in the Uber. I said, when did that happen? That's when Trump was in office. I said, I never knew that. In fact, I said Gandhi despised Black people. Oh, yeah, don't play that game with me. Pay attention to the road and drive me where you gotta go, you cottonmouth motherfucker. I didn't say that to him, but I'm looking at him like, now everybody want to be black. Nobody wants the atrocities and the disdain that comes with black, but everybody wants what comes with black suffices our history, our lineage, our story. It's a great story.
The
It's a great
America. Yeah, the
reality. It's
Americanness.
ours. Yeah, they
Yeah.
want the Americanness. It's our story. It's our history. It is who we are. It's our history. It's our future. It's our present. It is who we are. They want that, but you ain't gonna have it. Right now, you cosplaying. Cosplaying mean you copycatting. You're not real. But evidently they're being found out. Remember when Megan had a she had showed it, and the guy was, I guess, European, and he said the whole family married to white people taking their money. I was just sitting there laughing. I didn't feel bad for him at all. I said, that's what the hell you get. Y'all been exploiting them people for the longest. But I don't feel for either one. And I'm sitting here like, oh my. And then I looked at on my own a station, because you, when you get into certain algorithms, it'll pull you to certain things. And this white man looked like he was American, and he said my village. I noticed how he said not I'm in this village. He said my village, like this motherfucker own this shit. And he's talking about he's clapping cheeks with this African woman while she's in turn talking to this German or someone, or this Italian, whatever he was in Europe. And he's thinking she's waiting solemnly for him. But meanwhile, she got 3 or 4 other UK men. He said she'll probably make a good wife. He said, but I'm clapping them cheeks and I ain't paying no money. So like how they come over here and be demanding all of this cash, but he's saying over there, she giving up that ass for free. But you
Wow.
over here and they talking about they don't go to this factory, the cheesecake factory. You got to spend this. You got to give me the finer things, high quality. Man, this is dumb.
Yeah, because they think
Coming
this is a
from
rich
third world
country and they're
countries talking
entitled
over this
over here.
shit.
Yeah, they feel entitled.
Yes. Coming from a third world village. But you don't go to the cheesecake factory and I need a high value man. He got to make 500,000. I'm like, that's not black American women. And I don't want no black man. I want a white man. That's definitely not no black woman. If we gonna do that, we gonna tiptoe and do that bullshit in silence. Half of us still under the notion that we don't want too many family members knowing. And I think right about now with the economic
Downfall.
downfall of what's happening, I don't think black American women are going out here openly and say, I'm going to go
No.
find me a white man. I don't think that's the case. I just say to black women, whatever you allow to come in your space, make sure it does not disrupt your peace. You control that. I don't care if he's black, white, Asian, Hispanic, anybody who comes in your space, they need to elevate you as a woman and how you say solidify, covet your peace. He shouldn't give you drama. And he should be that person who can provide and be able to not only meet your intellect, but your spirituality. You should be on the same level. I don't go by color. We all need to want better for ourselves as black women. And we should not want to be mistreated by anyone. You make that final decision. But they usually approach us. We don't do the approach and they approach us. But you have the final say what you say yes or no to. And don't be procreating just because we need to know. You need to have children in better environments. You need to give
Trina,
birth
do
to
you know
children.
Crystalline Carrison? Do you know, is she Black American?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
I think she may be part. She might be part.
Right.
She might be
I
part.
just thought about that.
She
Because,
might be
she
like,
does advocate for white, for black women to date white men. She's been doing that for
she
years.
says, I've seen her for years. She doesn't say date white men. She never said that. She said date who you want.
Mm-hmm.
Swirl. When swirling doesn't mean just white men. Because
Mm-hmm.
there are other cultures here. You have Asian men here. You have Hispanic. They're not all of these men are you going to be prominent on their list, but you have a bigger selection. It's just not your men. Every man from different cultures, and he done let open the World Organization. You got men from different ethnic groups who come here. People who are Arabic, people who are Asian, all different kinds. And surprisingly, there are women who are Black American descent. They are with these men, but it's in quiet form, and they've been with them for years, and they're fine. You don't have to yell out to the world, "I'm with an Asian. I got an Asian." You don't do that.
Very
You
true.
go on about your life because you're a Black American woman, and I see these women, and they uphold their blackness. They're not confused. because they're home. They're not throwing aside who they are as black women. I see it in my family. You shouldn't, because to abandon yourself, you've lost. You can get run over by anybody. Most cultures love being around black American people. That's why they cosplay us. But then when you go to meet the family and meet the situation, it's not the same. Black American families, with all our degeneracies and setbacks and whatever, we're dynamic people. People like to be around us for a reason. We are lovable. This is the problem: when they get around us, the vitriol and jealousy comes in and it turns into other stuff. And next thing you know, you got to be like, wait a minute, you can't invite everybody to the cookout. I don't care what color they are. You can't invite everybody into your house to let them see what's going on. You know how your parents say, don't have nobody in my house and I'm not here. Because you think in one way, but they're thinking another. When people coming from another background, what you see as norms for you is not norms for others, and it can roll up something in them that you may not want to see. You should be around more like-minded people. So what you have and what they have is no bother. It's normal. But when they coming from a third world mentality, it reaps out jealousy, and jealousy can reap out to other things. That's what I'm saying. Where's Kay? Shay, y'all up?
Yeah.
I see what BSI said. Your mouth get dry. Continue, ladies.
Okay, I'm gonna
It's
look at some of the
cold.
comments.
Go ahead. It's cold. Whew. Kay's gonna read the comments. But yeah, be careful what area you in. Everybody's in different areas.
See what Pinky
Um,
Will said.
what she
Trina,
said?
did you see what
Which
Russia
one?
is definitely listening to ADOS FBA? They made that separation of us from Africa, from the Africans. Really?
I think so, because BSI played it. Remember, he said those African Americans who descend from United States chattel slavery. He did. He called us African Americans, but he said that the people in Russia, the children, the young people, emulate African American or Black American culture. Those who descend from United States, they know. They did. He did make a distinction. They ain't imitate no African culture. Africans don't imitate their culture. Come on now. Everybody does what black Americans. We put the baby hair. They do the baby hair. We do a plait up. They'll do everything that we do. I guarantee you, if black American women say we're going to wear our hair in a pompadour, all of them women will be doing wear pompadours. If we all say we're going to put on pink for a whole week, the world will dress in pink for a whole week. Megan said it best. If the whole world was asked not to participate and do any black American culture, they'd be dead within 30 minutes. They would be deleted. Everyone emulates our culture from here to across the globe. You know, it got to be something. They're not kinking up their hair to look like no African. Nobody cares to look like no African. They want to look like black Americans. A lot of them are seeing that the music has changed and they're knowing now it's not us.
Yeah, it's like you said. They going back and look and listen. I think Anthony Whitaker said this, that they
Mhm.
go listen to the old music from the 70s and 80s when it
They're
was.
going way back because they said this music is making their ears bleed. They can't take it. It's disgusting. They going back and discovering stuff that we grew up on when we were kids. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like it's something new. Like, oh my God, I made a discovery. No, bitch, this is not like Christopher Columbus. The shit has already been around. Been there, done that. We listen to it all the time. It's like, oh my God, the music is so beautiful. Oh, I never knew. And I'm like, this shit has been, what the hell? You got to see it when they do all of these commentaries. And they're making money off of our shit.
Yeah.
Listening to shit that we was like, yeah, I remember that song. What? They're so far behind. And let me tell you how far up our music and our way of thinking is. This same conversation that we're having now, we had like 30 something years ago. I was in my teens. We have this conversation from time to time. It's called reevaluation. They will never catch up. We're several steps ahead. What it is that we woke up lethargic because we were basically going about our lives, da-da-dee, da-da-da. Until we said, you know what? I need reparations. It's time for these motherfuckers to pay. And once we said that, we got slapped in the face with a wet chicken, a goat, some type of hyena. And we started realizing, oh shit, These mother freakers all around me. You had your headsets on and you had tunnel vision looking straight ahead, living your life as a black American, not giving a shit what was going on to the left of you, to the right. Now you done took off them folders and now it's like, oh shit, they all around me with this degenerate shit. Now you waking up. Now you gotta wake up.
Hey
Took a
Trina,
nap too damn long.
there's something I want to mention. When we were talking about how they have come in and infiltrated our organizations and institutions, like say the magazines, right? I remember in San Francisco, there's this magazine store that does vintage magazines. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's in San Francisco, right? So last year during Black History Month, they had all of these vintage Ebony and Essence magazine. It was so awesome. So they had the whole window filled with it, right?
Mm-hmm,
And like Muhammad Ali and what's her name, Natalie Cole, et cetera, right?
mm-hmm.
And so when the magazines were filled with Black American people, you might have seen a sprinkling of Caribbeans, but it was Black American people, right?
Black Americans who elevate so few Caribbeans who went alongside us. They elevated because we elevated them. When you elevate us, you ain't got nothing to do. You all you gonna do is rise. Now you about to fall. But continue.
But anyway, um, one thing I noticed, like I told you guys, like in the last 20 years, I don't pay attention to Essence magazine. When you sister that used to be the editor in chief, and she always had the cornrows. They always had an illustration of her to be in the front of the magazine because
Mm-hmm,
you know, editor letter from the editor, right? Um,
mm-hmm,
and so, and she, her Afrocentric hairstyle, she always had the cornrows. Beautiful sister. I don't think she ever wore makeup or anything. So anyway, yes, at some point she stepped down. I think this is around early 2000s. She stepped down. So
mm-hmm,
then the new editor in chief, right? Because I was like, okay, well, who's gonna be next? I was disgusted and disappointed. So it was a sister, and she had kind of light brown skin.
mm-hmm,
She had her hairstyle like parted down the middle and straightened, and it hung below the shoulders, right? Wasn't
mm-hmm,
like that back, but hung below the shoulders. But it looked like something a Hispanic woman would wear, right? And I'm like, well, if she's the editor in chief of a Black American Women's Magazine, why is she looking more like a Latina than a Black woman? Like, what's going on here? And
mm-hmm,
after that, stop with it, the magazine much after that. But one thing I noticed is that when the other sister was the editor in chief, every month she would have feature different type of Black women. She would show that diversity among us of women from the Americas, Black American and Caribbean, and sisters with different hairstyles, sisters with different skin tones, different facial features. Sometimes they may have hair scars, whatever. And then when it changed after that other woman came on, the first thing I noticed is that first they started doing what you remember In Style magazine, right? It's still around. So when In Style came out, they were like the first one to put celebrities on their cover of their magazine, right? Before everyone else did models, but they did celebrities, and then that was like a big hit. Their magazines sold off the shelf. Then everybody else started doing it. Vogue started doing celebrities instead of models, and all of these other magazines too. So Essence did the same thing. Whereas before, they would have sisters that would be a model, right? But not famous, just like say somebody's a model, but they weren't famous. And so it would always be a different Black American woman. But then they only started putting celebrity Black women on the cover now. Okay. So they were probably doing that for the past 20 years. And I never really liked that, right? And I think it's okay for once in a while, but I think I liked it a lot better when they had regular women who were models and on the cover. So anyway,
yeah,
when celebrity women, did you notice how now when you see celebrity women on the cover of SM magazine, you ever notice how they have a head full of weave? And
yeah.
to me, Black American thing. Like that wasn't the case before. Like
No.
they had kinds of hairstyles before, and then it's like now it's a head full of Eurocentric weave all the time.
Mm-hmm. All the time. That's why when I would listen to our Black American men, they'd be like, "Y'all wear weaves." I said, "No, no, we don't." Then I said, "You know what? Go ahead. Yeah, yeah, we wear weaves. We do." Most Black American women that I know of personally do some wear weaves, yes, but do we wear weaves on a regular basis? No, no, we don't. I don't think they. That's how I know they've been infiltrated with. We've all been inundated with it. And when they said the weaves were funky, I said, "Mm-mm, definitely not us. weaves was funky and the tail was funky. I said, not us. I've never, and I know my grandma and them, my mom, they wore weaves. I mean wigs, take them off. They don't wear wigs all the time. I've never smelt a funky wig or weave.
I
My
haven't either.
daughter don't, my daughter don't even leave hers in long enough for it to be funky. No sooner she put it in, she throwing that shit in the trash and getting another one. So I don't know about no funky wigs. And I mean, she may keep it. I don't know, but living under her parents, those weaves cost, and I get mad every time she throwing it. I'm sick and tired of it being around my bathroom. I'm sick and tired of her and the weaves, but she has a hair full of hair, but it don't stay in her head long enough to be funky before she throwing it out and getting another one in. So I don't know why it would be funky. If it's funky, you must be leaving in the same stuff, because she don't even let her stay in not even damn near a month before she ripping it out of her head. I'm not saying she's not bald. She got a hair full of hair under. I get a little agitated, but what I see what she's doing, it kind of makes sense. They've learned from us. I see what she's doing. She want to do color. She want to straighten it. She want to put heat. She don't want to put that in her hair. But
Right.
if it wasn't nothing to be coming, she has hair pretty much down her back. She got hair. I didn't see. I see when our girls rip it off, they got hair. I don't know what Mafunga and Bafari got, Bafumble got. I know my child got hair. I don't know about Bafumble and Mafunga. They may not have none. Yeah, so I don't know. Black women look at women with wig and weave before one hair. I see it almost every. Yeah, they do. I've never seen them so obsessed with women with wigs and weaves. So I think that's what they're running into. Is called what you call a retrobate mind. I don't have time to. He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. But those are not Black American women. That's when I was listening on them spaces, and I'm like, and then when they started pulling them up. Now we have the evidence. Every last one of them women they pulled up, none of them were Black American. They were all African and Caribbean women. That's how I know. Oh, you and them been smashing pelvises. That's why you know all of this. Y'all have been in direct relations. You've been in close contact. Y'all have been flesh to flesh. So that is what it is. It is what it is. Because I'm like, this don't make no sense. And I don't think no Black American women have denied that they have had some encounters with African and Caribbean men as well. I think we've been more around Caribbeans because they were here longer, but it hasn't been to that rate that it's like that. Not like that. And then when I found out that a lot of I don't know if you heard about it, a lot of Black American women got scammed. So that kind of took that out of a lot of Black women will venture out. Not a whole lot, but enough. But also what I discovered is Black Americans aren't the only ones who date within this melanated ethnic group. Africans and Caribbeans also date one another because they find camaraderie. They also reproduce and have children together. Probably
Yeah.
because sometimes they be tricking each other out, thinking that they're both Black Americans because they both lying about who the hell they are. And then they figure it out, and I guess they say, "Oh well." So they do procreate and get in relations together, and they find camaraderie together. I don't know, but I know it's not just Black Americans. They always want to say that we bumping and grinding with everybody, and we're not. Especially when it comes to Black American women, as Black American women, we're very selective, and I think what economically what's about to go on, we're probably going to be even more so.
Yeah, I agree.
We're going to be more so. I think we're on a sabbatical though. I'm
Yeah.
seeing a trend of a sabbatical. I hear that word peace. A lot of them say they want peace. That's what I'm hearing. And I think we'll talk about that later, but I'm hearing a lot of Black women say they want peace. I need peace. So when I'm hearing that peace, I pray I'm sending out the algorithms that Black American women will get that peace and that protection and that covering from the Almighty, from this degenerate bullshit, and that we will get our heads together and get it together. And the men that stick with us will also do the same. And may He put a cloak of protection around our children as well. But I hear a lot of us want peace, a peace that passes all understanding. Can I give a shout out? Because I don't know if she's listening, to my cousin Sassy, aka Vivian, who supports me on these channels. And I know she's listening, but she can't figure out how to get her behind in the chat. I gotta show her that later. So if you're listening, Vivian, aka Sassy, it doesn't matter if I call your name.
Mm.
My because cousin, big sister, always in support. She's somewhere listening. So there you go. And if my aunt is listening, God help her ears because she can't stand when I cuss, but she'll get over it. Help her too. Anyway, continue on with our conversation. My aunt Juanita, because she's an old timer. She will frown up in a minute when she hear
Trina,
cuss words.
Trina,
Yes,
you have an aunt Juanita?
yes.
I used to have an aunt Juanita too. She was my favorite aunt on my mom's side.
Oh, my aunt Juanita is something else. I have several aunts, but I lost one. That was the Hellraiser, but she had a heavily heart. My aunt Lucille, and then my aunt Shirley. That's the older. She the oldest one now. She's something else. You talking
Oh,
about colorism? She call everybody. Why y'all so black? And I'm like, black, you black, you black. I love my auntie though, but she knows that she's a lighter skin tone. She will let you know too.
Trina,
Uh-huh.
you have a name Lucille, like Lucille Ball?
Yeah, her name was Lucille.
Oh,
Then my
wow.
aunt Shirley, and then my mom, and then my other aunt Mary. They got their little names. Christina, I mean Tina, giving the names. But yeah, these are my aunties. My grandmom had 8 kids. She had 5 girls, 3 boys, and then they had an older sister on the outside. Her name was the same as my grandmom's, Ethel or whatever. But my family is huge. If I go to name everybody, this family is huge. My grandmother on her side alone, the last time before she left this earth and went to meet her maker, it was a total of 196 of us just
Wow.
from her. That was in 2000. That was in 1990. So you can imagine that's just from her. 190 or 176 total. We lost some, but we gained as many as we lost. So you look at grandchildren, great great grandchildren, great great. It was 196, close to two, probably over 200, just from her, just from my grandmother's wombs. That's her loins.
Hmm.
That's her 8 kids, and then they kids have kids, and they kids have kids, and they kids have. So there
Mm-hmm.
you go. That's just one woman and one man. So when people say we're 40 million, nah, I beg to differ. We about 90. We just hidden right where we ought to be. We ain't gotta come out for nobody. We know where we at. We just gotta know who we are and stop accepting everybody in our bosom. And now I'm understanding that what my grandma was saying, not everybody belong up in your house. You don't have to be rude and mean, but not everybody should be in your space and in your place. We need to make us be more exclusive and draw that line. It's time to put the ain't no damn gate. It's time to put the fortress up. The ride is over. They need to figure it out. And we damn sure got a lot to figure out for ourselves. This is going to be a hard lesson to learn for many of us, but I would hope and I do pray that a lot of us will wake up and know that America is still here, but it has changed. And it has not changed for the better, it has changed for the worst because of what they have allowed in. And this is going to be the fight of our lives. So I would say we built for this. It's in our DNA, but we can't walk around here all fuddy duddy. We can't do that no more. We can't go around here hugging and kissing on everything because a lot of this shit is poisonous and it's snakes and it's toxic. So we can't do that. I get what what's his name, Muhammad Ali was saying. You can't let in 10,000 snakes just to figure that one is good. No, you got to look at them as all the same. Sorry. Who are you? What are you? Where you coming from? And don't let them in your community, in your space, and tell your people stop embracing. They're not like us. And looks can be very, 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 very deceiving. And they've been lurking a long time, stewing in nonsense and stewing in their juices and their vitriol for us. And some will say not all, no, majority. Sorry, majority. We got to look at it as all. That's the way you safely navigate in your own country, in your own home of America. They all the same. Question everybody like they the goddamn, like you the goddamn CIA. Treat them like they all the devil with a pitchfork up their ass or about to put it in yours. Do not trust anybody. That's where we're at. Know what you're dealing with and know what you have around you. And don't let everything and everybody up in your space, especially up in your personal space, in your home and too close to you. We have a lot of retraining our minds and our footsteps to do like Kay was saying. They said we was masculine. Get your butch on. Get it on. We masculine. Yep, we butch. Don't be walking around all cute with your little purse. You know, they be done pull up. Do that stuff, especially if you by yourself. If you with your man or with a group of people, okay, be your little feminine self. But when you walking by yourself, walk with a strut. I don't know, figure it the hell out. Camouflage, gray man, do whatever you got to do, but don't stand out. Do not stand out. That's that, and teach your children the same thing, and pass it on to your family members, elders, middle age, women, children, men. Everybody need to be on guard, but black women, especially by themselves or with, if you're married, pass it on. You know what you got to do to your family, extend it. Otherwise, pass the message on. We are invaded. We're under invasion. We're not the same. America has changed for the worst, not for the better. They just feel weak. Wait a minute, find out neither the whole family is deported. What are you talking about, Pinky? Okay, find out either one are American and the whole family is deported. I don't get that one. Pinky two, they are weak. Yeah, they are. They will ban. Wait a minute. There will be a ban on immigration. There probably will be. I think it's going to be a ban on immigration for a long time. But in the meantime, we got them by the millions in here. So, but as long
Wow,
it's going
that's a
to take that
lot.
long to clean them out of here. Let's talk about a ban for 50 years. It's going to take probably that long to get them out.
It's a forever band.
Yeah,
Trina,
probably will be.
do you
It'll
remember?
take that
Do
long
you
to get
guys
them out of here.
remember on BSIA's channel when I was saying that they are probably going to shut down the immigration, and you guys said no, okay, they're not going to shut it down because they still need people for this, this, and that. And I said, look, guys, this is extreme with all these people coming in, and for
You
every
might be
extreme
right.
action, there's going to be an extreme reaction. And I said, I think they're going to end up shutting down the immigration department. They're not going to allow it anymore, and I don't think it's going to be the United States. I think it's going to be all the countries, the first world countries of the Western world, because they're all being inundated by massive illegal migration. So
I
I
think
think,
you may be right
yeah, because you
because
guys,
we're
I
running
remember
out of
it was about
supplies
almost a
globally.
year ago when I said this. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Trina. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're right. I think Kay is right. She did say this. And I think the reason why it may be because we're running out of supplies globally. The global
Oh,
infrastructure
that's
of
true.
import and export is breaking down. The Hutus are attacking those ships that should be going around to deliver goods. A lot of stuff, as you can see, it's a lot of recalls. I hope y'all paying attention. You should have been prepared yesterday. Your pantries,
Did you hear
everything
about
should
all the
have been
Teslas that
full.
got frozen in this snowstorm? They said they couldn't even move them. They were just frozen robots.
Everything is muffed up. People are getting boxes with broken shit in it. I think I had got that happen. I think Shay, did that happen to you too, Shay? Buying something and it's busted the fuck up, getting stuff that don't that got stuff missing. Um, you got to be careful of the medicines that you're getting because a lot of stuff is out of date. I think Quakers had a major recall on oatmeal because oatmeal, who don't eat no, well, a lot of people don't. I eat oatmeal, but it's being recalled. And I'm kind of pissed off because I like the granola bars. Now I'm looking, I got to go downstairs because I got boxes. Because, you know, I like to grab a granola. Now I got to look at the date because I'm not sure if it got salmonella in it. Ain't nobody trying to catch that. So it's like everything that's coming has an issue. I think ground beef had glass in it. I think the yogurt packs for the children or the applesauce packs had lead in it. This shit is not no doggone that sound like because we ship stuff there and then they ship it back. It sound like they putting stuff in these products. That's what it sound like to me. We are at quote unquote war. So now you got to be careful what you eat. And I would just say check your cans, check your goods, but you should be stocked up. You should be stocked up for at least 6 months to a year, if not more. Have something in your home because it looked like this stuff is getting worse and worse. And then they said water had mold and all kinds of stuff in it. So it's a lot of stuff going on, and all of this stuff is being shipped to and from different other countries, mainly China. China. When I suggest people look at that movie, Leave the World Behind, look at that movie. And then you need to wonder to yourself, why would your ex-president be an executive producer of a movie like that. He could have produced any type of movie. Why would he produce that? Just the thought. But everybody should get prepared, not just
Katrina,
food wise, everything. You should be prepared. But go ahead, Kay.
Shay, does Shay want to say something?
Shay
Shay?
is.
Okay. I thought Shay was saying something. I was going to say, okay, so you were just saying, because I cut it, you were just saying about immigration, you think they're going to, what did you say earlier?
I
You
think
said
they are going to close it.
ban? Oh,
Like you would
okay.
say, globally, because everybody's running out of supplies, and when we're literally, they keep talking about World War III. So we're at that brink where some people say we are now. So globally, the
Mm-hmm.
global system of export and import is broken. I didn't realize that we all, not just
Yeah, I think
America,
COVID broke it, honestly.
yeah, it did. It broke it since then. And now with this stuff going on, since he's been in with this immigration and people being influx, you have put in a major halt
Strain
on,
on resources.
yes. So our global export import is broken. You can't go through the Panama Canal because the water's low. China owns the Panama Canal. The Suez Canal.
China owns the Panama Canal?
China owns the Panama Canal.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Wow.
You didn't know that.
No, I
The
remember when the
Suez
United States had it
Canal,
up until 1999. Then they had to turn it back over to Panama. I didn't know they Panama's turned around
China
and
owns
sold
it.
it too. Get the
China.
fuck out.
So now you got the Suez Canal. Well, the Hutus and the Houthis or whoever they are, the ones with Iran or Iraq, they're,
I've heard of the Suez Canal. Where is that?
that's the other way that they go.
Mm.
That's closest to, I think, Egypt.
So
I
what
think
happened with the
Egypt.
Suez Canal? What's happening with that?
They're attacking them when they go that way. So now they got to go around. And when you got to go around the Panama Canal by the water levels being so low, the ships were coming in at 36 at a time. Mind you, they was coming in more than that. But those water levels are so low, now it's down to 18 ships
Oh,
at a time.
so wait, how
Now they
many
got to
ships?
go
How
around.
many? Wait, how many ships did it used to be?
Before COVID, it was a lot. That's what I would say. Before COVID, it was a lot. It went down to 36, which was a massive cut. Now we're down to
Wow.
18.
Get the fuck
And
out.
that's not just for black. That's not black. That's just not for American goods. That's for all goods.
But I think that's going to force us to start manufacturing our own goods again, like we should have never stopped done in the first place.
Here's the problem. You know how long that's going to take? We don't manufacture nothing. We're consumers.
We don't even manufacture our medicines, and we used to do
We
that.
don't do none of that. So now you're going to be at the state where you're going to have to go back to almost a primitive aspect of farming.
Yeah.
You have to find ways to do stuff naturally. But in the meantime, you got to grab what they have to, because you can't make no medicine without growing stuff. A lot of us, who fucking farms? The average American doesn't farm or know how. And you need the goods to be able to make goods. You follow what I'm saying? They took all
Yeah.
of that out of here and made us a nation of consumers. Not just America, all of them, but we're just concerned about America because we live in
Like
this
the
bitch.
Western world. Yeah.
Right. And then you bring in all of these people and they're all coming here to eat and you giving them handouts. It's like a major setup for disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So those who can farm will farm. You know what I'm saying? But we're talking about all of us as a collective. And then they
But I
shutting
think a
down
lot of
your
Americans
farms
are
for
going to start
chicken.
doing that. They're shutting down what?
They're shutting down farms. They don't
Wow.
want you to go because you got someone who's a globalist who wants to give you fake meat. He brought up 250,000 worth of acres of land. Now they found thousands of cows dead, pig flu, chicken flu. They fucking with your eggs. They messing with stuff. You have a lot of stuff going on the inside and the outside. You have your globalists on one end, like Donald Trump is talking about. You had all this disastrous stuff since the C-19. People are trying to survive in other countries. They were probably third world. Now they 13th, and we had in the second or third. This global food crisis is not just it's global. We have
Mm-hmm.
food here, but America's a capitalistic society. So it's going to sell to the what? Highest bidder. If someone says, oh, I want this such and such for this amount, you're going to keep it here to feed the people, or you're going to sell out to get your money. That's how they are. It's capitalistic. They're starting to ration and do stuff as we speak. You were
So that's why
basically
you think.
saying, You saw it
Go ahead.
basically when you went in your store when they basically wouldn't you say they had us all behind glass? They're doing that more and more in stores.
No, it's because of the they did that because of the theft. I told you they
Yeah,
got
that's
massive theft because they got so many illegal aliens here. That's how they make a living. They go they oh let me tell you, I came here in 2018. I 2000 when I was in on it back on the East Coast for about 2 years. Okay, then I came back early 2018, and what I saw was all these people along the major intersection of Market Street and 7th Street. That's like a main intersection, and it's near the
mm-hmm,
Civic Center, like City Hall, the main library, etc. And when you go out there at the 10 o'clock at night, they literally have a late night street market, and they're selling all the stuff that they ripped off from the mall because there's a major mall downtown.
mm-hmm,
They're going up in there ripping off stuff, department stores, Old Navy, any of these stores. And then in addition to that, they was ripping off the drugstores. So when they go in the drugstore, they was ripping off all these toiletries and medicines. Because in America, you know how it is. You go into the store and you pick what you want on the shelf and you take it up to the counter, you pay for it. Was like you said,
exactly.
a lot of people are scavengers. They have never had access to this kind of stuff. So they walk in here like, oh, look at all this stuff. They just want to take and take and take like a scavenger. And that's what they do. They don't take a few things to sell it so they can get some money so they have something to eat. They go and take tons of stuff. They had a whole marketplace and they was out there every freaking night. They're still out there. It's been like 4, 5, 6 years now. And then in addition to that, then they go on the daytime. They will be on Mission Street and 16th Street. That's another major intersection that's near the Hispanic area. They will be over there. And I saw a whole marketplace. It looked like a whole damn flea market up and down the sidewalk. Like I was just astounded. I took video of it and just
Mm-hmm.
tons of toiletries and medicines and stuff that they had ripped off in the drugstore. So at that time in 2018, I was like, why are these drugstores open? Why don't they close? Because these people are doing nothing but robbing these drugstores. Let me tell you, it's about 2 years later before these drugstores started closing one after one after
Mm-hmm.
one. There was about 20 different drugstores downtown San Francisco. Maybe there's another two that have been around and they just closed. Those they were like the last 3 to 5 that were down there. And now I know of one or two major ones that are still open, but all the other ones they closed. And Trina, you go up and down, except for the high end retailers. All of the other retailers, like San Francisco, downtown San Francisco, look like a freaking ghost town. So many storefronts have closed. They're just
What?
huge
That's what I
department
did
stores,
see. Somebody brought that.
whole
Dang.
building, 8-story building, closed, empty, ghost
And,
town.
sa-
The
and
mall,
sa-
the mall,
so
so
California is
many
like a
stores in the
ghost town.
mall. This is in San Francisco. So many stores in the
Wow.
mall have closed, right? So there's this one section of the mall that you can go because the mall, it used to be an old historical building that had a dome. I think this is back like in the early 1900s, right? So they preserved the
Mm-hmm.
dome, but they lifted it up. And so the way it works in one part of the mall, because it's a pretty big downtown mall, right? So in this one section of the mall, you can go from the basement level with the food court and go all the way to the top, like maybe 7 levels up to the top where the dome is, right? So I said, oh, I remember at the top near the dome, they used to have an area where you could charge your cell phone. So I said, let me go up there. So I started going up the escalator, right? So I went at 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. And then I got up on the fourth level and I looked up. The other 3 levels were shut down, completely shut down. You couldn't take the escalator up. And that whole area, those next 3 floors, there were no stores on those floors. That section of floor mall, there were no stores at all, none.
How
And
many
it
stories
was
is
a
this
flat.
mall? How many
Oh,
stories?
they had like 4 department stores. I think it was like Mace, not Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Nordstrom's. I think Nordstrom just closed in the past 6 months. I can't remember all the stores because I really don't do them all too much, but
Mm-hmm.
so many of the stores have closed. So
I
many
watched this guy named
in the
Jeremiah
mall.
Bobby and
Yeah,
I
and all up
allegedly
and down the streets just
they
closed,
said y'all
closed.
stores are closed. So y'all don't even have the malls and the places are like ghost towns.
Yeah, because
Well,
there's
just to get
I've been hearing that the mall was supposed to shut down. Okay, there was a movie theater. So one section of the top of the mall they had the dome, and then when you go in the other section, they had a movie theater. Right, the
all
movie
of that
theater shut
closed.
down 6 months ago. Yeah, shut down, gone. Girls,
Now, what
crazy.
I'm noticing, just to let y'all know, because of all of these shortages and what's going on in the sea, Walmart, from what they're saying, someone gave the information, is going to use the distribution centers in Arkansas or in the
They're going to do
South.
what? Say that again.
use the distribution centers. Their distribution centers, they're sending all of their goods to, um, supposedly, allegedly, to all of the distribution centers in like Arkansas or in the South. They're not going to go. The distribution centers are. They're not going to send anything to the distribution centers in the North or in the what on the West Coast, like where you're at, because of the theft. They're
Wow.
stealing too much and they're losing too much profit. So they've also been told to ration what they send to these particular stores. And these stores that have a high theft rate, they're closing them down.
Yeah. I hear about the
And that's
Walmarts and the
Walmart. And
Targets that are
that's
getting.
Walmart. So if Walmart does that, all of these other stores are probably going to fall in
And they
line.
also shut down a Target. I went to this Target. I used to go to this Target. It was a smaller Target. Really didn't get a lot of business, but I was going there like a few months ago, and now it's gone. It's closed down.
You said these pharmacies are closed. We're missing a lot of stuff like medications, vitamins, all of these different things that because remember when, I don't know if you saw it, when they was coming through the train or whatever was coming through California to bring the stuff, the shipments and the those cargo trucks all the way to like the South. I think it was, they would go stop through New York. Then after New York, they would come on through and go to like maybe the Charleston shipping grounds on stuff. But remember, the people, the migrants was coming in. That's before it got real bad. And then they started just robbing the trains and throwing the stuff
Oh,
out
I
all on the
remember that
tracks.
in California, in Los Angeles. Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, they
Yep.
had started diverting then, but now they ain't sending nothing up towards. They sending it towards like Arkansas, the Midwest, and then I guess they'll bring it in as they need it to certain stores. The stores that they're going to bring it to are the stores that do not have a high theft rate. So if that store, like how you were saying,
But
constantly
what they're
had that,
probably doing
they're
is
gonna let the
they're
shelves
shipping it
just empty and then close it. But go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing they're doing, Trina, is because a lot of people are getting stuff through Amazon or they're getting stuff through shipping, right? That's being mailed directly to their home, and they're also getting stuff, those apps where they pay people to shop for them and deliver it
Hmm.
straight to their door.
I do that too. But you gotta be careful with that because some of those people are not us, and
The porch
people ain't
pirates.
getting their groceries. Just letting you know. Be careful doing that. If you can go get your own groceries, get
Trina,
them. But if you're a senior, then
Trina,
of course,
you say about
they're
your
bringing you your
boarding?
stuff.
They're
A
bringing you
lot
your
of them
stuff.
are other people. No, they're not. A lot of them are other people and bringing and delivering your goods. You
Trina, you're
understand?
breaking up. I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
I said a lot of them, when you get your stuff delivered, be mindful. They may not. Del- a lot of people are not getting their goods.
Mm.
So you have to be careful with that. If you can go in the store and pick your stuff and just don't go do no big shop. If you are doing it online, make sure that you set the time up, make sure you get your goods, make sure someone's there with you to help bring your stuff in, and make sure you check your items. You follow what I'm saying? Because a
Yeah,
lot of
definitely.
mishaps have been happening with that, especially if you're a senior. I can understand, yes, do that. But make sure somebody's with you when you're getting your groceries delivered, whether you're a senior or not. Make sure you go through your stuff. Check your dates because someone is shopping for you. You want to make sure you put special instructions on your special shopper on what you want and what you don't want. You need to sign for your stuff and they need to contact you upon arriving. You have to
Yeah.
put special instructions because they'll leave your shit in front of your door, have somebody come and pull up and take your stuff, and then the store don't run
Oh,
and reimburse you.
wow.
Yeah, you need to make sure on that it says, I want to sign for my groceries. You need to also put on there that they need to contact you and call you upon coming to your residence. And check your items. Make sure it's fresh and make sure it hasn't been tampered with. Just saying. But if you do a shop and you do a big one, go in groups. If you're doing something to get smaller items, get less items when you're by yourself. Because a lot has happened before this immigrant influx. Two older women went shopping and got deleted in their driveway upon putting their groceries in their home. That was 2 summers ago. So you're being watched. And that was before it got as bad as this. So now imagine with all of the theft and stuff that you're talking about. America again has changed, not for the better, but for the worse. So America has changed as we know it. It's time to put on a new type of vision, um, vision mechanisms to see what's going on in front of you. This is not the same.
You remember I was telling you guys about how they England now says that we have to go through the visa system, whereas we didn't
Mm-hmm,
have to before because of this influx of all these illegal aliens. And have you also noticed with this new federal ID? I don't know if you
mm-hmm.
received. Have you heard about that federal ID? And do you
Yeah, I
notice
heard we
when
got
they
to get
came up
it.
with federal, that's they can't. Okay, so they said when this federal ID is passed, you will no longer be able to enter government buildings unless you have the federal ID. It cannot be a state ID. It cannot be a state license. It has to be a
Mm-hmm.
federal ID. You wanted one of those, right? And you're not going to be
Right.
able to board the plane. You also have a federal ID or a passport. Now, when I said, wow, why are they doing that? I thought about it. They started doing that when these states started giving illegal aliens IDs and driver license. So you see how our quality of life is
It dropped
dramatically dropped.
immediately. It
Mm.
immediately dropped.
It means
That.
that your state ID is crap. Your state license is crap. Your American citizenship, your American passport is crap.
Yep. We have been leveled off, and well, black Americans ain't never had privilege. We see now that we had some. White Americans are having a fit because this president has turned them and their status into niggers, and now it has made life for us as Americans. He turned them into niggers. They got their nigger wake up
Saying
call.
Trina, they're white niggers, huh?
They white niggas. They like what the they are on here crying. They can't buy no grocery. I wasn't laughing, but I felt her pain when she said this white woman was like, I'm eating peanut butter sandwiches. I was like, peanut butter is pretty good. I like it like D, but I don't know if I'm gonna eat no peanut butter sandwich every day. I don't think that's healthy. I was like, but oh, but Camsy, but I was like, I'm like, yo, sis, you need to find some nuggets, something, oodles and noodles to eat peanut butter and jelly. You can't afford. I mean, she was on there balling, and she was like, she buy food for the kid. This is what she's talking about, her kid. And I'm like, okay, because I guess her and her husband share the custody, and she house poor. I guess she can't get out of it. And this chick has been relegated to eating dollar store bread and peanut butter sandwiches.
Well,
She
you
on
said
that
she was. You said
shit.
she was house poor.
Yeah, because she can't afford anything. She has to
What
work
does that mean?
40
What does
something,
house poor mean?
meaning she barely there. She can't afford to enjoy her house. She's out of her house 60 to 70 hours per week to make that money to pay for that shit by
Oh
herself.
wow.
This is a Caucasoid woman, a white woman. Karen was having a dog. When she said she eat peanut butter and wheat bread sandwich, I said, I'll be damned. I like peanut butter too. I eat it like D off of what's happening off the spoon, but I'm not eating that every damn day. I don't think you're supposed to do that. Just
There's
saying.
a lot of vegetarian people that and vegan people that will eat it for protein. So they may eat it every day. I don't know if they eat it every day. But they
Yeah,
do
I don't
say
think
it
you
could
can
be a
eat. I
vegetarian.
don't think you should eat anything every day. Too much of something is just too much. But when she was saying it, I was like, "Yo, sis, go get some oodles and noodles or some shit. You got to be able
But
to eat
Trina,
something
they
else."
have food banks. Trina, they have food
Yeah,
banks.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, chick, if you don't go find somewhere to go get you some old food and some bread and get out of here,
But they also
you
have food
know,
stamps now. I don't know with her income if she can get it, but if she can show
she
that
looked like she
her,
makes made too much money, so she wouldn't qualify. And maybe she don't
so that
qualify
means that
for
she probably needs to
food
sell her house.
stamps. Yeah, so I guess I was at that point until he deleted me off of my job because I didn't want to take the jabber jabber. But in any case, I can understand you may make too much for this and too less for that, so they barrel you in, so you don't have enough. So I can get it. Not that I'm empathizing with Karen. I was just saying, this is down to peanut butter and wheat bread. What the fuck? She was on there. I said, so I can see these suckers is not voting for no Biden. They gonna be up in there. They gonna be up. They gonna be at them polls. They gonna be camping out. They want that sucker out.
You
It's
know,
only
Trina's
but
going to
so
be
many.
interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if they'll be camping out the day before voting. That's a good point. I want to see that.
Yeah, you got to see these things where they're talking about I can't afford groceries and shit is just, and you see the black ones and the and oh, the immigrants are even funnier. I've come to this country, they start to slip up and they'll tell you who they are, and I can't even get. I'll be like, okay, and they talk about they can't get no beans and the kids must be eating too much and just different things. I'm like, no, these kids been eating the same way they've been eating. People are going to start to get real shanty on how much food they consume, when they consuming it. I mean, I will tell you this much. America's definitely going to get in shape whether they want to or not. You're going to lose this damn weight. We're going to lose it. And some of you got to maintain what you got. So all of these curves, I may be a big chick, but I'm going to mellow down and I'm going to be nice and curvy because we all going to be coming down. That's for you skinny minis. Look, don't go no farther than what you are. But I say for you big girls, you're going to curve up. Now, you was too big. I hope you be all right. Don't eat yourself while you in that house. I feel bad for people who like at that 600-pound life because they can't bring you shit. I don't know what to tell you. You ain't got no family members, but I'm just saying people gonna start to mellow out and slim down. The one thing I did find out about Black Americans as a collective, we're not big eaters. If it does anybody agree, I don't see where we eat big like that.
No, that
If,
seems to be more of a culture thing. Like certain cultures where they sit down and they put a whole feast on the damn table for breakfast, lunch.
yeah, we eat. Don't get it twisted. We eat. I say on Thanksgiving, Christmas, Black Americans will go out and fix their meal. Thanksgiving, you do the turkey and whatever, whatever. And you try to make your little tradition. Christmas,
Yeah, but
everybody like
that's a
damn
once a
that
year
turkey.
thing, so that's
Yeah,
different.
but
But
when it
that's
comes to
different.
eating, yeah, when we come to eating food, I don't know if it is like you said. It's a culture thing. I think we nitpickers. We eat. Some of them could get down, but when I watch, if anybody ever watched B Love, when I watch her, I just like watching her make all them damn sounds. But just watching her alone, I can't eat after watching that shit. Now, some things I'll watch on TV and I'll be like on YouTube and I'll be like, oh, I want to make that.
Hey,
But when
Trina,
it comes,
I gotta take a break. I'll be right back.
okay, but when it comes to us taking an overall eat, I don't know. I don't think Black Americans, do we eat like that? Do y'all agree? Do y'all eat big feasts and meals? I'm more of a nitpick. I drink more than I eat, not the alcohol beverages like sodas and juices. I mean, everybody's different. I do have my one or two meals, but I don't think we bored down like that. Do anybody else, eat like that? Maybe it's because a lot of times, depending on your job, your lifestyle, you be working and be moving, you just don't have the time. I don't know. I don't do the 3 meals a day. Maybe because I'm older. When the kids were little, you have to feed your children them, the 3 meals. I think that's the most that you do because you got to make sure they eat 3 meals. But do anybody as Black Americans as a collective, do you think we big eaters? I don't think we eat enough, and definitely not enough of the right stuff sometimes. I think that we need to be more conscious of what we eat because we don't. What's up, Sam? Sam always shows up. My guys always show up. Sam, Somali, different ones. So what do y'all think? As Black Americans, do you think we eat big like that? I still say you do need to get your shit together and stock up. Make sure your stuff was done up yesterday. But I don't see us as eating as a major thing. Behind said the country. Yes, he did. So what do y'all think? Somebody write it down. I eat a lot of different foods. I do 2 meals. Okay, that's pretty much the average. Yeah, that's what I think I do. I eat a lot of different foods. It depends. I have to be in the mood for certain things. I like the snacker and then I do my little snacks here. I'm more of a snacker and I drink juice. But to have like a big solid meal after and I'm a big girl. My nutritionist said I need to eat more. I just depends because I'm not a morning person. I have to be in the mood. I'm more of a mood person on what I eat. I have to have a taste for it sometimes. I do get my meals in, but it's not like, oh, I gotta. But I've seen how they eat because, like I said, I've dated out my ethnic, and they can get down. They can get down. They eat like this. The plate ain't got no bottom. I've seen other cultures get down to a lot of these Asian cultures. You be thinking these some little people. Them people can go. They can eat. I think a lot of cultures out eat us. We're not the type who eat like that. Um, when I look at it, it's just I think it's just the way we've been bought and bred. I remember eating when I was a little child, and your parent would cook you breakfast, lunch, dinner, stuff like that when you're little. And then when you get old enough where you get your own meals, everybody pretty much, unless it's a particular time for dinner that day, everybody pretty much go for themselves when they get of age, especially when we came outside of that nuclear family context. When we had more of a nuclear family where the grandma was home and she cooked, I think that's when we ate the most. Matter of fact, that's when we gained the weight, when grandma stopped cooking and we started going up to work. And you're working at 40 hours a week. When you had that grandmama or that woman who was at home and everybody else, we ate better and we actually were healthier. That's something to think about when we had extended families. Yeah, they don't. So when they eat, they go to work. They go to work. I see they put piles of it. And all of these groups, they all have a phantasm for rice. That is their signature portion of their dish. So everybody be aware, if you like long grain white rice, they eat a lot of rice. I'm not just talking about Africans and everybody, Asians, Africans, Caribbeans, Hispanics. A lot of people eat rice. Black Americans, even white people starting to eat rice. So make sure you have your rice stash. But we're not big eaters. I'm a drinker, like I said. I like teas, juices. I drink my calories. But make sure you get your squares and you eat healthy and switch it up as much as you can. Because I don't think it's a good thing to eat one thing at a time. I mean, naturally eat what you can eat and whatever you can afford, but try to be as nutritious as possible. Try to be as nutritious as possible. Shay always falling asleep. Shay Money. We've had a long day. But I would suggest
I
make sure
thought
you
I was unmuted and I was talking.
go ahead, talk.
I said what I had to say. I was awake
Oh, I didn't hear you say what you said.
because I was muted.
Oh, well, unmute it. Well, start, say it again.
No, but you was talking about different conversations.
Okay, what did you say? Rice is a filler. What did you say? Rice is a filler.
You
Go ahead.
saying
What did you
stuff
say? I
like
thought you were asleep. I did mute you because I thought you were asleep. But go ahead.
now
What did you say?
I was listening.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
But you were saying something. I was saying, but it's too late now.
Oh Lord, I can't stand Shay. Shay just forgot. That's what she mean to say. She was asleep. I heard her. She was going.
I was asleep
Yeah.
again.
Pinky says rice is a filler, no nutritional value, and is bad for people watching sugar. I don't think you should eat it every day on a consistent basis, but you do need it as, like how you say, a filler. I would agree, Pinky. I would not eat no rice every day, but every now and then you can add it to a meal and make sure you add a lot of vegetables to it as that starch. But to eat that every day, you better be careful. I would not do that and have you got the diabeticals. You got the sugar. As the old people say, you got the sugar. Don't eat no rice every day. Be careful with pasta. But it is good every now and then to add to your meals. That's why I say keep it to have that portion where you can fill up your belly. I prefer jasmine. I need to know how to quinoa. Can you store quinoa? Quinoa is a better option. Can you store? I'm gonna get some of that. Can you store quinoa? And how would you store it? Can you store it like you do rice, or is it like brown rice and does it go bad? If you can store it, fine. I would get quinoa.
Yeah, all of us have to change our diet, really.
Yeah, we
Because
do.
I don't know what the hell is in these supermarkets. Not even the fruit is right. And, I'm hearing how they have nanobots in the food. Really?
I've heard that. What did you
That's
hear?
scary.
What did you hear?
Yeah, that is in the food.
Oh shit.
And then I just keep replaying in this videotape what Bill Gates said. When we have this technology today that will change your life.
Mm. Keep talking. I gotta step off for a second. I
Yeah,
gotta get
there's
me.
that, but there is nanobots in the food. I don't remember the names, but I do have the list of what it's called when you read the ingredients, and you don't know what it is. Yeah, so we got to be careful because we don't know what we're digesting and eating all these years, and then I'm hearing that it's been out since the '90s. So that's a long time of us ingesting that shit, and we don't know what it is. And then half of us, some of our stuff is coming from another country that's competing. So no wonder why a lot of people are messed up. If our fruits and vegetables, we gotta grow our own. I've been looking at a lot of YouTubers where they teach you how to grow your own food inside your house. So we definitely got to get back to that because there's no telling what we eating, and our children are eating. Oh, it's a mess. And the canned foods is just it's just a mess, and we really got to be on survival mode and off the grid mode to tell you the truth. How do you put all that stuff in the food? It doesn't make sense. And call it, some of it is called nanobots. Hmm. How sick is that? I mean, who does that to a community? It doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry. Did you read what Pinky said? That's a
No.
shame. She said, I bought 5 apricots, cost me $7, and they went bad in 3 days, dry. A bad instant. That ain't that ain't no time. They were saying that the fruit is not even lasting that long.
The fruit is no good.
Yeah. Make sure you wash your fruit. And then they said cantaloupes had, what was it? Something was up with cantaloupes that you couldn't. Sorry for the noise. Something was going on with cantaloupes that it was not a good thing to eat. Cantaloupes too. What was that?
Well, I know cantaloupes was used at one time to help you lower your blood pressure.
Yeah, but something was on them that people weren't buying them and couldn't buy them. Was it salmonella on that or E. coli? Something was with the cantaloupe. Something was going on with the cantaloupe.
Hmm.
Anybody know? Either way, if you don't want to change your diet, it's like we finding stuff. Stuff
Mm.
is not tasting the same
No,
and it's
it's
not
not
of good
tasting the
quality.
same either.
Salmonella, that
It's
was just on the cantaloupe.
and it makes you lose your appetite not to eat really. And you need to eat, but the thing is, what do you eat and what do you
Yeah,
trust to eat?
that's it. And it was, I don't know, pray over it. That's what I say. And make sure you check your stuff. You should, I mean, check it to the best of your ability. Make sure you clean it off as best as you can. Because I don't know. Pay attention to these recalls. Now is the time you have to,
Hmm.
and make sure you look on social media because the news is late. The news is like weeks behind. Look on social media. And yes, look for our context on what we need to do as Black Americans and how we should move, but also start looking up these recalls. You need to be aware because a lot of times these distributors, these stores, and the news will tell you at the last minute. Social media tends to move faster on telling you this stuff than the actual news. And when you know, tell your elderly relatives or those who don't know, let them know and pass it on because that's messed up. A lot of people eat oatmeal. Too many damn recalls. I'm like, well, damn. What if you bought it weeks ago and you don't have no receipt? You just ass out? I'm not understanding. Just wondering. Because people pay for this stuff. Some of these recalls is months behind or weeks behind when you already purchased it and may have consumed it. Just saying. Now it's like you got to look at your food and check it to make sure it's not on the recall list or hold. It's just weird. So, like I said, now before you could just buy your food and every now and then you get a recall. It's like you getting a recall every other week or every week. It's always a recall.
I don't trust none of it.
Yeah.
I just was just telling Trina, y'all, I bought, and I love pickles. I love dill pickles and I love the Jergens. And I said, I want some pickles. I ate the pickle, this was yesterday, and it tastes like pure chemicals.
Mm, mm. What it tastes like? Bleach? Did it taste like bleach?
No, it tastes like a chemical.
Trina, did you
Not
see that
bleach.
Sam Stills is in the chat?
Yeah, I saw. Where's he at? Yeah, I did see Sam's earlier.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. How you
Sam.
doing, Sam? Still listening.
Shay says she bought some pickles and it tasted like chemicals.
I believe her.
Everything is tasting weird. Now, a lot
You
of
know,
stuff is
somebody
just
was
tasting
saying that
weird.
rice is a filler. Pinky said rice is a filler, no nutritional value, and it's bad for people watching sugar. My issue with rice, sometimes when I eat rice, it just seems like it just gets congested in my system. Like my system doesn't digest it well. So
Hmm.
one thing I started eating is couscous, and I don't know if you guys have Trader Joe's in your area, but they usually have a box of couscous for $2. However, for the first time, I went to this Trader Joe's, this main one in downtown San Francisco, and for the first time, they didn't have couscous. So yeah, there's something to be saying about
The
supplies.
shortages. She
Yes,
said, "You
shortages.
eat quinoa? Is quinoa and couscous the same?"
I think they're similar, like grains. I haven't eaten quinoa, but I have eaten couscous, and
No,
I like
Binky
couscous.
said quinoa you can eat, and quinoa is storable for long. You can store it on long term um shelf life. So I'll get them both, quinoa and couscous, to switch it up. I don't know if you can store couscous.
You see
I
that?
thought
Look, Pinky said she bought 5 apricots that cost her $7, and they went bad and dry in 3 days. That's
mhm.
crazy.
They said the fruit and everything is this whole shortage thing, and what we're getting is it's not it's not good. You should see when you see stuff face front, look behind it. Because a lot of stuff times they're pushing stuff up front. There ain't nothing behind it. And you gotta look at it. Okay, you see it on the shelf, but if they was to have an emergency, how long would it take for them to empty out their store? And then how long would it take them to refill that store? And then we have all of these issues that's going on with the global export and import. How long will it take if that store is empty for them to deliver to all of these stores so that you can have what you need? And will that store have all of the supplies? Because if you have a store that has a high theft rate, that store may close down. How far do you have to go to get to a store that's outside of your area? Did you hear, like in Europe, they were doing things where they were doing it where you couldn't come in this zone, you had to be in that zone, and you couldn't go no more than 15 to 25 minutes or 15 to 20 miles out of your zone. They're doing that in the UK. It's called like a way that they can ration to keep certain areas fed. So if you live in an area that's not where there are a lot of stores, or you live in a food desert, you may have a problem. Just saying, these are things that they're doing, and Europe and America are bouncing ideas off of each other in order to salvage, how you say, ration resources. Just to let you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
Hmm.
at least they got some kind of system to ensure that people can eat.
Yeah,
Everybody's getting something. But you know what that probably means? They're gonna have to probably have send a whole lot of people back to their native countries.
maybe. But you know, that
Yeah.
also means that if you live in an area that's highly populated with melanated people, you're gonna get the worst goods.
Wow. Yeah.
You may get the worst goods or barely any goods at all, because we were already living in food deserts, living where they didn't have a lot of stuff. And a lot of these poppy and mommy stores will probably close down. So I would not depend on them as being a great source of food, because will probably be the biggest distributors that's going to get the food first. Just saying, it runs into a lot of factors. So this round, a lot of mommy and poppy stores may not make it. if you know what I mean. But that's other stuff to talk about on a later time period. But we have a lot to digest. 2024, calling things out, knowing the differences, being mindful of who we around, looking at your survival skill resources, walking around like you a thug. So let me stop. For protection, like Kay said, you better get your masculine on.
Yeah,
Something. I
you
don't
better go
know.
put on them jeans and the tennis shoes and a hoodie. Shoot.
Yup. You
Mm.
gotta move us, flex it. America has changed, not for the better, but for the worse. We have to change a whole lot of the ways that we move. Move like a gray man and move for your and make sure you uh, get stuff to protect yourself. Learn how to do things to protect yourself. Um, you know what those things can be. I'm not suggesting, but start learning ways to protect yourself and your home and your belongings and your well-being, and pass on this information to family and friends. We're in a different time. America is no longer the same, and elections 2024 is not the end all and be all. It's the beginning of whew,
Yeah, I
more
agree. And it's
turbulence
going to
to
be the
come.
beginning of what? I don't know, but it's going to be the beginning.
Yeah, more turbulence to me to come, more drama.
I agree. I agree.
That's where we're at. So I'm going to close out because everybody's getting tired. We need to rest up. I will be here next Saturday. We will have another
Yeah.
topic. So make sure Kay shows up, Shay shows up. We always seem to do good on the threesome. Not in that way, but yeah,
Yeah,
on the
you know,
three.
there was one thing I think you need to, you mentioned it, you need to expand on. I meant to mention it earlier. What you were saying about, when you about the original topic, colorism versus bleaching, right? And you was
Mhm.
talking about how you see these people with skin bleach trying to look a certain way that they're not, but then they have hatred for people that look that way naturally. Like,
Mhm.
like they seem to have a vitriol and a hatred for people that are light skinned and mixed race, like Melty Megan. And I thought that was an
Yeah,
excellent point that you made. Maybe we should do a whole live stream about that
that's a good
because I
idea.
find
We
it
can
very
do that on
peculiar that,
colorism and skin bleaching number two. So that is something that we can look into. I'll pull that up.
yeah, 'cause I find
And
it
hopefully
peculiar
by
that
then I can
it's
figure
like
out how to
they
get them
want to
videos.
they want to be white, but then they want to hate the mixed race children of white people. So
They
like, how
don't
does
like
that work
lighter skinned
in your
women.
mind?
They don't like lighter
Hmm?
skinned women. They don't like Black
Yeah,
American women as a whole. They're very vitriol. But when it comes to lighter skinned women, she's not lying about their vitriol. They don't like that. They're very, very
yeah.
jealous of her.
And that may be very good. What you may be very valid point. What you're saying, like, when you tell her Megan, it's probably really not Black American women. Those probably are other types of
It's
women
them.
that are posing as Black American women.
It's them. Because when I looked into it, now that I'm seeing that they call themselves Black American and I'm seeing that more and more come up, will you probably get one or two that's there? Because I was at the space, I was watching it. And I'm like,
Hmm.
that's not usually Black American women. I'm not going to sit here and have this vitriol for a lighter skin. My child is lighter skin. What the hell? I'm going to be sitting here hating like that? It's not that deep. That's why she was like, and a lot of us was so, but they have a self-esteem problem. Like when we saw, what's her name? That Blue Monkey girl. That's what she called her. What's her name? Ice
Mm.
Spice.
Hey,
She took that.
Erica Mena. Erica Mena.
Yeah. She took that
No,
from the Hispanic
Erica Mena
coach.
was the one that called that girl Blue Monkey, right?
Right.
Erica Mena was the one that uh
And what
called
was
her a Blue
she?
Monkey. A Spice.
And she's Caribbean. Yes.
They're both
Caribbean.
Caribbean. Both of them are Caribbean.
Eric Mina
One's
is
Hispanic
Hispanic,
Caribbean, the other
lighter
one's, I
version.
guess, Afro Caribbean.
And the one to know, she's Jamaican. She sat right there. Now, name a Black American woman who would have took that. I don't think she would have gave us that energy. I don't feel no type of way about no damn Hispanic. You don't got nothing on me. Black American women don't even muff with Hispanic women like that to put them at a
We
higher
don't.
level. Like, oh, we don't.
No,
What
I
the fuck?
don't do
We
that.
don't
And
think of white women
I've
like
had
that either.
Hispanic. I know Hispanic women that were friends of mine. I never had that dynamic with them.
Yeah, we don't go through that. So that's what I was saying. I have to disagree. Our self esteem ain't that low. But I looked at that girl and she called her a blue monkey. She'd have been eating a monkey fist. I'm not no monkey. I'd have showed you what a monkey was, though. I don't mess with them chicks like that. I don't have no disdain for like, but I don't feel no type of way. They see they get that energy because black men and maybe what you say Caribbean and African men give them that leverage. But black American women will tell them you better buzz your ass off and take your I can't say it on here because I don't want my stream to go down. But no, I don't be going off for no enchiladas. I don't give a damn about they musty women. Stay over there with that energy. Black American men gave you that, but you ain't shit to me. Nothing.
Yeah, agree. Agree.
He make you feel like that, and you the lower caste
As
in what
well. I said,
you do. I
look,
don't
man,
got
dear
going
men,
over there with that.
Trina, dear men don't even put them on a pedestal like that. I'm like,
No,
please don't even try to come to me trying to make me think
don't
you
come to
all
me
that.
with
And your
that
own men don't
because
even
black men
treat
make
you
you
like
feel
that.
like
Get out of
something.
here.
And
And you got to
and
go
this
to
is the
black men
thing
that don't like themselves. Get out of here.
that don't
You
like
ain't got
themselves.
nothing
And
going
then half
on.
the time when they picking you, I know you don't look like nothing. Probably don't look like nothing.
That's true.
I don't trust the judgment of black men on no type of women when they'll go with a fat mayonnaise jar women that's from the non what you say the people of no color. They will tell you can't be fat,
Trina,
but we'll go with a woman that's
she
just
said they be
rolling
looking
out
like
the
a busted
mayonnaise
can of
jar,
biscuits.
rolling out the damn jar. I mean, they be
Trina, you're
rolling down
Borgian. You're
flubber.
Borgian.
Oh yeah, they
Trina,
will
you're
grow.
Borgian. Trina, you're
Can you hear
Borgian.
me now? Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't trust black men on their judgment with women. They will go with the opposite. They will go with fat white women. They will go with women with all kinds of degeneracies, but will call you out for stuff. I can't pay attention to black men on that. You as a black woman should elevate yourself. You know what you look like. I'm not going by what they say on nothing. They pick the most degenerate Beckys and Conchitas and Louis Linlands to compare us to, and we be looking like Stop as black women judging yourself on the pretense of what black American men pick. Because at the end of the day, if he has a colorist mindset, she can look like a damn beluga whale, and he'll think she look all right with a whole ass on her forehead. He don't care. Do not judge your beauty by what the black man says. Judge your beauty by what you say and how you feel about yourself. That's the way I feel about that. I will not listen to what he say. He be paying attention to your wig, your skin, just all kinds of dumb stuff. And a lot of these men are also not men from our culture. Let's make that clear. As with
Yeah, that's a good point.
a lot of them are African and Caribbean men because they always asking when you want to be on SBSI, when are y'all gonna get married? Why are the birth? Just all kinds of dumb stuff. So keep your
What did they ask? Trina, what kind of questions did they ask?
when are you getting black women need to get married, black women need to have children, black women are single mothers, all of the stuff that their women are black
Right.
women, and a lot of it could be done with the wigs and the weaves and all this other kind of stuff, but black men do it too,
Mm.
but they're very obsessed with all of them with our birthing thing. I've never heard them bring up African and
Interesting.
Caribbean. It's always about what black American women are going
So
to do or
that's how
black
you know it's
should
probably
not do.
African and Caribbean men that are doing
Yeah,
it, huh?
it's all three,
Okay,
but
then.
it's definitely them. And they have no right to ask us nothing, much less a black man, but definitely not no African or Caribbean. So keep that in
Wait,
mind.
hold it. Trina, you're Borgian. Wait, Trina, you just bored. Can you say that again?
It's African and Caribbean men that do it as well. They have no business telling us what to do and what not to
I
do. We
agree.
should not listen to them. Definitely, they cosplay, but there are a
I
few
agree.
black
I agree.
American men who are in it as well. So we need to keep our ears and our eyes out for that. That we're being watched by all groups of men. Just think of it like that. That's what I would say. Keep your eyes out, your ears open, your head on the swivel, and watch out. That's Shay, and Shay will tell you she ain't sleep. She'll be like, "I'm listening," and be knocked the hell out.
I'll be knocked the hell out, not me.
Now, look. See, that's why I say what I say. Did she get him? I'll be knocked out. Miss D says someone's snoring.
People, people can snore for me. It's like that, but they won't be knocked out. They'll be snoring,
That
but not
was
knocked out. They just seem like it.
You
Yeah,
bored? What did you say, Shay? I mean, Kay.
yeah.
that
I
was
just
Kate
yeah. It's
snoring.
okay. You hear me? Okay. I was saying that. Oh, what'd you say,
That
Shay?
was Kate snoring. That's what she said. You heard Kate snoring, not me.
I heard Shay snoring.
For real. Not me.
That's
Oh,
Shay. Shay was like, she
Oh
was calling
no.
the shoot. Did y'all hear it? I heard
no,
it
I
go
was,
bad. It was coming. She
but you
counting
no,
sheep.
Mm-mm.
what I was going to say, Trina, is that I think that this is another thing that is very important among Black American people, and it's like um, this vitriol and hatred that foreign people have for people that are mixed race, particularly mixed with Black American, as
Mhm,
even more so if they're light skinned, whether they may be actually biracial, just look like it. I think we
mhm,
really have to focus on that because, um, you know, we're sitting up here talking about how you know um, they would do these rituals, right,
mhm,
in their own country against their own people, and now they're online, according to Mike TV. Talking about they can do this to Black people, Black Americans, right?
mhm.
Okay, they're in Africa, hunting down albino people, talking about their limbs have anyway, whatever they do.
Magical powers.
What makes you think they won't say something like that about our mixed race people here? So this is not just anymore about those of us who are Black with deep melanated skin, and these people who try to pretend to be us and copy us. Now it's grown where it's like this is also inclusive of those of us who are lighter skin and perhaps lighter skin and mixed race. Is
Mhm,
it's giving vibes like these people need to be returned to, repatriated to their native countries. It's really giving strong vibes like that.
mhm.
It really is, that they're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, because then you wonder what would you do to a person like that, you know? And what is they would look at her or people like her as being white. What do they look at at us as?
Mixed race. Because I told you I had an African guy. He was Nigerian. He told me that. He said, "You would be half caste." I said, "Well, what African tribe do you think I look like?" He was quiet for a moment. He looked at me. He said, "You would be half caste, like mixed race, half breed." I'm like,
Wow.
where in the world would I go and be a half breed? I'll be everywhere where I go. I will be Black. But he said, "You would be half breed." So if
That's
they
how you
said he was
tell.
Nigerian.
So that goes to tell you their skin tones with them are totally different. They was calling
And
that woman
Trina, I was
yellow.
living in Texas, and in Texas, I get a couple of shades darker than I am now.
Mhm.
So I'm definitely dark skinned in Texas, in that
Right.
sun. And that's what he told me. You would be half caste.
Wow. So how Black are they? Not to say it's anything wrong with it. They must be as
I
black
don't think
as
it's
the
a.
night.
It's not the skin tone. They're going by your facial features. They're going by your bone
Oh,
structure. We
okay.
don't have that prominent bone structure that they have, and that's why he said you would be half caste. I don't have that because he was Nigerian. He had that prominent bone structure like Hakeem Olajuwon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, but we don't have that kind of bone structure. We don't have the same type of faces they have, and that's what they mean. You would be half caste. They said, look at our faces, because think about it. If they're on a continent full of dark skinned people, they're not going to see dark skin. You know
They're
what I
going to
mean?
see
That's not going to
facial
be in there.
features. Okay. And
Right.
then if you come in, that's an extra bonus. If you that's why that guy named Jadena, he don't want to go there. And he says when he goes to Africa, he has to have security because he's real light. He's by ethnic. He's white and Nigerian. He can't go there. I'm like, well, what the
Really?
hell? That's what he said, Jadena.
He said that?
Hmm.
Oh, I know you're talking about the brother that does the languages.
The music.
He's like,
He was with
music?
yeah, he sings. He has a
No,
white
I don't
mother,
know who that is.
European mother, and I think his father is
Okay, no.
African
And
Nigerian.
he
Yeah,
said, why does he? So what? He's saying that is it dangerous for him? Like, is it like he's popular, or that
that's what he
they're
said. He
trying
was
to
dangerous
harm
for
him?
light skinned people there in their country, in Nigeria.
Wait,
That's what
say
he
that
said.
again. They what?
It's dangerous for light skinned people in, I guess, Nigeria. That's what he was saying.
Wait, you're Borget. I can't hear what you're saying.
He said it's
They.
dangerous because I think it's you. It's dangerous for people.
Oh crap! He said it's dangerous for light skinned people in Nigeria.
That's what I think he said. I'm gonna look it up again, but yeah, because they was asking why he don't. Because I think his mother is European and his father is Nigerian, so he won't go there because of that. One, he's a
Get
celebrity, and
out.
two, he's light skinned. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That did you hear about that Black American family that went to Africa? I don't know what country. I think they might have been in Nigeria. The mother
Now,
passed
that's the
away.
quote. That's what I think he says. So allegedly, that's what he said. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah, you remember the mother passed away, right? And I
Hmm.
felt so bad, you guys, because and they were so happy when they went to Africa. They had a big old smile. You could tell they were just so happy that they were there. But you know, a lot of Black Americans are very naive and innocent and don't know that quite a few of these people are not our friends. You know, they have, and you know, she ended up passed away over there. And I didn't read the article, but I looked at this sister because she had like light caramel skin tone, pretty
Hmm.
skin tone, and I just had this feeling. I said, man, um, somebody could have taken her out of jealousy, because I
Hmm.
remember Flower Tower had this one post that she showed of an African woman, put a post on Twitter. She said, my niece won a scholarship to France to study in France. And she
Right.
said her friends poisoned her. And she said, my niece is gone, y'all. My niece is gone. And she had a bunch of crying emojis. It was very sad, just heartbreaking. And you know, that's what Bupo was saying. Like, if you're in Africa, it's very cutthroat. Like, if you're going to go travel overseas, you cannot tell anybody, even your family, that you're traveling overseas. You just have to go, and then after you get there, then you call back and let them know that you're traveling overseas, but you can't let them know before you leave. And so if they'll do stuff like that, and they have this jealousy about, you know, Black Americans and lighter skinned women, because someone like her, they probably would have seen her as mixed race. If they tell me
Wow.
I look mixed race, they definitely would. And I just wonder what happened to her. And I just think it's something, like something no good happened to that woman. I do. And you know, about a couple of weeks ago, there was a Black American couple in Houston. They were
Uh-huh.
recent newlyweds, and they passed away in a car accident. And I
Hmm.
look at them and I had the same feeling. I said, man, I wonder if these guys, you know, it was foul play and somebody harmed them, because they were both light brown skin, just like that sister. And you know, they say there's a lot of Africans in Houston. And it was just a feeling I had, guys. I just don't think we're safe around these people. I really don't.
Not in a lot of ways,
And I
no.
think a lot of them, it's tough for them to go back home. Huh? What you say, Trina?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that is the case. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think, and I think we have to look at all of them in the same.
Yeah.
We have to change the way in which we move. That's all. It's going to be hard, but we have to get out of this habit immediately. You cannot walk and move the same way. We cannot be as quote unquote friendly.
No,
Know your own
definitely not.
people. Get more in contact with your own people, and train your children the same way. Watch your environment around you. Again, we're being watched. Cosplaying me, you watched me. You've been watching me.
Mm.
And now that we know what they know, and we're learning more about what they know, and we want that puts more context on it. So now you have to have your back up and your arms up even more. So whether you're in the north, south, east, or west, watch your back. Not just for all immigrants. We don't know what's here, but definitely the ones who walk like us and cascade around us and pretend to be us, perpetuate the fraud. You have to keep an eye out, even more for them, because they have been masquerading and parlaying and being degenerate all in our communities. So our third eye
Mm.
has to be even more. You have to clean that lens off and start looking with your third eye. We've been blinded by deception for too long and lies. It's time to wake up and smell the coffee. That's what I say on that. Shay, wake up. Shay. And on that note, I'm getting tired. We did 4 hours. This was long. We did 5 hours before, but we will be back on the 27th. I'm gonna look up what we're gonna be talking about. Hopefully, again, ladies, bring me some content so we can have other things to talk about, and we can and I'm gonna try to really get these slides. I don't know, if not, we're gonna be free balling it again. I'm trying. This is like really hard to
Maybe
get the.
the next live stream should be, like you said, part two of this, and focusing on like what the experiences that Melty Megan is saying about,
We
you
can
know,
do
what
that.
they're
That's
telling her,
better.
oh,
So we can do part
you
two.
high yellow bitch was pretty wicked and evil.
Yeah,
We can't have them coming over here with that.
that'll work. Thanks for the
Yeah.
idea. That way, I ain't got to look up. Yeah, we can, because we already talked about this. So we'll go on further about how they have a
Right.
vitriol for the lighter skin. or what they
Because you remember
perceive
I
as
told you,
lighter skinned women in our
the flower
community.
child was talking about that one guy. He was a quarter Black American and 75% Arab. His mom was mixed race, half Black American, half Arab, right? So he was 75% Arab, one quarter Black American. He had a Black American grandmother, and he
Uh-huh.
was thinking about applying for a scholarship, like some kind of medical school scholarship. And he was like on posted on social media asking if he should do that because he felt a little conflicted, being that he was 75% and out, all Black. And so she said, Flower Tower was like, yeah, a whole lot of African students were telling him no, he shouldn't do that. She said, for once, Africans were on the same page as Black Americans. For once, they did the right thing. I wrote down in the comment
You
section, I said,
gorgeous.
Flower,
You
I
just
learned a
gorgeous.
lot
What
from
did
you.
you say?
Okay, can you hear me? I
Yeah.
said,
So
oh,
what
can you
did you
hear
say?
me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I said,
Yeah.
she was saying that a lot of the Africans were like, oh, that's wrong. You shouldn't apply for this and blah blah blah. And she was like, she was happy for once to see that Africans were on the same page as Black Americans, that they were saying the right thing. So I went down to the comment section. I said, Flower, I've learned a lot from you. Listen to your observation about Africans. And I said, unfortunately, I'm gonna tell you, these Africans are not saying this because the scholarships should be set aside for Black American people. We can't say that. Well, first, one hand, we complain about Africans taking our scholarships, and then we want to turn around and congratulate them for saying, like, oh, you're right, for telling this predominantly Arab person that he shouldn't apply for a Black American scholarship. This predominantly Arab person has a Black American grandmother. He has a far better birthright to apply for that. Africans have no birthright at all, no right at all to be applying for a Black American scholarship. I said, these Africans are not saying, criticizing him because of any sense of principle. These Africans feel like they are entitled and they have a right to what belongs to us as Black Americans. And then they have the audacity to sit there and feel threatened that another group of people should have access to our resources when mixed race people have always been a part of our ethnicity and therefore have had access to our resources because those are our people, right? But anyway, um, yeah, that's what I told her. She went back. She agreed with me, because first she thought like, oh yeah, these Africans are for one standing for the right thing. I said, Flower, you always talking about how whatever position we take, these Africans will go and take the opposite position of whatever we do, whatever we say. They stand
Mm-hmm.
in opposition against us. So there's no way they're standing up on behalf of against this mixed race person taking a Black American scholarship. They just feel that they should have it and it belongs to them and not, and like, get the fuck out of here. This mixed race
Mm-hmm.
person has a Black American grandmother. He has the absolute right to apply for that. No African or Caribbean could, especially not an African. They should be like, if you could say like, okay, if Black Americans are supposed to get the scholarships, right? Full Black American people who have Black American leadership on both sides of their families. That means mixed race people wouldn't get it, Caribbeans wouldn't get it, and Africans wouldn't get it, or any Afro Latinos. Those four groups of people would not get anything, right? But if you think about all four of those groups of people, mixed race people that have Black American family and Afro Hispanics and Afro Caribbeans and Africans, the one group of people that would have the better right would be those who have Black American lineage. And that is not Caribbeans or Africans or Afro Hispanics. So
Correct.
it's funny how these Africans were sitting there trying to tell this mixed person, oh, you shouldn't apply for this. It's like, if you feel that way, you lying, hypocritical fuck, you shouldn't have your hands in my Black American pot. Get the fuck out of here with the bullshit. I just
They
had to put that
love
out.
to
But
cosplay and jump in and out or according to their whim to get what they want. It's about resources. They are tribal to the 1500 power.
it's
We need
genetic.
to
I really
learn that.
believe it's genetic.
Yeah,
But anyway,
it's
that's what
something.
the last I
It's
got to say for
tribal,
tonight.
thousands of years.
Yeah, I agree. Because that's what Chuckwood was saying. He said, look, if it took them thousands of years to develop these cultures the way they are, it's going to take them thousands of years to come out of that. And I'm like, okay, I don't think
Never,
it takes a human
never,
being thousands of years.
never.
But that's what Chuck Wood called a cultural inertia. In other words, people become they're a certain way because of their culture and they don't change. And I'm like, okay, that sounds weird to me that a human being doesn't change. But if you say so, but it makes sense. And you remember that guy Franklin? You was talking about the video you saw where Franklin was
Hmm.
going off, and he was saying just that you refuse to change. You keep doing. You said he was cursing them out at the end of the video.
Hmm. They know they doomed. That's why they coming over here and they trying to cosplay. But you gonna go. They gonna be schizophrenic. They gonna be like that girl Sybil with all of these different multiple personalities jumping out of in and out of that identity because they lie about their name, they lie about their birth date. They have to come up with all of these different characters for themselves. They have to
Yeah.
make their face up. They're cosplaying, making up their face. They're really changing themselves physically, mentally, the whole 9 yards. That leads to mental illness. They're gonna
Yeah,
snap.
because just like when they lie and they talk about, oh, I'm a first generation Black American, we're like, what
You're
the fuck?
not.
Bitch, the first generation Black Americans passed away centuries ago. What the fuck are you talking about? You
Yes,
ain't no
you're not
first
no first
generation
generation,
anything.
nothing.
Nothing. You guys talk about, oh, you're African. You come from these African tribes and they thousands of years old. Your tribes are thousands of years old. Dude, if your tribes is thousands of years old, you ain't no first generation nothing. Shut up and go sit down.
You just a Nigerian citizen in America. That's it. You're not even an American. And stop calling us citizens. We're Black Americans. We're Americans. American
Listen,
first. We're not Africans. We're just
you have to
Americans.
tell these people like, I'm American and you're African. I'm Black and
That's
you're
it.
African. You have to point that out because the thing is, they want to be up in here. Like I told you, I saw that TMZ thing where they were talking about that Jonathan, what's his name? I can't remember his last name,
Botham.
right? Yeah,
Botham.
right. With
Botham.
the guy,
Whatever his name is.
the one who got in trouble with the white girlfriend in the car, and she hit him, he hit her, he got us some legal trouble over it.
Oh, I don't know about
Stabbed
that
him,
one.
something. Yeah. So anyway, one of so you know how they interview people that come up on a live stream, right? So they put up this one guy, and I'm like, this guy's
Oh,
African,
you
and
talking
he,
about
yeah,
Jordan. Jordan. Okay, yeah, okay.
um,
Major. Got it.
Jonathan
Gotcha.
Majors. There,
Jonathan
thank you.
Major.
Right,
Gotcha.
Jonathan.
Hmm.
Thank you. And then so the first guy shows up. He's got an afro. He's got these full lips. I'm like, this guy's African. He starts talking. He the first thing that comes out of his mouth, I'm from what do you say? I'm from Baltimore. I'm like, no, Africans are not from Baltimore, and this is something we have to put our foot down. We can't have Africans coming to our country talking about, oh, I'm from Baltimore. I'm from Atlanta. Africans are not from
Yeah,
America.
I got you.
You know, it's like no,
Tell
Black
them, no, you
Americans are
live in
from Atlanta.
Baltimore, but you're not
Right.
from Baltimore. You live there. You reside
Yeah,
in
I don't care if you
Baltimore.
was born and raised there, right? But you're
Yeah.
not from there. You from, and you know they always try to talk about you Black Americans. You don't know where you from. Well, if you Africans know where the fuck you from, why are you talking about you from Baltimore, bitch? You know where you from in Africa. You ain't from no Baltimore. Get out of here. So
Nope.
we got to put our foot down. We can't have like people trying to act like Caribbeans and Africans and Black Americans come from Alabama. Get the fuck out of here. No, they don't. Only Black
No, you
Americans
don't.
come from
You come
Alabama.
from your origins come from Jamaica. You come from Nigeria. You come from Mufufu, and I am from America. You're not American. Or you reside in. Yep, we have to do that. Let them.
Yeah, we
We
have to put our
helping them
foot
out. Let us help them out and get them a taste of reality. And the reality is, you are never will nor will you ever be American. You are a citizen in America. All immigrants. You're not Americans. You're citizens in America.
down.
Black
Yeah.
Americans are the only
They
true
try to
Americans.
believe like,
Period.
yeah, they try to act like there are no American people that are ethnically American. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. All countries have people that are ethnically native to those countries, but they want to come
Mhm.
here act like America's in the international zone, and everybody can come. They claim that they're American, like, you know. And it's so interesting. Before a few decades ago, I would have seen us all as American, but now that there's so many of them trying to come into this country, it has forced me to say, hold up, the whole damn world ain't American. I'm
Mm-mm.
American.
We're the only Americans.
Yeah, it's like a
Everybody else is
reality.
just citizens. The biggest immigrant is Ellis Island and the white ones and the eight. All of
True.
them, they all immigrants.
That's
We're not
true.
immigrants.
No,
None
we're
of us
not.
are immigrants. Black Americans are not immigrants. We are the only true American. It's a true wake up call.
It
We
is. It
gotta
has
we
been.
gotta fight ahead. This is gonna be something else.
Yeah, it is. But it's just something that we have to be aware of. And you know, we can't have them coming over here claiming that they're from here. That's one. And two, we can't have allow them to think that, you know, they're gonna, like, they think like they can go after people that are light skinned that are part of our group, and they're going to push them
Hmm.
out of our group, and they're going to put themselves in our group. And it's like, no,
Hmm.
you get the fuck out of our group. They belong here. You don't.
You
They have a
don't.
birthright. You don't have a birthright.
They come from us. So that's
Right,
a good idea.
exactly.
We're gonna do light skin and how they skin bleach, but yet they have the audacity to have a
Do you
disdain
think,
for
would you
the
ever
very ones that
contact
they.
Mouthy Megan and see if she might be able to participate? And I know as Lavardian is Creole, It'll be nice to see if we can get some of the lighter skinned sisters on to see what they have to say.
We can try
Yeah.
with Mouthy can because I know she be busy. She's a mama.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
It's hard 'cause she was coming strong, so I was like, when she did the last one with the thought, and then she did the other one with the dude who was Jamaican and was blaming us for his business failure. I'm
Oh,
like,
I didn't
go
know that
back.
guy was Jamaican. I did not
Hmm.
know that sister was married to a Jamaican. I remember seeing him
Hmm.
on the show.
And I was looking like, these mother freakers are crazy. Another one that I saw, and I want y'all to look at, not subscribe. Her name is Corinne Alordi.
I've
She
seen
is
her.
a
I know
whole
she.
Haitian
Yeah, she's
talking about
Haitian.
Black American women and black pass white passing and we as Black Americans. I said,
I don't
you.
watch her. I can't watch her. I refuse to. You know what it was? I started she would say like she had this fascination with old Hollywood, right? So
Mhm.
she would talk about Hollywood starlets and and do also like the way they used to wear their clothing and everything. And I'm like, okay, well you Haitian, I don't think you guys were doing any of that back at this time,
Mhm.
right? But and this is the thing they don't say. They don't be like they'll say like, oh, I have this fascination for old Hollywood, but they won't say, well, I'm Haitian and this is American, and we didn't have this in Haiti. This is why I'm
She
so
just has a little
fascinated. They don't
Haitian
come and
flag
say
up
that.
in the
They
corner.
just act like they think they us, and this is a part of their history. It's like this is not. I refuse to watch it. I was like, this is not you. This is me. This is my history. But it shows
So
you the jealousy that they have against us because they look at this stuff and that is a part of who we are, but it's not a part of who they are. It just gives you it shows you the layers of the jealousy. It's just like I told you guys I love classic cars, but you think how many of these classic cars are a part of American history, right? Well, it's not a part of Caribbean history and African history.
mm-mm.
So this is like when you start realizing that why they have so much jealousy against you, because it seems kind of crazy. Because, like you said, Black Americans have never had any privileges in this country, but that's not how they see it.
Miss D said there are a lot. It's a lot of Haitian lady channels. They have yes, they do. All of the Caribbeans and that they do. What she did was, and the reason why I watched it,
All the
I'm listening
Caribbeans
to
have what? Wait, what would you say?
identity
All the
crisis.
oh,
Identity
wow.
crisis. The way she was describing them as if these people, like how you were saying, were her people, and she was doing one on Donna, I forgot what her name was, and that Dorothy, that she just likes to obsess about Black American women and different ones. And then she was going over the fact that she was trying to say, oh, she's white passing, but this is not how most Blacks look. And I said, Blacks? Most Blacks don't look like this. And this is the habit of Pan Africanists. First of all, you're not Black, you're a Haitian. Number two, I didn't comment because I was like, no, I'm gonna leave that there. I said, second of all, you're not Black, you're a Caribbean. Third of all, what are you to say what most Black Americans look like? That's where I get the concept when they do that Pan African stuff, like because we all had some form of it in us. That's why I be listening to Flower Tower. She be like, most Blacks don't look like that. First of all, Africans and Caribbeans are not Black. She will get it just like everybody else. Love her to life. Always watch her. Give her thumbs up the whole 9 yards. Support
Yeah, me
her.
too.
See her
Definitely.
as our doctor. We need more Black Americans. Third of all, white passion is Black in America. Always has been, always will
That's
be.
true. Definitely.
They're not their when you start adding these people with their degenerate um concepts of what is Black when they're not Black, that's why she has this thing. Well, this one's not Black. Drake's son's not Black. This one's not Black. That one's not Black. Yo,
Yeah, I
back
don't
that
go
up.
through all that.
Back that up.
Yeah.
Because you're wanting me as a Black woman. I know you Blacks are gonna come at me. No, 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 no. See, you keep doing that. This the Pan African bullshit that all of them have, and it's hard for them to get out of it. And she's young. Black is not a skin tone, and none of these mofos is Black. You went with a melanated man. I went with a melanated man. One was African, one was they're melanated, but they're
Uh-huh.
not Black.
Right.
So now when you go with him, you're going to basically say to the African, you have a right, but something that I'm just saying because you know how I am, Black American women, whatever come from my snatch, I consider more Black. Even though whatever come from his rod, I don't consider it as Black as us, especially if the mother is of another ethnic group. Why can't your child be your group? But that's neither here nor there. It is part Black, part, but it won't be raised as black because the mother may be white, Hispanic, or otherwise. And if the father's not there, then it is whatever. So I digress. But black American women, because I'm stationed for that and I'm making it clear, spread the word. I will take note for what comes out of black American coochie and raised by us because we're the true black American women, period. I don't like the fact that you want me to accept this mumfunga and Bafunga over mine. You done lost
Right,
your mind.
right. I agree.
You need to step back up because that's why we got paying that this bullshit is now. And then you on here wondering why they ain't loyal to themselves. And you wonder why they keep going in your space because you put them in your space. This is a year that not only do we wake up, but Pan African is gonna be whipped by their own bullshit ideology. They about to get their ass whooped. Because as this shit get worse, those people are going to get more vitriol and all of that
Yeah.
panhandling that they do and all of that swiping and licking their balls and wiping their ass and you the motherland, they going to give you the motherfucking load in about 10 minutes.
You know what you were
They
saying
going to
about
show
how
you
they
just how
say
pan-African they are.
say that. You know, you're saying how this Haitian woman was talking like, black women, this black women, that. It's like, okay, you're not black, but she talks like she's us. I was going. Do you know this sister named Pretty Black Magic? Have you come across her videos?
Mm-mm, I probably heard of it.
Yeah, okay. So this sister named Pretty Black Magic, right? So she showed a little TikTok video of an African woman, and this African woman is talking about, I was asking myself this question. I guess she's here in the United States, right? What would happen if black women left this country? Oh, they wouldn't have any more clout. They wouldn't be able to use black women's name to get clout, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, no, the strength of black women in the United States of America has nothing to do with African women or Caribbean women. Like,
Mm,
it's
not at
something
all.
try to take credit for the essence of who we are and strength of who we
That's
are
what she
and
said.
our importance and our position within our native country and act like they're fucking us. Like the same that they're the same as us. Come on, what would happen if black women were to leave this country? Honey, that has nothing to do with you. You can leave tomorrow. You and every African and Caribbean woman, this
Wouldn't phase us at all.
of black American women, that has nothing to do with you. You're not us. You're not a black woman.
That's what she said. If they leave, bye. Please leave.
And Trina, this woman had an African phenotype, right? African face. You can see, and she had that bright brown skin from skin bleaching. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
he's sitting up here talking about what a black woman, like, how are you going to claim blackness and you sitting up there using chemicals to get rid of your blackness? Like, shut the hell up. But
They
this
sound
is
like they
bullshit.
nuts. They nuts. And Pan Africanists don't never bring out they bullshit. I want them
Oh
out.
man,
Please leave. You don't have to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. It ain't
like
gonna be like
Martin,
nothing.
right?
It'll probably be a breath of fresh air. Leaving with your funky wig and your
I
funky
consider,
tail.
I would consider refreshing.
Hmm.
Yeah,
We
and
won't have
then
to smell that bad wig and that twisted wig. That's what we won't have to see. And
one more.
maybe we go home and figure out how to wash your tail.
Yeah, I want to also talk about this. This is something else I've been noticing, and it's like this kind of erasing of the Black American ethnicity. And I
Hmm.
noticed it with when I would go onto the internet. This is within the past year, particularly like the last several months or so, right? And
Hmm.
BSI, it's the same thing. And I said, yeah, it's like, okay, I'm down in the comment section, right? And somebody's like, oh, so and so is part Caribbean. So how whenever a Black American does an accomplishment, some Caribbean African will lie and claim that they're part Caribbean, right? But like
Right.
say you
All the time.
I don't think so and so is part Caribbean, but say you go and Google it, right? And they'll say, oh, so and so. Like before, it would say, oh, so and so, mom is from here, dad is from there, blah, blah, blah. So you can get an idea of who they were and where they're from. Now, when you go, they'll say, oh, so and so is of Black descent. What the fuck is Black descent? That
I
don't
don't
mean
know. Now
anything.
they're switching from black. They're switching from African to black. You get it?
Right. Or if even if they're Black American, they're a Black descent. It's very generic and it doesn't mean fucking bullshit. And
So what's
before it was
happening is Africans with this Pan Africanists are shifting. Pay attention. They shifting with their dumb asses. Black Americans are doing it. And these tethers are doing it too. They're switching from Africanism, Pan Africanism to blackism. That's all. So you let it be
Yeah.
known, no, 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 they're not black. The globe is not black. Black is not a color; it's an ethnic group. And Africans and Caribbeans are not black. The only true Black Americans are Black Americans, descendants of United States chattel slavery. Period.
Right.
Africans are Africans, Caribbeans are Caribbeans. They're just switching from Africanisms to Blackism. They're trying to do it as a global contest of black.
Well,
And the panhandlers are shifting because that's what they're trained to do. But
yeah.
this is the year they get beat down by their own ideology, and it's time to call them out every time they do it. That's all they're doing. They shifting. So shift with them. Get your baseball bat and knock it to the side. No, you're not black.
Right, because Mouthy Megan, right before she took her leave with her baby, right, one of the very last posts she did, she said she posted something that said like a convention, but it was called like Melicon, like melanin convention, but Melicon, and she said
Hmm.
on I am not going to any more of these types of events or conventions unless I know it is specifically Black American. So she said
Yeah.
this was supposed to be some kind of convention, based on melanin, whatever, and it's African and Caribbeans and then some Black Americans, right? And I said, yeah, you know what's going. I knew what's going on. I said, yeah, they know Black Americans are pushing back on that African American bullshit, and they know that Black Americans are pushing back on making it clear that they're not black. So now they're trying to come up with a new name. Oh, melanin. Oh, we're all melanin. They stealing that from Black Americans too, because it's Black Americans that have these discussions about melanin and the importance of melanin and how it's good for you. How it's good for your skin and how it's beneficial to Black people. And using terms like
I kind of
melanated
don't
people.
mind them saying melanated. They can be melanated people,
Uh,
but you ain't no black people.
That's not. Oh, thing is that they know the reason why they call it melancon is because they know that they can't use black, or they know that we're not going to ride with African. So now they're trying to switch up. That's like what you were
Yeah,
just saying.
they
That's
listen to everything we say. So they're going from we
yep,
say melanated, they're gonna do melanated. But you
yeah,
stay over there. But at the end of the day, I just want the world to know globally as well as the United States, because I think the world knows they are not us, we're not them. And as a collective, outside of Pan Africanism, which is a false ideology, a white supremacist ideology that black people who have low self esteem use, and Hotepism, we don't support them as a collective. They're not us, we're not them, and we're gonna make that separation. And they're listening. So they're gonna everything we say, they're gonna go in that direction, like everyone else do, and copy. But we definitely want to delineate, and we want to delineate 2024, 2025. It don't need to wait till 2030. It needs to be immediately, both in the nation of the United States of America as well as globally. We want to delineate globally. This needs to be done. They have an identity crisis and we need to help them out. And by helping them out, we need to let them know that you are who you are. Be proud of your ethnic group. You are Nigerian from Nigeria, Fulani or Fufu tribe, whatever the fuck it is. And we are Black Americans. You are not us. So we're doing our collective um diaspora help, because we're not a part of the diaspora. We're helping to give them a wake up call as well as help ourselves to let them know that you can't keep going on with this identity crisis. You will go crazy. You need to embrace who you are, and the world needs to embrace who they are as well. And they're not us, and we're not them.
yeah. Because another thing I saw that in regards to this erasure, I was at the San Francisco Public Library a couple of days ago, right? And so there was a poster, I guess, because Black American History Month, right? And they showed this young Black man. I hadn't heard of him before, but I guess he was native to San Francisco. So they
Mhm.
put up there in the first paragraph, so and so had a Jamaican father, okay,
Mm.
and a mother that was born in San Francisco. I was so fucking goddamn annoyed. I didn't even read the rest of it. I just walked away. And then I told myself, go back and take a picture of that, because that's proof. Like, how are you going to be in the United States of America, and this is the native country of Black Americans, and I'm pretty sure his mother was a Black American woman, and instead of them giving her credit, his mother was Black American, they go say, oh, his father was Jamaican. His father being Jamaican doesn't have any great deal of importance in the United States of America. His father being Jamaican would be important if it was in Jamaica, but no, he had a Black American mother, and no doubt was born and raised by her, and that will have a greater impact on him than his father being Jamaican, right? And not to say that his father didn't have an importance on him, but his father being Jamaican, of Jamaican culture, wouldn't have the same weight of his mother being here in the United States of America on the West Coast, being raised by a Black American mother. You
Who
know,
was this?
and I don't know his name. I did. Hold on, I did a screenshot. Hold on, let me take a quick look. Hold on.
Shay, you hanging in there? Or you sleep?
I am wide awake.
Oh, you
Oh,
up?
yeah, I'm up.
Okay.
It just seems like lately, like it's been dry, like
It's
sinuses
dry,
now.
it's cold, and it's windy. And where I'm at, this cold front is something else. You can feel it in your bones.
Yeah, it's like 9 degrees up here.
hmm We're in the teens. I can feel it. My house is pretty warm, but I can still feel it.
I could
I
still
can
feel
hear
it
it.
too.
I can hear it in the windows, like the wind blowing by. We had snow, and I just you have to be real careful when that stuff melts and then ice up. So be careful not to fall and bust your ass. I'm glad I don't have to go out, but you can feel it. I can feel it in my. I can hear it, like I said, by my windows or in my bathroom. Like whoo, 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 whoo. You can hear it. So it's
Hmm.
like wow. My mom, not to gross anybody else, my mom found a poor little dead cat on our patio. He froze to death. She buried him last
Oh.
week. She threw him out. And I guess he was trying to hide up under the grill that we had on our deck and in the front, and he wound up freezing. He was a little cat sickle outside.
Mm.
So ooh. She said it just happened. So it's like the animals, even the street animals ain't holding up. Usually used to be them cats could endure with
Right.
their little fur, but it's like they even weak. I'm like, what kind of cats are y'all? These cats used to be big and puffy. These cats look poor and malnourished.
Mm-hmm.
They look malnourished. These cats look like they were, and there wasn't no kitten. I was like, that cat is a cat. These poor cats looking malnourished. You usually could tell her. You know how you see the neighborhood cats. If you see, they were big and burly. Them cats look like they was on steroids. They would get their winter coat. These poor cats look feeble. They looking like them doggone people from the continent. What they malnourished. I'm like, these cats don't look right. Just saying, animals are, and people are starting to dump their pets too. So watch out if you in them in urban places and they got packs of dogs or something. So be careful of that. But yeah, these animals don't look right. It looks like they getting sick as well. I don't see pigeons no more because I haven't been downtown in a while. But when I do go down there, we used to always see pigeons walking the street. I don't see pigeons walking the street no more. It's
Mm.
like them suckers is out of sight, out of mind. I'm like, why? Where the pigeons at? Because when you walk in the city streets and downtown, you always seeing pigeons. No, I don't see them. It's like they in hiding. Anybody else seen pigeons? Pigeons are like on the skedaddle. Something done went down. Them suckers do not walk around freely downtown like they used to. It's like when everybody's changing their trajectory and how they do. Pigeons, I have seen them. I'll be honest. They usually up high when I see them in the city, but I don't see them down low walking around. They used to walk around with us all the time. You know how you be walking and they just be walking all around you like they got somewhere to fucking go to. Them suckers have disappeared.
Mm.
Just saying. And we had
Mm-hmm.
an incident in my city years before the C-19 took place where these birds had got like a mixed signal in Philly. Y'all can look it up. All of these birds just fell out the sky. And before we went to work, because I got to work by 9 a.m., they cleaned all of them dead birds up. So something is up. But pigeons, pay attention to pigeons. They're not around as much as they used to if you live in bigger cities like New York or Philly or Chicago. Them pigeons is like they around, but it's like they hid or something. I don't know. It's weird. I hear we don't see pigeons. I said the Mexicans making Tamale. That's disgusting, Pinky. That is disgusting. This what she wrote. I'm gonna put it up there real quick. Pinky got problems. Yeah, but you starting to see where, and I noticed too a lot of the animals like foxes and stuff. I was watching it the other day where my cousin live at. Um, she live in the south where foxes are eating people's cats, and little dogs. So if you live in the south and you got foxes around you, you gotta watch your little cat or dog. This man had to literally put a little doggy vest on his dog with spikes on it. So if the doggone fox grab it, because the dog was trying to eat the fox was trying to eat his little dog. So, and they attacking children too. If you live in those areas where there are foxes and you have small animals, talking to you as Black Americans, watch your children and watch your small animals, them fox and stuff, because they build in different places. They have taken out their wildlife, their habitat. So they coming in and they grabbing us. It ain't funny, but I was going down looking at the poor dogs. The little dog, he was gonna get that, and he bit the man who was the owner of the dog. The man had to pick it up by the tail and throw it in the trash until animal control got there. So be careful of your small children and be careful of your small animals and just yourself in general. These animals are attacking. Everybody on the prowl trying to a squirrel, like a squirrel trying to get a nut. Everybody trying to eat. Did you find the information you needed,
Yeah,
Kay?
yeah. It was or his name is Aurelius Alberga. I just Wikipedia it, and it just said that his mother was born in San Francisco. So by assumption that she's obviously had to be Black American, particularly being born on the West Coast. Because he was born, I think, in 1921. So it's unlikely that she would have been Caribbean born here in 19, because she would have been born around 1900. So no, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But anyway, it still refers to her. Oh, his mother was born in San Francisco. Does not refer to her as being a Black American. You could tell the guy is full Black though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's what I
Did it
mean. Like
say
the racial.
it didn't never mention his mama's name?
I did not look long enough to see that. It's just that when it's talk about his parents, his father was born. It was Dominican, and his mother was born in San Francisco. Kind of like a
Okay.
complete erasure of her ethnicity, you know.
Mm. Hmm. Things to look up, and it makes you wonder why he got that. Is the mother probably also, maybe she's a Caribbean and she was born here and he wasn't? They do that too. You follow what I'm
It's a
saying?
possibility. It's just that if he was born in 1921, if he was born in 1921, his mom, that would have been around 1900. His mom was born. I'm not aware that any Caribbeans would have been born in the United States in the 1900s on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Like if you had a
Oh,
Caribbean born here, possibly in the 1900, around 1900, it probably would have been New York City. It's unlikely it would have been way on the West Coast, and that means she would have had two Caribbean parents that were here around 1900, and I just find that very unlikely.
mm. Read the chat.
Because they said California, they talk about how they didn't allow slaves to be out in the Western territories, right? But they said no, California had slaves. California had Black American slaves.
I think everywhere on this continent, I mean on this nation, they had them. Pinky said, I seen a news story. A restaurant was shut down because inspector found pigeon meat in the sink. So, well,
Oh
that
my
is
gosh,
describes
I'm
why I
done.
don't see
I'm done.
pigeons.
You guys, you know what my in New York City, you know what they call pigeons? Like people that grow up in New York City, like my mom, they call pigeons rats with wings. If they're selling pigeon meat, they're selling rats. Do you hear me? If they're selling pigeons,
Yeah,
they're
I
selling
heard you.
rats and cats. And
So
cats
that I did know I didn't see him.
and dogs
She
too.
said the owner
Pigeon,
told the
rats,
newscaster
cats, and dogs.
they gonna eat that because they've been eat. The owners told the newscaster that the pigeon was for broth she makes for herself when she's sick. She was a foreigner. So
I'm
that
done. I'm
explains why
done.
I'm not
I'm
seeing no
done.
pigeons. So there you go. I bet you we won't be eating no more. This is all the more reason to cook your own damn food. 'Cause, hey, go for what you know. You better keep up with little Fluffy and little Rover because he might be on somebody's plate. I'm just saying. So keep
You
up
know what's
with your
gonna
animals
happen?
and your
Let me
children.
tell you guys what's gonna happen. Some little white woman is gonna lose her precious little pet to some
Yep.
foreigner eating people's pets. And let me tell you, this little white woman, she's gonna be related to someone that has a whole lot of power. And that's when things going to get snatched up real fast. Things are going to change. It's going to take one little old white woman to be
That's,
upset that her
it
precious
might
little
be
pet
that
got
one little
snatched.
old white woman who has that power. Who knows? That's
That's what I'm saying,
hey,
Trina. That's
maybe
exactly what
they
I'm
feed
saying.
her little Fifi for her to understand. This is the cheap labor you wanted. Now look at you, Fifi on somebody's plate, being a nice little hot dog.
That's a damn shame.
That's
That is
you
wrong.
know the shit gonna hit the fan. Oh hell no, because you know how they feel about their animals. I'm gonna be like this. Well, you ain't gonna have to worry about no animals in the kennel. They gonna be like, "Why? Where are
But
the dogs
Trina,
at?" Somebody
she
gonna
gonna
say,
know
"Oh
damn well
shit, my
that no
dog's
black
gone."
American. She gonna know damn well that no black American snatched up her
No, she
pet
gonna know it.
for no snack. She gonna know if any black American snatched her pet, they stashed it to make some money, and that's it, and that's all.
Mm-mm.
She gonna know that.
I'm just gonna turn my head. That's all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna do is turn my damn head. I ain't got nothing to do. Ain't nan.
Oh, so Molly said a lot of
You know,
East
Black
African women
America.
skin bleach too.
That's what I heard. He was saying that. All I can say, Black Americans ain't got no type of decorum. The memes that will go out for that shit will be unsurmountable. It will be ruthless. They it may break the internet.
So Pinky is Pinky. Are you in LA? Because Pinky talking about she don't see no pigeons. Like, what American city do you not see pigeons? Since
That's what I'm
when?
telling you. I just said I'm not seeing them. Pinky
You too,
said,
Trina?
no, I haven't seen them. I just
Okay,
told
you
you that.
guys,
You was off.
when the summer comes, y'all gotta let us know what's going on. If you see any pigeons
I
in the
haven't
summertime,
seen them
because you know
since
birds
the
fly
thing.
south as well.
No, 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 not pigeons. Pigeons always stay put and they be walking and going someplace where they figure they be walking fast as you in the wintertime. They be going, wait, like they got somewhere to go. You be like, well, I haven't seen pigeons since 19. And then she said,
Trina,
look
you're
what she
bored.
said. Look at what she said. I seen a news story. A restaurant was shut down because inspector found pigeon meat in the sink. Okay. Then she goes on to say, the owner told the newscaster that the pigeon was for a broth she makes for herself when she's sick. She was a foreigner. So they did
Who
this on the
said make this
news.
stuff up?
Fair use, fair
She should
use.
have had
This
that
was a
pigeon in the
news.
sink in her home, not in the restaurant.
She said in the restaurant. So some of y'all may be thinking y'all getting chicken chicken noodle soup. You may be eating pigeon.
In a
I'm
pigeon
just
noodle
saying
soup.
this was at a restaurant. So therefore I knew I just was saying I don't see them. They don't come down no more. What's up? And I know you've been living, we've been living, I've been living around pigeons for 50 something years. You know that you see I don't see these pigeons. So I said, maybe it's the animals. No, no. Now the owner, the restaurant, let's look at this again. I seen a news story. A restaurant was shut down because the inspector found pigeon meat in the sink. Okay, she was cooking this in the restaurant. Bullshit. Then she says, the owner told the newscaster that the pigeon broth was for broth she makes for herself when she's sick. So she ain't making that for herself. Somebody done got there for their lunch. She not making it for herself. Somebody done ate that. And you
So how
wonder
long
why
is this
you
restaurant
don't
going to
come.
be shut down?
Now
How
you
long are
wonder
they
why
going to
you.
keep this restaurant shut
I
down?
don't know, but I don't
Is
know
the
where the
restaurant under
AFD.
investigation?
I don't know because we don't know this. How long has this been going on? The AFD, what do you call it? The Food and Drug Administration, FDA,
USDA,
USDA. Yeah,
United
well,
States
it don't
Department
look
of
like they
Agriculture.
monitoring that. So many of y'all, when y'all bunk up, y'all probably done ate some doggone pigeon meat.
Mm-mm.
Go to your doctor and be like, I can't stop. Your doctor gonna be like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. Hey. I ain't seen no pigeons since C19. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, where the fucking pigeons? That's all I know. Go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all done ate it. When y'all they gonna be like, ma'am, it'll wear off. Look. We ain't have a shortage yet, and they already plucking up the pigeons. Come on now. They had them in New York. They had whole chickens. They had some roosters. They didn't want nothing from Popeyes. They was about to pluck their own shit. Now, where did they get them damn chickens from? Look, these people do what they want to do. That's all I'm saying. You better watch out. Don't eat shit. That's all I'm saying. Now it got me scared. You wondering, the food don't taste the same. Bitch, it ain't what we used to eating. We Shay dropped up. It ain't that. That's why it don't taste the same. Hold up. It's supposed to be chicken. It's called you ain't eating no chicken. That's why it don't taste the same. Why this don't taste like pork chop? It ain't. It's something else. Huh? I'm getting real scared. It ain't funny. What's in our can? You better take a second look at that stuff. Spread it out. That's all I'm saying. Spread it out. Things have changed. We all gonna be vegan in a minute. Grow your own shit. We gonna have to barter. This shit is bad. Now you and Pinky ain't say what restaurant. Name that behind the scenes, Pinky, but that shit is foul. So it was in the restaurant scene. Somebody done ate. They done ate that shit. They can't figure out why the pigeon looking at you sideways like you too. You done been branded. Talk about this shit don't taste right. Ah, shit. I'm sorry. Funny. Oh my gosh. I'm done. But I knew I wasn't.
Wait, Pinky said she's in the San Fernando Valley near an airport. She says she don't see the pictures in the summertime either.
I told you I wasn't lying. I said, where the fucking pigeons?
You know what they're doing? They're doing like the English used to do back in the day. Pigeon pie.
Mm-hmm.
Pigeon pot pie.
Talking about some damn. Cause we all sitting here, this chicken don't we all sitting here, this chicken don't taste the same. This don't taste like no pork chop. This shit don't taste like beef. We ain't eating that. Look, it's time to pull up. Ain't no time to be eating that shit no more. It's over. Fix your own food. They doing some foul stuff. Somebody done cut off. They was like, I ain't trying to. Look, Black Americans listen to this talking about, what the fuck? Did I eat some damn pigeon? These suckers done fed me some pigeons? Pinky, where you at? We gonna get them real scared. Pinky, where you at? Pinky is up there in California. Uh-oh. Where you at, Pinky? So y'all know in that area, all I'm saying is I ain't seen them. I haven't seen them pigeons, so I just thought that maybe it was the animals down below, because I did see that the rat was attacking the pigeon in New York. But I said, no, it ain't gonna do it like that where all of them go up. Something else happened. Them suckers done like in hiding. I'm telling you, take a look
Trina,
when the summertime comes. You ain't gonna see them.
Trina, between you and Pinky, you're on the East Coast and saying you don't see any pigeons. Trina and Pinky's on the West Coast saying she don't see no pigeons. That's insane.
I'm telling you, and we may not be bogged down like New York and Cal, but they here. That's all I'm saying. They over here too. Oh, California. There you go. So yo, I don't see no pigeons. She don't see none. They was on the menu. So I'm just saying. Now you wondering why that textured chicken don't taste the same. We all gonna be like, oh shit. You gonna be sitting there. I want some. You don't want nothing. You don't want no tamale meat. You don't want shit. I bet you Negroes gonna make your own food now. I would suggest that you go into them allowed trucks and all of that shit. Yo, it's time for us as black people to pull up. When they say stuff to you, what kind of meat is that? And they just say meat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't eat it. It's time for us to fix our own food. You better make sure you go to your butchers that you've been going to and gather up your shit. Be careful of what you spew out that can. It's coming from China. I would be real careful. They giving us whatever. Or you thinking you eating some beef. Talk about, damn, this burger is real gristly. This ain't no cow. I'm just saying. I started making my own tamales 20 years ago. Didn't want to eat pig legs, pig lard. I don't know. All I know is people have been complaining about their food don't taste right. Well, we have partially solved the mystery of the pigeon. As black people, if you live anywhere in the city, whether you are New York or anywhere that you see a pigeon influx, and you've noticed the trajectory, where is the pigeons? That is the new question of the week. Where the hell did the pigeons go? And you know where you live at in those cities that you see those pigeons. If you have seen a steep decline in your pigeons, halt. We are not eating chicken. Y'all need to back your ass up. Something going down. And so I would say for us as the people, cook your own shit. Something going down. I can't eat ground meats. Yeah, it's starting to make me wonder. I'm starting to wonder. But in any case, we had a nice live. It's been 5 hours. Thanks, Kay, for coming. Shay has dropped off. She probably done fell off and fell asleep. Kay, do you want to end? Let us end out. We will be here next week on the 27th. Continuing this
Yeah, that
segment
sounds.
on
I'll just tell everybody.
colorism.
Yeah.
What did
Oh,
you say?
Pinky says she don't eat ground meats.
I
I
wouldn't
said,
either
yeah,
after this.
right.
All I'm saying that everybody do check that out. Yeah, it's Sunday. So, Kay, what do you want to say? We'll have something on the 27th. Our continuation on colorism will be on the 27th. So I will continue this segment where we can further go into colorism to make that part 2. Kay can end us out, and we're gone. For happy Sunday, everyone. It was wonderful having you here. Continue to support, like, share, and subscribe, and we'll get better as time gets on. I'll try to do it more. But in any case, continue on, Kay. We closing out. Kay. Is Kay still here? Have a nice Sunday. Kay. Tamale meat. Everybody's tired out. Oh, good night, everybody. Okay, you done.
Okay. Trina, can you hear me?
I
Yeah,
can
I
hear
had
you
to go
now.
to the Google. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to go to the Google screen to wish everybody good night.
Okay. Good night, everyone. Everyone sleep tight. Be safe. Keep your head on the swivel. See you on the 27th. The subject will continue on as colorism and what they consider as light skin, dark skin, whatever the case may be. We'll continue it on because we do need to elaborate.
Hey, did you see what Pinky Wells put at the bottom? Wait, Pinky,
Wow.
are you about African women or Black American women, Pinky?
What happened?
They was trying to extract mercury out of them or some sick ish.
Well, this was in the Gambia. Good
Pinky
night,
Wells.
Pinky. Well, wait, Pinky, what did you say? Black women found in the Gambia. Who? Were they Black American or were they Gambian or were they Caribbean? Just let us know that before you go, Pinky. Black us? Were they? Oh my, Black American? Were they Black American? Of because you know they. Which one? Black American? She said black. What were they doing in the Gambia? Oh, Black American. Oh shit. Ooh, we'll talk more about that one. Make sure to keep that in your back pocket. We'll talk more about Pinky. Make sure you come on the 27th so we can find out more what happened. Yeah, she said yes. We're going to talk more about this on the 27th. Black women found deleted in the Gambia. We'll talk further on the 27th. Again, we'll continue our discussion on colorism. Everyone have a good night. This is sad. That's a shame. We can elaborate on more on that. That'll be our talk. So make sure y'all all show back up, like, share, and subscribe. Bring other Black American women and bring your ideas and your concerns. This is our station for Black American women who descend from United States chattel slavery, born from a woman only. Go see at Kiki Loves Nigeria. Okay. Wow. She said, go see at Kiki Loves Nigeria. That's where you find more information on this, and we can talk more about it on the 27th. Same time between 8:30 and 9:30. Everyone be safe. Stay warm. Talk to you later. Good night. That is sad. Again, keep your head on the swivel. Be mindful of your surroundings and take care. Good night. Good night, Kay. Good night, everybody. See y'all next week, 27th.